Crownlands is an interesting case when it comes to the 9 constituent regions of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Unlike other regions, the Crownlands themselves were never a kingdom in their own right. Rather, the Crownlands, over the long history of Westeros, was heavily and almost continuously contested by the River Kings, Storm Kings, and local petty kings. But all of that would change when Aegon the Conqueror seized control of the area during his wars of conquest and made it his primary foothold on the continent. The Crownlands is where he first landed, and the first part of Westeros firmly under the Conqueror's control. Since the conquest, the Crownlands have become administered and ruled directly by the Iron Throne itself, rather than handed off to a Lord Paramount like other regions have. First by House Targaryen, and after Robert's Rebellion, House Baratheon of King's Landing. Like every other region of Westeros, the Crownlands has its own surname for bastards of noble origin, giving them the surname Waters. As the region is controlled directly by the Iron Throne, and the capital, King's Landing, is within the Crownlands, there have been many royal bastards bearing the name Waters since the conquest. Most of the Crownlands is based around the Blackwater Rush and Blackwater Bay, with the capital of King's Landing built where the Blackwater Rush meets the bay. King's Landing is the largest city in Westeros, and contains the likes of the Great Scepter Baelor and the Red Keep, first the home of the kings of House Targaryen, and by the time of the main book series, the kings of House Baratheon of King's Landing. King's Landing was built on the site of Aegon's Landing, among 3 high hills. The city grew rapidly, becoming bigger and as economically important as the much older cities of Westeros, such as Lannisport and Oldtown. Settlements north of King's Landing include Antlers, the seat of House Buckwell, Rosby, the seat of House Rosby, the castle of Stokeworth, the seat of House Stokeworth, and Duskendale, formerly the seat of House Darklyn, now the seat of House Riker. Near Duskendale are the ruins of Hollard Castle. Still further north is Rook's Rest, the seat of House Staunton, and Crackclaw Point, a rugged peninsula of insular folk whose castles include Dryden, the seat of House Brune, Brown Hollow, a secondary seat of House Brune, and the Whispers, formerly of House Crab. North of Crackclaw Point is the Bay of Crabs and the Vale of Arryn. The Crownlands are bordered in the northwest and west by the Riverlands, which would become theatre of many wars over the centuries since Aegon's conquest. A series of streams form part of the boundary between the 2 regions, with the hills of House Woad in the Riverlands and the lands of House Hawk in the Crownlands. Thus, as the streams and rivers shifted, it is speculated so did the boundaries of the Crownlands. As of yet, an unnamed river flows south of the God's Eye into the Blackwater Rush in the western Crownlands. Southwest of King's Landing are the hills around Templeton in the Reach, one of the most cursed towns in all of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Further north of Duskendale are hills, fields, and woods filled with large game. South of King's Landing is the huge and ancient Kingswood, now the royal hunting forest, with the Stormlands being on the far side of it. A small river known as the Wendwater flows through the Kingswood into the bay. East of the Kingswood is Massy's Hook, another peninsula that with Crackclaw Point forms the inlet of Blackwater Bay. Castles on Massy's Hook include Stonedance, the seat of House Massy, and Sharp Point, the seat of House Bar Emmon. The numerous islands, big and small within Blackwater Bay, are also considered part of the territory of the Crownlands. This makes sense given the House Targaryen's ancestral seat is among these islands, that they would be included in the Crownlands after the conquest. These islands include the likes of Dragonstone, the ancient seat of House Targaryen for hundreds of years after they fled the doom of Valyria. By the time of the main book series, the island is now controlled by House Baratheon of Dragonstone. To the east is the port island of Driftmark, the seat of House Velaryon, formerly the mightiest navy in all of Westeros, and Claw Isle, the seat of House Celtigar. Both of these houses descend from old Valyria like House Targaryen. Also sworn to the Targaryens, and later Baratheons of Dragonstone, is Sweetport Sound, the seat of House Sunglass. Massy's Hook is separated by Driftmark by the Gullet. East of Blackwater Bay is the Narrow Sea. The King's Road is a road spanning the near length of Westeros, even into the far north, connecting King's Landing with Storm's End to the south, and the Crossroads to the north. It is one of the legendary King Jaehaerys Targaryen's great infrastructure project, championed by the king during his reign, as a way of connecting and bringing the 7 kingdoms closer together as one unified realm under House Targaryen. The capital is also connected to Lannisport by the Gold Road, and to Highgarden by the Rose Road. The Rosby Road runs from King's Landing towards Duskendale, and the Duskendale Road heads north to Maidenpool in the Riverlands. Given the Crownlands' relatively southern location, even during the harshest of winters, meaningful snowfall is infrequent, but not unknown. But in turn, the summers are known to be quite hot. Given its coastly location on the narrow sea, the Crownlands is also known to often be hit by the tail end of the mighty storms that plague the Stormlands to the south, around the area of Shipbreaker Bay. In the Age of Heroes, the petty kings of House Darklyn ruled much of what would become the future Crownlands, from Duskendale to Crackclaw Point. While a petty kingdom, Duskendale would have been an important trade location before the rise of King's Landing. Although neighbouring petty kingdoms were forced to swear fealty, and their lands changed hands many times over the centuries, the Darklands remained one of the more influential houses of the region, as well as the most consistent in terms of their position and power. The days of the 100 Kingdoms perfectly shows us how turbulent the Crownlands was during this era of Westeros. At some points, the mouth of the Blackwater was claimed by the Darklands, the Masseys of Stonedance, and the River Kings of House Mud, Fisher, Bracken, Blackwood, and Hook. Lands changing hands like this happened regularly, and most petty kingdoms fell just as fast as they rose. Around 200 years before the doom of Valyria, several Valyrian families settled around the coast of what would become the Crownlands. On Dragonstone, a citadel was constructed to mark the westernmost outpost of the Valyrian freehold, becoming another power in the region, controlling many of the hundreds of small islands that dot Blackwater Bay. Over time, the middle of the narrow sea came to be controlled by the dragons of House Targaryen of Dragonstone, and they would remain the power in the Blackwater even after the doom. But of course, House Targaryen were not the only Valyrian families to escape the fires of the freehold. There was as well the ships of House Velaryon of Driftmark, and of course House Celtigar of Claw Isle. While House Targaryen were dragon lords, in terms of the great families of Old Valyria, they were one of the smaller, less prominent houses. In comparison, House Velaryon and Celtigar were not dragon lords, and thus it is speculated they held little to no power or position in the freehold itself, but the members of the house did come from the Broken Peninsula. When Aegon the Conqueror looked across Blackwater Bay with conquest in mind, it was natural that these old Valyrian families stood by the dragon lords when he called his banners for war. It was at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, on the spot where Aegon landed, which would later become the site of King's Landing. At that time, the petty lords of the region had been subjugated by Harren the Black, who was in the process of constructing the monstrous castle Harrenhal on the shores of the God's Eye. House Rosby and Stokeworth surrendered to Visenya and Rhaenys Targaryen without fighting, while Aegon and his half-brother, Orys Baratheon, defeated the Darklands and Moodens. Massy's Hook and the southern shore of the Blackwater Rush were controlled by the Storm Kings of House Durrandon, but the Bar Emmons and Masseys allied with Aegon the Conqueror against King Argilac the Arrogant, and thus the houses of what would become the Crownlands rallied around this new conqueror and played a huge role in the initial attack on Harren the Black and the Storm Kings of House Durrandon. Since the conquests, the Crownlands have historically been a strong source of support for House Targaryen, with Crackclaw Point being a particular fierce supporter. The Conqueror's first councillors included several men, especially those who had rallied to him when he called his banners. These men included Crispian Celtigar, Daemon Velaryon, and Tristan Massy, nobles from the region, as well as several Targaryens would serve as Hand of the King, and even the small folk of the region are near enough to catch the royal eye for such services, such as Rosart and presumably Septon's Bath and Mermison. Nobles and small folk alike also provided much of the manpower for the city watch at King's Landing. The Kingsguard has also included many men that hail from the Crownlands, such as Sir Duncan the Tall, Donald of Duskendale, the Cargyll twins, Sir Rickard Thorne, and at least 6 men of Crackclaw Point, and 7 Darklyn knights. At the start of the Dance of the Dragons in 129 AC, the Velaryons supported Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen and the Blacks, and used their fleets to sail the gullet and block King's Landing. King Aegon II's supporters, the Greens, retaliated by sacking Duskendale and Rook's Rest. The Greens later broke the blockade with a Battle of the Gullet and sacked Driftmark, and in a way House Velaryon would never quite be the same again. When looking back at the causes of Robert's rebellion, many will point to the defiance of Duskendale in 277 AC as a key point which broke King Aerys II Targaryen. An uprising by the Darklands during the reign of King Aerys II was a sign that even the normally loyal Crownlands were losing respect for the Dragon Lords. Later, the outlaws of the Kingswood Brotherhood freely robbed nobles in the Kingswood before being suppressed by the Kingsguard as House Targaryen began to lose its grip even on its own holdings in the Crownlands. During Robert's rebellion in 282 AC, much of the fighting was focused away from the Crownlands. That is until the Battle of the Trident, which opened the road to King's Landing for the rebels. The city was sacked by the forces of Tywin Lannister. After the death of Aerys, the new king, Robert I Baratheon, tasked his younger brother Stannis with building a new royal fleet, leading an assault on Dragonstone, the last foothold of the now powerless House Targaryen. Even so, this was not to be an easy task, as the castle itself was highly defensible, and a long siege was expected. Sir William Darry fled the island with Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Robert named Stannis the new Lord Dragonstone, although Stannis felt slighted that their younger brother Renly had received in his eyes the more prestigious seat of Storm's End. The Crownlands stands out in the history of Westeros, as in truth it was not even a real kingdom until Aegon conquered Westeros, and thus some argue it lacks a true identity of its own. But it can also be put forward this identity is in fact its connection to House Targaryen and the Valyrian houses that call the Crownlands home. The likes of King's Landing, being the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, has helped forge this new kingdom into a small but powerful one, and as time passes and more pages of history are filled, the culture and identity of the Crownlands will become more distinct, much like its neighbours. Dragonstone is an island in Blackwater Bay in the Crownlands, located south of Cracklaw Point and Claw Isle, northeast of Driftmark and north of the Gullet. The island also gives its name to the castle of Dragonstone, the seat of House Targaryen for centuries before Aegon's conquest, and then the seat of House Baratheon of Dragonstone after the fall of House Targaryen. During the rule of House Targaryen, the heir to the Iron Throne was often known as the Prince of Dragonstone. Dragonstone itself is a volcanic island at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, the second largest after Driftmark. It is believed that the island was created by the active volcano at its heart, the Dragonmont, which casts its shadow over the island. It is a damp and dreary place, with air that smells of sulphur and brimstone, owing to the volcano. Within the tunnels of the Dragonmont are huge chunks of dragonglass, often in boulders and ledges. Most of the obsidian is black, but there are also deposits of other colours, such as green, purple and red. Despite its size, the island has a rather modest population, but there are farmers and fishermen who live in the villages below the Dragonmont, with the islanders depending on the sea for most of their sustenance, with farming a bleak prospect. The castle of Dragonstone is a small fortress, but highly defendable with strong walls. With it also being located on the face of the volcano, means attackers have few options when it comes to sieges. Its nearby port contains taverns, inns and whorehouses, included a weathered little inn at the end of a stone pier. Standing before the inn is an eroded waist-high gargoyle. It is believed that this small village is the most densely populated area of the island. Through the promiscuity of many young Targaryen lords and princes over the years, many of the small folk of the island are descended from House Targaryen, with many carrying the traditional Velaryon look of silver gold hair and violet eyes. This group of people are known as the Dragon Seeds. You don't have to necessarily be a direct bastard of a Targaryen to be considered a Dragon Seed. A person could simply descend from a Dragon Seed. Aegon the Conqueror's bastard half-brother, Orys Baratheon, is believed to potentially be one of these Dragon Seeds. Not much is known about the island's early history, but we do know that Dragonstone was settled 2 centuries before the doom of Valyria by Valyrians, making it one of the furthest outposts of the Freehold. The Valyrians defeated the local lords of the Narrow Sea and in the area surrounding the island. It is believed they then used magic to shape the castle of Dragonstone, and perhaps also used the fire of their dragons, given the unique craftsmanship of the castle, which even by the time of the main books is a wonder and a marvel. When the maiden Daenerys Targaryen, also known as Daenerys the Dreamer, had visions of the doom, her father, Aenar, relocated the whole of his family, their 5 dragons, and all their wealth from the Valyrian Peninsula to Dragonstone. Many thought Aenar a mad fool to do so, but when the fires came for the freehold, House Targaryen was among the few Valyrian families to escape the fires. House Targaryen, in the years before Aegon looked west, became powerful by controlling the gullet and the trade that flowed through it, all the while growing dragons in Dragonstone's many hatcheries. The dragons Vhagar and Meraxes were born on the island. 2 of the 3 dragons still alive by the time of Aegon's conquest of Westeros. Although the Targaryens were sovereign, their island kingdom was not considered one of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, much like the wider area that would later become known as the Crownlands. But all that would change when the then Lord Aegon Targaryen, the Lord of Dragonstone, called his friends, bannermen and allies to the island, where he told them of his plans for an invasion of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. With the aid of his sister wives Visenya and Rhaenys Targaryen, and their 3 dragons, Balerion the Black Dread, Vhagar and Meraxes, Aegon the Conqueror received the allegiances of 6 kingdoms during the Wars of Conquest, with only Dorne resisting. There were many that felt that now Aegon was the king of the 7 kingdoms, all his focus would remain on his new kingdom and expanding his new seat at the Aegonfort and the small town that had developed around it. But Dragonstone would remain an important place for House Targaryen, given their connection to it, and the dragon hatcheries located there. Although the growing city of King's Landing became the capital of the newly united realm, King Aegon Targaryen continued to spend much of his time at Dragonstone. Maegor Targaryen, the king's youngest son, came to be known as the Prince of Dragonstone, given he spent much of his time there with his mother Visenya during his childhood. After their deaths, the bodies of Aegon the Conqueror and his successor, King Aenys I Targaryen, were burned on Dragonstone in a traditional Valyrian manner. The ashes of many Targaryen kings, princes and princesses would be interred on the island in a similar fashion, and it was only with the construction of the Great Scepter Baelor in King's Landing, built centuries after the conquest, that began to change. During the Dance of the Dragons in the years 129 to 131 AC, the island served as an early seat of power for Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen and her Black Council, and the Velaryon fleet sailed from Driftmark and Dragonstone to block Blackwater Bay. Rhaenyra's rival, King Aegon II Targaryen, offered to confirm her control of Dragonstone if she bent the knee to him, but Rhaenyra refused. The Blacks sought out dragon riders from among the dragon seas of the islands. When Rhaenyra did eventually seize the Iron Throne with the fall of King's Landing, Lord Larys Strong smuggled Aegon II from the capital, and Sir Marsden Waters took the king to Dragonstone, correctly believing that the queen would not think to look for her rival on her own island in the shadow of her own seat. Aegon's dragon Sunfire eventually found its way to his dragon rider as well, killing the wild dragon Grey Ghost during the journey. With the assistance of Sir Alfred Brune and some of the small folk, Aegon was able to take control of Dragonstone and its castle. Rhaenyra returned to the stronghold after the storming of the dragon pit, unaware of the fall of Dragonstone. However, she was captured by Aegon's supporters and then fed to his dragon Sunfire. The Golden Dragon eventually died there of his wounds. Alan Velaryon prepared the Velaryon fleet for an attack on Dragonstone, but Aegon came to an accord with Alan's supposed grandfather, Corlys Velaryon, the Lord of the Tides. After his death, Corlys, the famous sea snake, was buried at sea in the deep waters just east of Dragonstone. During Robert's rebellion in the year 281 AC, Rhaegar Targaryen, the Prince of Dragonstone, was killed by Robert Baratheon, the Lord of Storm's End, in the Battle of the Trident. In response, King Aerys II Targaryen sent Queen Rhaella Targaryen with his new heir Prince Viserys from King's Landing to Dragonstone. Approximately 9 months later, whilst a fierce storm destroyed the Targaryen royal fleet in the water just off Dragonstone, Rhaella died giving birth to Princess Daenerys Targaryen. Robert Baratheon was named king after the death of Aerys during the sack of King's Landing, and he ordered his younger brother Stannis Baratheon to construct a new fleet and conquer Dragonstone from the remaining Targaryen loyalists. Sir William Darry fled with Viserys and Daenerys for the safety of the Braavosian coast before Stannis' ships could arrive. Stannis commanded the successful assault on Dragonstone. Robert then granted the island and its castle to his brother. Stannis, the now Lord of Dragonstone, has now outlawed prostitution on the island, which in turn is speculated to have hurt the economy of it. The island of Driftmark is the largest island in Blackwater Bay, holding several key trading ports. Opposed to the nearby Dragonstone, Driftmark is a rather low-lying, fertile island, named after the driftwood brought there by the tides. Dragonstone and Driftmark are relatively close to each other, but it is unknown if they are close enough to see each other from the land. However, when sailing in between the two islands, it is possible to see both at the same time. Settlements on the island have included the castles of Driftmark and Hightide, the towns of Hull and Spicetown, among numerous other smaller villages and shipyards. Driftmark was settled by House Velaryon, a family of Valyrian heritage, prior to the arrival of House Targaryen at Dragonstone, meaning they had settled the island well before the doom of Valyria. The large amount of ships House Velaryon possessed, and their position on Driftmark, allowed the Velaryons to control the middle of the Narrow Sea. Prior to the coming of House Targaryen to Dragonstone, this made them one of the richest houses in the Crownlands, and perhaps Westeros. Given House Targaryen and Velaryon were both of Valyrian descent, and given their close proximity, they were natural allies, and the men and women of the houses intermarried countless times, with even Aegon the Conqueror's mother being a member of House Velaryon, and several queens of Westeros after the conquest. The island had two key castles, both the seat of House Velaryon. One is a damp, crumbling ruin, the other a much newer castle, which became the main seat of the house for a time. The original seat was named Castle Driftmark, and is located on the south side of the island. Below it, the port town of Hull. Well, we don't know how old Castle Driftmark is, but we can assume that it was built when the Velaryons first settled the island before the doom of Valyria. By the time of Aegon's conquest, Castle Driftmark had become a grim-looking place, damp and flooded on the lower levels. It is said to have dark, salt-stained walls. Shortly after the death of her husband, King Aenys I Targaryen, Queen Alyssa Velaryon brought her children to Castle Driftmark, fleeing from her brother-in-law, King Maegor the Cruel, who would usurp the throne from her eldest son, Aegon. The realm prospered during the late reign of King Jaehaerys and the reign of Viserys I Targaryen, when Corlys Velaryon was Lord of the Tides. He had made House Velaryon one of the richest houses in the realm, thanks to his 9 great voyages around the world. Given the new wealth of the island, 3 fishing villages near Castle Driftmark developed into Hull. Corlys would spend much of his time in the shipyards of Hull, and the town would be a key location during the Dance of the Dragons, hosting much of Corlys's warships. Hightide was later the seat of Corlys Velaryon. Having accumulated numerous treasures from Essos, Corlys constructed Hightide to replace the damp and crowded ancestral Velaryon seat of Castle Driftmark, and moved the Driftwood throne there, suggesting he intended Hightide to be the primary seat of the house. Corlys spared no expense in the building of Hightide, with it being built from the same pale stones used to construct the Eyrie in the Vale. Its slender towers are crowned with roofs of beaten silver, which shine in the sun. When the waters of Blackwater Bay are at high tide, the castle is connected to the island of Driftmark only by a causeway, making it highly defendable. Much like Hull in the shadow of Castle Driftmark, Spicetown developed from fishing villages near high tide. Due to its location, it began to attract much of the trade that elsewise would have been made for Duskendale or King's Landing. As a result, Spicetown became crowded with ships from the Free Cities and beyond, and for a while was the busiest port in the whole of Westeros. In 120 AC, Sir Carl Corey slew his alleged lover, Celaeno Velaryon, over an unknown quarrel in the town. It is also believed the dragonseed Nettle grew up homeless in Spicetown. During the Dance of the Dragons, on behalf of the Greens, the Triarchy then sacked the town, butchering its population and burning the buildings. Nearby Hightide was also burned during the battle. Spicetown was not rebuilt after the Civil War, and Hightide was extensively damaged, with much of Corlys's treasures and wealth burned with the castle. Many merchants traded at Driftmark instead of King's Landing to avoid the taxes of Lord Edwell Celtigar, the master of coin for King Jaehaerys I Targaryen. When taxes were lowered, things returned to normal for a time, until the growth of Spicetown thanks to the wealth of Corlys Velaryon. When King Viserys I Targaryen brought his court to Driftmark for the funeral of Celaeno Velaryon in 120 AC, the number of dragons gathered on the island led Septon Eustace to call it the New Valyria. The dragon sheep stealer was known for grabbing sheep from flocks in Blackwater Bay, from Driftmark and as far south as the Wentwater in the Kingswood. During the Dance of the Dragons, Lord Corlys, the Sea Snake, launched ships from Hull and Spicetown to block access of Blackwater Bay. Later on, Hugh Hammer and Ulf White, 2 dragon seeds, were given small lands on Driftmark after the fall of King's Landing as a reward for their service, but the 2 knights felt they deserved a greater reward. Driftmark became hostile to Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen, the leader of the Blacks, after she imprisoned Corlys. Since Lord Corlys had not yet reconciled with Queen Dowager Alicent Hightower on behalf of her son, King Aegon II Targaryen, his grandson, Alan Velaryon, prepared the Valyrian fleet at Driftmark to attack Aegon on Dragonstone before he could travel back to King's Landing. Conflict was avoided when Corlys was pardoned by Alicent. Lord Corlys served as a regent for King Aegon III Targaryen following the end of the Civil War. After his death in the Red Keep in 132 AC, Corlys's body was first sailed to Driftmark by Marilda of Hull and Lord Alan aboard Mermaid's Kiss, then buried at sea near Dragonstone, aboard the Sea Snake, Corlys's famous ship. Damien and Daeron Velaryon later reconciled with Alan Velaryon in return for lands on Driftmark. Lady Baela Targaryen lived on Driftmark after her marriage to Alan Velaryon. After learning that Alan was sailing to the Sunset Sea to end the Ironborn raiding, Dalton Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, desired to slay Alan and then conquer Driftmark for himself. Dalton was slain at Faircastle in 133 AC. By 138 AC, the bones of Adam Velaryon, who had died fighting for the Blacks during the Dance of the Dragons at the Second Battle of Tumbleton, despite having been denounced by Rhaenyra, were sent from Raventree Hall in the Riverlands to Driftmark. For the epitaph on his older brother's tomb, Alan put only the words loyal. The Dance of the Dragons and the fall of House Velaryon's fortunes left Driftmark damaged, never to reach the heights of the Sea Snake's rule again. By the time of the main books, House Velaryon and Driftmark were a shadow of the power they once were. When Aegon the Conqueror stepped foot in the Crownlands, the very same location would eventually become the city of King's Landing, one of the largest and most populous in Westeros. And while King's Landing would grow extremely fast given its size and population in a mere matter of decades, there would still be a transitionary period between the landing and the construction of the likes of the Red Keep, something from which the future King's Landing could grow, and that place was the Aegonfort. While very little remains of the original Aegonfort, we know a surprising amount about it through documents left behind and the testimonies of those who have seen it over its short existence, and thus we have a glimpse of this key piece of both Targaryen and Crownlands history. The Aegonfort began as a simple moat and bailey fort on top of Aegon's high hill at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush. The initial design, used only for a short time as Aegon gained a foothold in Westeros, was soon replaced with a new keep made with logs, speculated to be from the Kingswood, with walls 50 feet high, with a huge, dark and cavernous long hall below it. Across on the bailey was a stone kitchen roofed in slate, which in time grew as the Aegonfort grew, and as the new King's Court expanded. The growing castle also had stables, holding countless horses, and a granary within the walls to store food, allowing for the Aegonfort to withstand a siege for some time, or at least until Aegon, wherever he was in Westeros, could return with his dragons. The Aegonfort had a huge watchtower, double the height of the keep, making it a speculated 100 feet tall. That height alone could give you a view of the surrounding area, but given the watchtower was also upon the high hill, means it could oversee for miles around. As the Aegonfort grew, it gained a barracks and an armory, a small and modest sept, and eventually a drum tower within the palisade. After defeating a dozen castles in the vicinity of Blackwater Bay and gaining a foothold in the Crownlands, Aegon the Conqueror commanded the defeated lords to attend him at the new Aegonfort. These men laid their swords at the Conqueror's feet, and Aegon confirmed them in their lands and titles. It was now that Aegon's knights unveiled the heraldic banner of House Targaryen for the first time, as until this point House Targaryen, hailing from Old Valyria, was without one. It was through this new banner, in the Westerosi custom, with its 3-headed red dragon on black, would send a message to the people of Aegon's new kingdom. He was now one of them. The banner of House Targaryen would proudly be displayed around the Aegonfort for all of its existence. It was also at the Aegonfort, after the unveiling of the Targaryen banner, that Visenya Targaryen placed a crown on Aegon the Conqueror's head for for his first coronation, and Rhaenys Targaryen proclaimed him king of all of Westeros, even though at this time he still had much of the conquest to do. But as the conquest did progress, the swords of those defeated in the likes of the burning of Harrenhal and the Field of Fire were sent to the Aegonfort by wagon, and the Iron Throne was created from these melted down, broken blades in the huge, smoky long hall. While the new king of Westeros would spend much time at the Aegonfort, it was only a tenth as roomy as the older castle of Dragonstone, the traditional ancestral seat of House Targaryen, which also was much more secure from attack, as well as comfortable. Thus Aegon and his sisters split their time between both seats. The city of King's Landing grew and developed around the shadow of the Aegonfort as soon as the first walls were erected, and as the Aegonfort grew, so did the town that grew around it. It was at the Aegonfort, while holding court, that Queen Rhaenys Targaryen would decree the rule of thumb. Following the First Dornish War, and as the Aegonfort grew in size and became more comfortable, Aegon often resided there when not participating in royal progresses, spending less and less time at Dragonstone, while Queen Visenya Targaryen preferred the comforts of Dragonstone, the ancient seat of House Targaryen, than the dark and smoky halls of the Aegonfort. Later, Princess Rhaena and her brother, Prince Aegon the Uncrowned, would play together in both the nurseries on Dragonstone and the Aegonfort, suggesting that by this time, things had progressed enough, with time now being split between both seats, with more now being spent at the Aegonfort. As it grew, over the next few decades, the Aegonfort grew larger and came to spread halfway down Aegon's high hill. It was a mess of wood, earth and brick, with it outgrowing the old log palisade, replaced by a new one several times over to contain the growing fort. In 35 AC, the elderly King Aegon the Conqueror came to the realization that the ramshackled pile of wood and earth that his seat consisted of was unsuited to be the seat of power for a king. So Aegon moved his family back to Dragonstone, and he ordered the Aegonfort razed to the ground, save for the Iron Throne, and for it to be replaced by a seat for a king of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, something the Aegonfort currently was not. Visenya Targaryen and Lord Alan Stokeworth, the hand of the king at the time, oversaw the construction of this new castle, which would become known as the Red Keep. Given Aegon's age at the start of construction and the time it would take to complete it, he never saw the finished seat. Aenys I Targaryen, Aegon's eldest son and heir, was proclaimed king after his father died at Dragonstone in 37 AC. Aenys sailed to King's Landing and claimed the Iron Throne, which stood in the rubble and mud left over from the Aegonfort as the new Red Keep grew around it. Duskendale is a large port town on the coast of Blackwater Bay, located northeast of King's Landing and Rosby in the Crownlands. Formerly ruled by the Darklands, it is now the seat of House Riker. Duskendale has a long and storied history, dating back to the Age of Heroes and the 100 Kingdoms, becoming one of the key cities and ports of the area that would become the Crownlands until the rise of King's Landing in the wake of Aegon the Conqueror, wherein much of the trade and sea traffic began to shift its focus to the busy and growing King's Landing in the shadow of the Aegonfort, then the rising Red Keep. Given the age of the streets and buildings of Duskendale, they can date back to various periods of Westerosi history, and as a result, appear more uncoordinated and cramped than the newly purposely designed King's Landing. Duskendale spreads out around its harbour and has cobbled streets. The gatehouse opens to a large and busy market square, the castle of House Riker, formerly of House Darklyn, that overlooks the port, is known as the Dunfort, a squat square stone castle with big drum towers. Duskendale is surrounded by strong walls that have only grown taller over time. The largest inn in Duskendale is the Seven Swords, and would rival any in King's Landing for size and popularity. Across from the Seven Swords, there lives a skilled painter, the sister of the captain of the gatehouse. South of the town is a rocky headland that shelters the harbour from the storms of the narrow sea, and north of it, rising chalk cliffs. While King's Landing does not possess many of the features that would traditionally be beneficial to a port, it only highlights the importance of the city further. The merchants would rather sell further down the coast to stop there. The Duskendale Road runs northeast beside the shore, and the ruins of Hollard Castle are found where the road forks to Cracklaw Point and Maidenpool. Fishing villages dot the road for miles. The Rosby Road connects King's Landing to Duskendale. During the era known as the 100 Kingdoms, the ancient Dunfort of Duskendale was the seat of many petty kings of the First Men from House Darklyn. Over the centuries, they sometimes claimed as far as the mouth of the Blackwater Rush and Cracklaw Point, but were unable to consolidate the control, and their kingdom shrunk back to normal, like many of the other petty kingdoms that made up Westeros at this time. Over this era, the town swore allegiances to House Targaryen, the Storm Kings from Storm's End to the south. For instance, Monfred I Targaryen seized Duskendale and Maidenpool after defeating the petty kings of Darkland and Mooten. During the coming of the Andals, the Darkland king at Duskendale forced Torrigan Bar Emmon to abandon the northern Blackwater for Massy's Hook. Benedict II Justman, king of the Trident, added Duskendale to his Andal realm, but House Justman was eventually extinguished by the Ironborn. The Storm King, Arlen III Durrandon, conquered the entirety of the Riverlands, but like so many kingdoms during the 100 Kingdoms, it fell soon after. A few generations before the Wars of Conquest, Halaric Hor, king of the Isles and Rivers, extended the domain of House Hor east to Duskendale and Rosby. At the start of Aegon's conquest, Lords Darkland and Mooten were slain battling Aegon the Conqueror during his initial invasion of Westeros. Aegon was atop Valyrian the Blackdread, while Orys Baratheon was in command of the ground assault. When Lord Darkland's sons surrendered Duskendale, Visenya Targaryen took much of the town's wealth, but left it undamaged. As a result, Duskendale became part of the new Crownlands sworn to House Targaryen, and thus the kings controlling the Iron Throne. King Jaehaerys I and good Queen Alysanne Targaryen visited Duskendale's boatyards during their royal progress in 51 AC, and King Jaehaerys worked to ensure Duskendale continued to grow during his reign, despite the investment into King's Landing and its redevelopment. Later, Duskendale hosted a tourney in 72 AC to celebrate the wedding of young Lord Darkland to the daughter of Lord Theomore Manderly. Prince Aemon Targaryen, the eldest son and then heir King Jaehaerys, was the victor in the melee. House Darkland supported the Blacks and Rhaenyra Targaryen when the Dance of the Dragons began. In 129 AC, King Aegon II's forces easily took the town and brutally sacked it, burning the harbour and beheading Lord Gunther Darkland. This marked the start of the Green's offensive during the Dance of the Dragons, and began to shift the balance of power early in the war. Gunther's widow, Lady Meredith Darkland, worried that Prince Aemon Targaryen would burn Duskendale with his dragon, Vhagar, if they resisted, even after bending the knee. After the storming of the Dragon Pit in King's Landing late into the war, Gunther's widow, Lady Meredith Darkland, was convinced by Sir Harold Drake to briefly let Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen stay within Duskendale after her escape from the rioting King's Landing. Rhaenyra sold her crown to buy transport from Duskendale to Dragonstone. After Aegon II regained the Iron Throne, Lord Boros Baratheon marched on Rosby, Stokeworth and Duskendale, forcing their lords to pay heavy ransoms in King's Landing. Levies from Duskendale joined Boros's host, but the Darkland Knights went over to the lads during the Battle of the King's Road and helped swing the battle in the Blacks' favour. Later, during the Regency period of King Aegon III, Duskendale's trade was hampered greatly by the Daughters' War in the Narrow Sea, like many of the other ports up and down the Narrow Sea in both Westeros and Essos, only compounded further when the town suffered from the winter fever in 133 AC. House Darkland and Duskendale will remain relatively stable during the rest of the Targaryen era of Westeros, that is until Defiance of Duskendale in 277 AC. King Aerys II Targaryen was held captive within Duskendale by Lord Dennis Darkland, who hoped to win a charter and more autonomy for the town. After Sir Barristan Selmy rescued the king, House Darkland was destroyed by Aerys and Lord Tywin, and Duskendale and its lands and incomes were given to House Riker. Even with the Darklands gone, many of their kin remain in Duskendale, with names such as Drake, Drakewood, Darkwood, and Dargood. During the War of Five Kings, Duskendale is marched upon by the Northern Infantry under the command of Robert Glover, Sir Helman Tallhart, and Harrison Karstark. They are met and defeated by Lord Randall Tarley and Sir Gregor Clegane in battle at Duskendale. Robert is eventually exchanged for Martin Lannister and sails north from Duskendale. Later in the war, Lord Tarly's casualties are buried as heroes in Duskendale's sept, while the northern casualties are buried in mass graves north of the town. With King's Landing recovering from the Battle of the Blackwater, the port of Duskendale is now busier than ever, so much so no one in living memory can recall trade being so strong. The Rosby Road is considered safe until Duskendale, but the woods beyond are dangerous with outlaws and broken men. Brianna Tarth visits the town in her search for Sansa Stark. She stays at the Seven Swords, visits the Dunfort, and has her shield repainted from the arms of House Lothston to those she had once seen at Tarth. Brienne encounters a boy in the streets and a pious dwarf in the Seven Swords. North of the town, she sees the remnants of a recent battle. Brienne takes the Duskendale Road north to Maidenpool.
The Kingswood is an ancient and dense, large forest that lies across the Blackwater Rush from King's Landing. It lies in the southernmost Crownlands and forms a natural border with the northern Stormlands, with some parts of the wood encroaching into the Stormlands itself. Given the size and thickness of the forest, the most effective way to travel through it safely is via the King's Road, but it is not the only method of travel through the Kingswood, just the most safe and populous. Starting from a narrow lake in the forest, the Wendwater is the largest river in the Kingswood and an important defensive location. Additionally, the seat of House Fell of Fellwood is located in the southern outskirts of the forest, technically part of the northern Stormlands. It is rainy, even during the driest of seasons. The region is fertile enough to support its population, as well as supply the towns and cities further afield, such as King's Landing. The Kingswood contains a private hunting area for the king and members of the royal family. Honoured lords and guests of the Red Keep have also been given permission to hunt there. However, some small folk live in villages in the forest who hunt the areas not protected by the crown. It has been common over the history of the Kingswood that the dark depths of the forest have been used as hiding places for outlaws, many of which have gone on to plague the Iron Throne by raiding traffic down the King's Road. In the Dawn Age of Westeros, the Kingswood was part of a vast primeval forest, which also includes the current Rainwood in the far south of the Stormlands, near Dawn. The scale of such a forest is unimaginable, considering the size the Kingswood even is today. It is believed that over thousands of years, much of this primeval forest was destroyed by natural disasters, and then further by the coming of the First Men, who cut down much of this ancient woodland, eventually separating the Kingswood and Rainwood into two separate forests. The forest, as far as the Blackwater Rush, was once within the domain of the Storm Kings of House Targaryen. In the aftermath of Aegon's conquest, the lands of the new Lords Paramount of the Stormlands, House Baratheon of Storm's End, were bound in the north by the south bank of the Wendwater and the southern Kingswood. The northern portion of the Kingswood became a part of the Crownlands of House Targaryen of King's Landing and has remained tied to the Iron Throne even after the downfall of House Targaryen. During the Faith militant uprisings between the years 41 and 48 AC, Poxy Jane Paul led Poorfellows against King Maegor I Targaryen and his forces in the Kingswood, as the militants would use the deep forest as one of their key hiding spots, launching hit-and-run attacks against the crown. In 101 AC, Prince Baelon Targaryen, the second son and heir of King Jaehaerys I, fell ill while hunting in the Kingswood and died 5 days later, causing a succession crisis that required the calling of a great council to decide. During the Dance of the Dragons, Trystane Truefire promised the starving small folk they could take deer and hares and rabbits from the woods, but not so far as boar or elk. But Lord Boros Baratheon seized the capital and ended the Moon of the Three Kings, and the promises were lost to time. Even into the reign of King Aegon III, outlaws working out of the Kingswood remained a thorn in the side of the Iron Throne, but not so much to cause large-scale intervention. During the reign of King Aegon IV Targaryen, known to history as Aegon the Unworthy, Aegon sent siege engines in the shape of dragons to attack Dorne through the Kingswood, but in turn almost burnt down a quarter of the wood when the 7 mechanical dragons caught fire. This was only made worse when the Kingswood suffered several fires during the droughts of 211 AC. In time, the forest did recover. During the reign of King Aerys II, the Mad King, around 281 AC, the forest was the hideout of an infamous band of outlaws, the Kingswood Brotherhood. In order to turn the small folk against the outlaws, Sir Arthur Dane negotiated for villagers to have expanded grazing lands, the right to fell some trees, and the right to hunt a few of the king's deer in the autumn. The Kingswood was a favourite spot of King Robert I Baratheon, who spent much of his time as king there. He was hunting in the Kingswood when Queen Cersei Lannister gave birth to Prince Joffrey Baratheon. King Robert was hunting a White Hart in the Kingswood when he was mortally wounded by a boar. He was taken back to King's Landing, where he died soon after. It is said that the boar who killed him was fed to the guests at his funeral feast. During the War of Five Kings, Tyrion Lannister, the acting hand of the king to Joffrey I Baratheon, opens the Kingswood to any hunter willing to cross the Blackwater Rush, as food was running so short of supply in King's Landing due to the war hampering trade and the looming siege of the city coming with Renly Baratheon on the march and Stannis waiting to set sail any day now. Tyrion sent expert woodsmen and the Vale Mountain clansmen who had accompanied him to King's Landing to the Kingswood in preparation for Stannis Baratheon's immediate arrival. There, they preyed on Stannis' line of march, particularly his baggage train, and harried his flanks. Leading Stannis' vanguard, Sir Gyard Morrigan burns part of the Kingswood to smoke out the clansmen. Sansa Stark can see the fires and smoke from the Red Keep. After the Battle of the Blackwater, the Stone Crows remain in the Kingswood. Sansa Stark and Margaery Tyrell cross the Blackwater Rush to find the northern edge of the wood to be a wilderness of ash and charcoal and dead trees. Later, Doran Martell, the Prince of Dorne, had been informed of scheming by Cersei Lannister. His son, Trystane, is to be ambushed by the supposed outlaws in the Kingswood while travelling in the company of Sir Balon Swann to King's Landing. The Kingswood is a vital part of the Crownlands, not just because of the scale of the woods itself, but the resources it provides, and how it can be used in a conflict makes it a huge asset for any side. As the winds of winter begin to blow from the north, you can question what kind of role it could play in the wars to come. House Celtigar of Claw Isle rules Claw Isle, an island in the narrow sea off the coast of Crackclaw Point. The Celtigars, before the conquest of Aegon Targaryen, were sworn to the lords of House Targaryen of Dragonstone. However, once Aegon did become High King of Westeros, Claw Isle became part of the newly formed Crownlands, with House Celtigar swearing loyalty to House Targaryen directly, albeit at House Targaryen's new primary seat on the mainland. The arms depict red crabs strewn on white, with the words currently not appearing in any published source material. House Celtigar is an ancient and proud house, with the blood of old Valyria running through its veins, being one of the 3 Valyrian families of Blackwater Bay to escape the doom, having relocated to the area prior to the fiery end of the Valyrian freehold. Given House Targaryen were dragon lords, and House Velaryon controlled the trade in and out of Blackwater Bay with their vast fleets, House Celtigar is often the more overlooked of the 3 Valyrian families of Blackwater Bay. Lord Crispin Celtigar is the first notable Celtigar in the history books. He was one of the very first lords to join Aegon the Conqueror before he set sail for Westeros, with House Celtigar playing a key role during the early conquest when establishing Aegon's foothold in the mainland. He served as Master of Coin to Aegon the Conqueror after Aegon was crowned king of all of Westeros, establishing the first proto-small council, in which Criston was named the Master of Coin. In that office, he advised Aegon on matters relating to taxation, debt, and income, and helped develop the infant town of King's Landing into the sprawling city it has become by the main book series. During this time, the Celtigars claimed dominion over Crackclaw Point as a whole, but the inhabitants did not acknowledge their claim. When the petty lords of Crackclaw Point surrendered peacefully to Queen Visenya Targaryen during Aegon's conquest, the people of Crackclaw were officially freed from pledging fealty to anyone but the Iron Throne. The Celtigars occasionally sent men there to collect taxes. It is said that if Lord Celtigar sent enough collectors, a few might come back to him. Lord Edwell Celtigar was named Hand of the King by Maegor I Targaryen, Maegor the Cruel, in 44 AC. Following the execution of the previous hand, Lord Lucas Harroway. When Maegor himself left to embark on a new campaign against the Faith Militant uprising in 45 AC, King Maegor left Edwell to rule King's Landing along with one of Maegor's wives, Queen Tyenna of the Tower. In 47 AC, Edwell suggested to the currently heirless Maegor the king should take more than one new wife, so as to increase his chances of producing an heir. Edwell suggested his two maiden daughters, Prunella and Prudence, who were 12 and 13 years of age. Although Maegor eventually did take Edwell's advice, he did not choose Edwell's daughters. Lord Celtigar resigned his office of hand in 48 AC, when the previously loyal lords of Maegor were now turning against the king. He safely returned to Claw Isle. Upon the ascension of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen to the Iron Throne, Lord Celtigar was pardoned for his role in Maegor's rule, and named Lord Treasurer and Master of Coin by Rhaegar Baratheon, the new hand of the king. Due to the fact that Jaehaerys was still in his minority, Rhaegar wielded much power until the king could come of age. The wars fought by Maegor had nearly bankrupted the crown. Lord Celtigar was unwilling to risk offending the High Lords, so he instead enforced a number of new taxes upon the small folk, such as tripling the port fees of King's Landing, Lannisport, and Old Town. Certain goods were taxed both coming in and going out of the city, and new levies were asked of innkeepers and builders. These measures made Edwell deeply despised by the populace and failed to generate the sufficient income and revenue the crown needed. Building slowed to a halt, the inns emptied, and trade declined significantly in the capital and across Westeros, while the Lannisters and Hightowers ignored Lord Celtigar's demand to raise their port fees. The effect in other cities was not as pronounced as King's Landing. Upon King Jaehaerys' 16th name day, where he came of age, he returned to King's Landing and kindly dismissed Lord Edwell from his office along with much of the small council. Ultimately, he thanked Edwell for his service, following which he returned to Claw Isle. 3 days later, the king began to undo most of the taxes Edwell had placed on the small folk, much to the populace's delight. Due to the winter of 59 AC, when the shivers spread throughout the Crownlands, causing death across the land, Lord Edwell was one of the first High Lords to die from the disease. Several men from House Celtigar served as Master of Coin throughout Targaryen history, but by far one of the most interesting occurred during the Targaryen civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, in which House Celtigar sided with Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen and her Black faction. As a result, Lord Bartimus Celtigar sat on the Black Council as Master of Coin, despite the fact that King Viserys I Targaryen had left the treasuries and vaults of King's Landing full of gold upon his death. The treasury was completely empty by the time Rhaenyra took the capital, for King Aegon II and his Greens sent 3/4 of the gold away for safekeeping and spent the rest prior to the fall of the capital. Rhaenyra found herself in desperate need of coin, and to rectify this, Lord Bartimus put in place the ruinous taxes his ancestor Lord Edwell Celtigar once enacted during the regency period of King Jaehaerys. Although Bartimus went a step further, taxes on wine and ale were doubled, port fees tripled. Every shopkeeper was assessed a fee to keep his doors open. Innkeepers were required to pay a silver stag for each bed within their premises. The entry and exit fees, once put on the city gates by Rhaego Draz, the Lord of Air, again during the reign of Jaehaerys, were brought back, but at triple the cost. A property tax was put in place that the small folk and wealthy alike were obliged to pay, depending on how much space they took up. Bartimus even made executions a source of coin by having them take place in the Dragon Pit and charging those wishing to see the spectacle 3 pennies. Merchants and traders who couldn't pay had their property, ships, or cargo seized. Though these ruinous taxes did replenish Queen Rhaenyra's coffers, they quickly made the Queen and Lord Bartimus despised by the populace and even some lords. After the treason of Tumbleton by the 2 betrayers, Ulf-White and Hardhugh Hammer, Bartimus urged Rhaenyra to arrest the other 2 base-born dragon riders, Sir Adam Velaryon and Nettles. He later argued for a tax to be placed for any child born out of wedlock, which would help fill the royal coffers further and would discourage more bastards from being born. When riots later broke out in King's Landing, Lord Bartimus's manse was overrun by a mob. His servants turned on him or fled, and his kinsman, Arthur, was cut down. Bartimaeus himself was bound to a post and tortured until he revealed the location of his wealth. Then a tanner named Wat declared to Bartimaeus that he hadn't paid the cock tax, and thus his manhood was forfeit. Wat the tanner later rode through the streets upon a stolen horse, displaying Lord Bartimaeus' severed head and genitals to the crowd, and declaring an end to all taxes. By the time of the main books, the Celtigar's castle on Claw Isle is rumoured to hold fabulous treasures that bear witness to their wealth. Among Lord Adrian Celtigar's property are Mirish carpets, Volantine glass, gold and silver plate, jewelled cups, magnificent hawks, a trained sea eagle, an axe made of Valyrian steel, chests of rubies, a horn said to summon krakens from under the sea, and many fine wines from across the world. During the War of Five Kings, Lord Adrian Celtigar answered Stannis Baratheon's summons when he crowned himself king and calls his banners. Stannis comments to Sir Davos Seaworth his disgust about having to sup with his lords, among them Adrian, who keeps asking which Stormlords will join Stannis. Lord Celtigar's contribution to Stannis' war fleet is the singular ornate ship Redclaw. Lord Adrian takes part in the Battle of the Blackwater and is made a prisoner after Stannis' defeat, bending the knee to King Joffrey I Baratheon. He remains at King's Landing afterwards. Later, Sir Axel Florent suggests that Stannis sack Claw Isle as a reprisal for Celtigar's surrender, but Davos convinces him otherwise, and is named Hand of the King by Stannis for his honest counsel. Lord Celtigar declares at Tyrion Lannister's trial for the death of King Joffrey that he overheard Tyrion threaten the king. It is not yet known what kind of role House Celtigar could play in the Winds of Winter, but there is some speculation they might possibly support Jon Connington's attempt to place the apparent Aegon Targaryen, the speculated dead son of Rhaegar Targaryen, on the Iron Throne, given their historical close ties with House Targaryen. But until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of House Celtigar. House Darklyn of Duskendale is technically an extinct noble house which once ruled the town of Duskendale and the surrounding lands in the Crownlands for centuries before their downfall and ruin. Their keep was the ancient Dunfort, at the top of a hill that overlooked the town of Duskendale below. It is speculated that the fort was first built atop the hill, with the town of Duskendale growing around it, much like how King's Landing would spawn from the shadow of the Aegonfort centuries later. The lords of House Darkland are now extinct as a result of the defiance of Duskendale, although related branches of the family such as the Drakes, Darkwoods, Dargoods, all still live in the town, and by all accounts are quite numerous. The Darklands blazoned their arms with fusely black and gold, with 7 white shields upon a red tierce. The 7 white shields are for the 7 members of House Darkland, who were members of the Kingsguard during the Targaryen era of Westeros. House Darkland were counted amongst the oldest houses in the whole of Westeros, with the origin dating back deep into the Age of Heroes and the First Men. From time to time, there were also several petty kings of House Darkland who ruled the territory that now makes up much of the modern part of the Crownland. Back in these ancient days, their closest known allies were the key bannermen, House Hollard. They served House Darkland loyally and were known to have provided brides to at least 3 Darkling kings. However, as record-keeping of this time is sparse, it is likely many more marriages between the two houses occurred. During this time, the time of the 100 Kingdoms, House Darkland often claimed domain over the mouth of the Blackwater Rush and much of the land around it. We know that at one time, the petty kings of Duskendale were conquered by the Storm King, Monfred Durrandon, known as Monfred the Mighty, but much of the specifics of this time are not known, and to what extent they were conquered is debatable, but given the size of Monfred's kingdom at its peak, suggests the Blackwater Rush and Duskendale itself and the lands beyond were under Durrandon rule. During the Andal invasion of Westeros, the Darklands forced Torrhagen Bar Emmon to flee from the northern shore of the Blackwater to Massy's Hook, even after their small realm was slowly swallowed up by larger Andal kingdoms. The Darklands' power sometimes reached as far as Crackclaw Point. During Aegon's conquest, being so close to where Aegon had landed at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, House Darkland and Duskendale were among the first lords to face Aegon Targaryen, at this time not knowing his true, full power. Aegon and his bastard half-brother Orys Baratheon defeated the Darklyns of Duskendale and the Mootons of Maidenpool in Aegon's real first test during the conquest. In aftermath of their defeat to the Dragonlords, the Darklyns bent the knee to House Targaryen and served their new king as the Lords of Duskendale. After the formation of the Kingsguard, instigated by Visenya Targaryen in 10 AC, Sir Robin Darklyn, named Dark Robin, was among the first 7 knights chosen to join the White Cloaks. In total, 7 Darklyns eventually did join the Kingsguard over the Targaryen era of Westeros, more than any other house, with it becoming a goal of many second sons. When Prince Aegon Targaryen, Aegon the Uncrowned, warred against his uncle Maegor I Targaryen, Maegor the Cruel, who had usurped the throne in 42 AC, Sir Davos Darklyn of the Kingsguard led 5,000 men from King's Landing in support of the king during the battle beneath the God's Eye. Davos was slain during the battle by Lord Carl Corbray. Davos's aged father was also slain when Sir Joffrey Doggett ordered the warriors' sons to hunt Maegor's loyalists. When the round began to turn against Maegor the Cruel in favour of Prince Jaehaerys Targaryen, the only surviving son of King Aenys I, Lord Darklyn was among the score of lesser lords to support him. Along with Lord Towers and Staunton, Lord Darklyn yielded the Red Keep to Jaehaerys, Princess Rhaena, and Princess Alysanne Targaryen when they arrived in King's Landing after rallying their army at Storm's End, the seat of their key supporter, Rhaegar Baratheon. The 3 lords were sent to the Black Cells, but were eventually pardoned by King Jaehaerys after surrendering some of their lands as a token gesture. Jonquil Drake, known as the Scarlet Shadow, was a bastard daughter of Lord Darklyn. She became the sworn shield of Queen Alysanne Targaryen in 51 AC. At the Golden Wedding in 49 AC, a test at arms that became known as the War for the White Cloaks was held, with hundreds of knights from up and down Westeros competing for the honour of serving in the Kingsguard of Jaehaerys Targaryen. Jonquil took part as a slender mystery knight known as the Serpent in Scarlet. She was eventually defeated and unmasked and became a great favourite with the small folk. Then, in 51 AC, after an attempted assassination of Queen Alysanne Targaryen at the sacred waters known as Jonquil's Pool in Maidenpool, it was decided that the queen needed a protector who could accompany her where men could not go. Jaehaerys sent a raven to Duskendale, commanding the new Lord Darklyn to send his bastard half-sister to court. Jonquil arrived in King's Landing a few days later and gladly accepted the position of Queen Alysanne's sworn shield and protector. In time, she became known as the Scarlet Shadow, so closely did she guard her queen. Jonquil travelled everywhere with the queen. In 54 AC, she accompanied Alysanne to Oldtown upon Dragonback as the king and queen attended the selection of the new High Septon. She also followed Alysanne on her royal progress of the north in 58 AC, where she is said to have duelled a captive wildling woman at a tourney in White Harbour. She also kept a watchful eye on the more difficult daughters of the queen, namely Princess Serra Targaryen, in the wake of her many scandals. In 84 AC, the young princess was confined to her room, only to later attempt an escape to the Dragon Pit. The king confined Serra to a tower cell, with Jonquil standing guard day and night, even when she was in the privy. When King Jaehaerys faced one of Serra's lovers, Braxton Beesbury, in trial by combat, Jonquil ensured Serra watched from the window of her cell as her father slew him with Blackfyre, the Sword of Kings. Sir Steffon Darklyn was a member of the Kingsguard of King Viserys I Targaryen. When the Dance of the Dragons broke out, pitting the blacks of Rhaenyra Targaryen against the greens of her half-brother, King Aegon II Targaryen, Steffon became Lord Commander of Rhaenyra's Queensguard. However, Steffon died attempting to tame the dragon Sea Smoke during the sowing of the seeds. Lord Gunther Darkland attended Rhaenyra's coronation and sat on her Black Council. In retaliation for doing so, Aegon, second hand of the king and commander of his Kingsguard, Sir Criston Cole, beheaded Gunther after the sack of Duskendale. Lady Meredith Darklyn briefly sheltered Queen Rhaenyra after she fled King's Landing, but feared retaliation from Aegon should he retake the capital. Lord Darkland was then forced to pay a heavy ransom when Aegon II did regain the throne, but Duskendale's knights betrayed Lord Boros Baratheon during the Battle of the King's Road. During the regency period of King Aegon III Targaryen, The boy king named Sir Robert Darklyn to the Kingsguard, but the decision was reversed by his regent, Lord Unwin Peake. Peake rejected the appointment on the grounds that no boy of 12 had the judgment to decide such a weighty matter himself. Sir Marsden Waters was then confirmed as Lord Commander of the White Cloaks. The king did protest the dismissal of the Kingsguard knights he had appointed, saying the men had served for life, but Lord Peake replied that it's only when they had been properly appointed. During the short-lived Second Blackfyre Rebellion, when Brendan Rivers, Bloodraven, Hand of the King of Aerys II, marched on White Walls to quash the rebellion of Daemon Blackfyre II, Lord Darklyn was among the lords who came in support. House Darklyn remained loyal and on good terms with the Iron Throne and House Targaryen for many years, but that all ended suddenly with the defiance of Duskendale in 277 AC, an event that has been attributed partly to have caused the madness of King Aerys II Targaryen, thus forever changing the path of history in Westeros. Lord Dennis Darklyn desired a charter granting Duskendale greater autonomy from the Iron Throne, but the request was denied by Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King to Aerys II. According to the small folk, Dennis was convinced by his lady wife, Cyrella of Mere, to take the king captive in 277 AC. Aerys was held prisoner for half a year, with Tywin's armies waiting outside Duskendale. The situation remained at an impasse until Sir Barristan Selmy, known as Barristan the Bold of the Kingsguard, secretly entered the Dunfort alone and rescued the king, a feat many in Tywin's camp thought meant certain death for both Selmy and Aerys. Having lost his only hostage, Lord Dennis had no other option than to surrender at once. He bent the knee and pleaded for mercy, but the king demanded his head, but not just that, all of his family's. Lady Cyrella, called the Lace Serpent for the supposed poison of her words, was burned alive after having her tongue and female parts torn out. House Hollard, which had served House Darklyn during the Defiance and had a close relationship with their lord, had their lands taken, their castle torn down, and also its members executed. Only young Dontos Hollard was spared, because Barristan asked for mercy. While this marked the end of House Darklyn's main line, their blood still flowed in Duskendale, thanks to the numerous cadet houses that splintered off from the main branch over the hundreds of years of Darklyn history. The Darklyns were succeeded as Lords of Duskendale by House Riker. House Rosby of Rosby is a noble house from the Crownlands. They rule the castle of Rosby and its nearby village. Their blazon and arms consist of 3 red chevrons on ermine, with their motto not yet mentioned in the books as of yet. Rosby itself sits just northeast of King's Landing, along the Rosby Road, the shortest road between the capital and Duskendale. Lying around the small but respectable castle is a village, with wattle and daub huts, a simple sept, apple orchards and fields of barley. Prior to the conquest of Aegon Targaryen, King Benedict II Justman added Rosby to the lands of the River Kings during his reign. Later, Halleck Hor conquered as far as Duskendale and Rosby, making Rosby a vassal house of the Kingdom of the Isles and River. During Aegon's conquest, House Rosby was one of the first houses to yield peacefully to House Targaryen, surrendering to Rhaenys Targaryen and her dragon Meraxes. Thus, the Rosby lands became part of the newly formed Crownlands, surrounding the area of the Aegonfort that would be developed into King's Landing. After House Targaryen took control of Dorne for a brief time after much bloody fighting, Lord John Rosby was named Castellan of Sunspear and the Warden of the Sands, commanded to rule Dorne in the King's name, while Stewards and Castellans were named for other castles and lands across Dorne. However, soon after, Aegon and his host departed Dorne, returning to King's Landing, thinking the conquest was done. While ruling from Sunspear, Rosby was to be supported by Lord Harlan Tyrell's garrison at the Hellholt. When the Dornishmen soon returned from the Shadow City, Rosby was quickly bound and captured, while Aegon's other Castellans and Stewards were tortured. Rosby had a kinder end than most, with the aged Princess Mira Martell throwing him from the top of Sunspear. Lord Tyrell set out from Hellholt with his sons to avenge Rosby, but disappeared soon after in 5 AC. In the year 42 AC, after the death of King Aenys Targaryen and the usurpation of the throne by his brother Maegor, Sir Rayford Rosby defended King Maegor Targaryen during his trial of 7, but Rayford was slain during the fighting. The Lord of Rosby at this time remained loyal to Maegor, even as his downfall became all but certain, and he was one of the last men to see the king alive. In the chaos that followed the discovery of Maegor's body, Lord Rosby drank a cup of hemlock to join his king in death. His young son received forgiveness from King Jaehaerys I Targaryen at Dragonstone, with that young Lord Rosby dying from the shivers in 59 AC. At the onset of the Targaryen Civil War, the Dance of the Dragons, in 129 AC, the then Lord Rosby was imprisoned in the Red Keep for supporting Rhaenyra Targaryen and the Blacks instead of King Aegon II Targaryen and the Greens, whom at the time controlled King's Landing. After Sir Criston Cole became Hand of the King to Aegon, Lord Rosby eventually switched sides and joined the Greens to avoid being executed by the King's justice. Due to Lord Rosby turning cloak, Rhaenyra considered him a faithless friend and had Lord Rosby executed during the fall of King's Landing, when she eventually took the city. Prince Daemon Targaryen argued Lord Rosby's eldest child, a 12-year-old daughter, be wed to the Dragonseed, Hugh Hammer, to ensure his loyalty, but Rhaenyra refused and allowed Rosby's inheritance to be passed to a younger son over his elder sister. Later, after the storming of the Dragon Pits and fall of King's Landing, the same daughter refused Rhaenyra admittance to Rosby, leaving her on the run with few friends. Once King Aegon II regained the Iron Throne, after the death of Rhaenyra, Lords Rosby, Stokeworth and Darklyn were forced to surrender their castles to the Greens and pay heavy ransoms. Later, during the decisive Battle of the King's Road, the levies from Rosby abandoned Boros Baratheon and the Green forces, joining the side of the Rivermen, supporting the Blacks. During the year 212 AC, during the reign of King Aerys I Targaryen, Lord Brynden Rivers, known more commonly as Bloodraven, the Hand of the King, marched on White Walls to quash the infant Second Blackfyre Rebellion before it could really begin. Among the houses who came in support of Bloodraven was the levies from House Rosby, who had joined the Hand's forces as they marched up the Rosby Road on their way to White Walls. During the events of the main book series, in the second book, A Clash of Kings, Lord Giles Rosby is frequently seen at court in King's Landing, always coughing. Giles is said to be an old, wealthy man. He owns a litter with rich carvings and silk drapes that carries him where he needs to go about court. According to Cersei Lannister, Giles's horses are better dressed than most knights she has seen. Beside his castle at Rosby, Giles also has spacious apartments in the Kitchen Keep in King's Landing. We know Giles has been married at least twice, but remains childless. The aunt of his second wife is Lady Tanda Stokeworth, who is herself third cousin to Giles. Doran Martell, the Prince of Dorne, once suggested Lord Rosby as a potential husband for his daughter, Princess Arianne Martell, a match she quickly refused. Giles attended the tourney on King Joffrey's name day, and he tries to cheer on Prince Tommen Baratheon when the boy rides against a Quintain. When he later receives a copy of Stannis Baratheon's letter concerning the illegitimacy of Queen Regent Cersei Lannister's children with Robert Baratheon, Giles forwards it to the Small Council. Due to the War of Five Kings, King's Landing is supplied mainly by Lord Rosby and Lady Stokeworth, as their lands are far enough away from the fighting to be untouched by the war, for now. Lord Giles survives the riots in King's Landing after the royal progression sees Princess Marcella Baratheon off to Dorne. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Giles mentions that he saw the High Septon overwhelmed by the mob and torn apart. After the riots, Cersei fears for her son's life and decides to send Prince Tommen in secret to Rosby, dressing him as a page and putting him under the protection of Giles. Tyrion Lannister finds out about the plan from Sir Lancel Lannister, however, and has Giles and his entourage intercepted on the Rosby Road by Sir Jacelyn Bywater. Tyrion later decides to release Giles to appease Cersei. During the Battle of the Blackwater, Lord Rosby stays in the Queen's ballroom with Cersei and the other noble ladies. It is said he drinks too much and passes out, which disgusts Cersei. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Giles is in attendance at the wedding of Sansa Stark to Tyrion Lannister. He accompanies Tyrion when he is sent to meet the delegation from Dorne. Tyrion later displaces Giles of his spacious apartments in the Kitchen Keep in the Red Keep, much to Giles's annoyance. during the wedding feast of King Joffrey I Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell, a melon lands in Lord Rosby's lap when dwarves reenact the War of Five Kings, before Joffrey later chokes to death during the feast. Giles is called as a witness for the prosecution in the trial of Tyrion Lannister, who had been accused of Joffrey's death. He tells the trial how he saw Tyrion fill the wedding chapel during the events of A Feast for Crows, after the funeral of Lord Tywin Lannister. Giles tells Queen Regent Cersei he has commissioned a statue of Lord Tywin to be placed by the Lion Gate of King's Landing. Rosby's coughing has gotten much worse, and he's beginning to cough up blood by this time. Cersei learns that Tywin named Garth Tyrell to become the new Master of Coin. In order to prevent another member of House Tyrell from joining the Small Council, she lies to Lord Mace Tyrell, telling him she has already named Lord Giles as the new Master of Coin to the council instead. Lord Rosby attends the wedding of King Tommen I Baratheon and Lady Margaery Tyrell at the Royal Sept. Giles intends to replace many officials who had been appointed by Lord Peter Baelish, and Cersei has him finance Qyburn's experiment on Sir Gregor Clegane. Cersei styles Lord Rosby as Lord Treasurer rather than the normal Master of Coin. Noho Dimitis, an envoy from the Iron Bank of Bravos, meets with Giles a total of 6 times. Noho is irate when he learns from Cersei that she will suspend all payments of the loans from the Iron Bank until the War of Five Kings is over. The envoy hounds Giles so much that he is taken to his bed, coughing up copious amounts of blood. Fearing that the Tyrells will force Garth Tyrell as the new Lord Treasurer if Giles dies, Cersei orders Grand Maester Pycelle to keep Lord Rosby alive. Despite the Grand Maester's treatment and best efforts, Giles is overcome by his sickness, dies in the Red Keep. Cersei threatens Pycelle by insinuating that he killed Lord Rosby, manipulating the Grand Maester against her rival, Margaery. Giles does not leave behind an immediate heir, but he does have a ward at Rosby. Cersei claims that Rosby's wish was to leave his lands and wealth to her son, King Tommen. As of the end of A Dance with Dragons, the Rosby situation has not been resolved, and there are a total of 6 claimants to the lordship of House Rosby, its lands and incomes. House Kettleblack is a noble house from the Crownlands. The history books do not record the early history of the house, thus we cannot say if they are our first men or Andal descent. This also means we do not know much of their history before the Baratheon era of Westeros, but given they are not mentioned in the historical accounts from the Targaryen era, it is implied that even if they did play a role in the likes of the Conquest, the Dance of the Dragons, or the Blackfyre Rebellions, it would be a minor role at that. According to some sources, House Kettleblack blazon their arms with a black kettle on red, with a border of orals. The members of House Kettleblack tend to be tall, with dark hair and hooked noses, and are known for their unscrupulous behaviour, giving them a sour reputation among the lords of the Crownlands and at court in King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister manages to sum up House Kettleblack and the view of many towards them while thinking of its known members after they are brought into the service of Queen Cersei Lannister. Amiable rogues, all 3. The brothers were in truth much more skilled at deceit than they'd ever been at bloodletting. Cersei had managed to buy herself 3 hollow drums. They would all make the fierce booming sounds she required, but there was nothing inside. We know of 4 named men of House Kettleblack in the main book series. The lord of the house is Oswell, a man-at-arms in the service to Lord Peter Baelish. He has 3 sons, Sir Osmond Kettleblack, his eldest and a member of the Kingsguard, Sir Osfred Kettleblack, his second son, former commander of the City Watch at King's Landing, and sworn sword of Queen Cersei Lannister, and Sir Osney Kettleblack, his younger brother, again a sworn sword of the Queen. Prior to the events of the main books, it is believed Sir Osmond Kettleblack fought amongst the sellswords in the Stepstones and the disputed lands, fighting with the gallant men Felice and Tyrosh. He claims to have been knighted by Sir Robert Stone, who is now believed to be dead. But during the War of Five Kings, Sir Osmond, Osney and Osfred are sellswords in King's Landing. Queen Cersei Lannister has her cousin Sir Lancel Lannister find sellswords to replace the House Guard led by Captain Vylar, whom Tyrion Lannister has sent from the capital. Cersei secretly meets with the Kettleblacks to buy them as her own sellswords. Unbeknownst to Cersei, however, the Kettleblack brothers already are being paid by Tyrion's captain, Bronn, Cersei names Sir Osmond to the Kingsguard to replace Sir Boros Blount after the dismissal of Boros for cowardice. The brothers become popular at the Red Keep, especially with the serving women. Sir Osmond is assigned to guard the king, Joffrey Baratheon, during the Battle of the Blackwater, and Osfred becomes captain of Cersei's new Red Cloak Guard and remains with the Queen during the battle. Osney and Osfred received their knighthoods after the Battle of the Blackwater, like many of the men whom fought on the side of House Lannister. Afterwards, Cersei has the Kettleblacks retrieve Prince Tommen Baratheon from Rosby after he was sent there for his own protection during Stannis Baratheon's march on King's Landing. The brothers' father, Oswell, who rose Sir Dontos Hollard, and Sansa Stark out to the waiting Merlin King the night they escaped from King's Landing. Lord Peter Baelish reveals to Sansa that he had sent the Kettleblack brothers to King's Landing when Bronn was hiring sellswords for Tyrion, and they had been secretly in his employ all along, unbeknownst to both Cersei and Tyrion. After Sansa's escape and the Purple Wedding, the three brothers are called as witnesses for the prosecution in the trial of Tyrion Lannister for the death of King Joffrey, with Osfred omitting key information specifically about Osmond's lying. After the escape of Tyrion Lannister from imprisonment after Oberyn Martell is killed defending him during his trial by combat, Cersei tells the Kettleblacks to dispose of the corpse of Shae, whom Tyrion had killed during his escape, not caring how they do so. Cersei also has them kill the two jailers who let Tyrion escape, which upsets Jaime Lannister, with Jaime knowing it was not really the fault of the jailers. Osfred is later named the new commander of the City Watch of King's Landing after the departure of Sir Adam Marbrand. Cersei has Osney sneak into the Great Sept of Baelor and murder the High Septon appointed by Tyrion with her offering sex. As a reward, she plots with Osney, making him King Tommen's sworn shield, telling him to seduce Queen Marjorie Tyrell and then confess this to the High Septon, at that point known as the High Sparrow. As punishment, Cersei will make sure he is sent to the Wall, where he is then to assassinate Jon Snow. But the plan goes awry when the High Sparrow has Osney tortured to the point he confesses to actually have slept with Cersei and murdering the previous High Septon. Osney and Cersei are then both imprisoned by the Faith, awaiting trial. The Small Council proceeds to remove Osfred as commander of the Gold Cloaks and replaces him with Humphrey Waters. In addition to Osney, the imprisoned Cersei falsely confesses to the High Sparrow that she slept with Sir Osmond and Sir Osfred. Sir Kevin Lannister, the Lord Regent, has the older Kettleblack brothers thrown in the dungeon. Kevin plans to send Osfred and Osney to the Wall, perhaps have them face Sir Robert Strong in trial by combat, depending on their pleas. And until we see how the situation develops in the Winds of Winter, that's all we currently know of House Kettleblack. House Stokeworth is a noble house from the Crownlands, sworn directly to King's Landing. They live at the nearby castle of Stokeworth, just north of the capital. They blazon their arms with a white lamb holding a golden goblet on a green field. Their motto is, "Proud to be faithful." We do not know much about the house's origin, or if they come from first met or descent, with House Stokeworth's first mention of note in the histories of Westeros coming during Aegon's conquest, in which they surrendered their castle and lands to Visenya Targaryen and her dragon Vhagar after they burnt the castle roof. A Lord Alan Stokeworth was named hand of the king to Aegon the Conqueror in 34 AC, when King Aegon decided that Aegonfort was to be torn down and a new Red Keep built in its place in 35 AC. He gave the task of overseeing it to Lord Alan, who would report directly to Queen Visenya Targaryen. Even after the death of King Aegon in 37 AC, Alan continued to serve as hand for his son, King Aenys I Targaryen, leading a force into the Riverlands to hunt down Harren the Red, but he was slain by the rebel. During the last months of his reign in 48 AC, when the realm began to turn against King Maegor the Cruel in favour of Prince Jaehaerys Targaryen, his nephew, the rightful king, Lord Stokeworth was one of the few lords who gathered at his command. However, when Maegor mysteriously died upon the Iron Throne, Lord Stokeworth fled to his seat, fearing repercussions from the new king. When the new boy king Jaehaerys Targaryen resided at Dragonstone in his minority, Lord Stokeworth was one of the several lords who travelled to the island to speak with the king, and in 51 AC, King Jaehaerys began his first royal progress with a visit to Castle Stokeworth. The late Lord Alan's daughter, Samantha Stokeworth, was a constant companion of Rhaena Targaryen during this time. Rhaena was the king's elder sister and one of Maegor's infamous Black Brides. She attended Rhaenyra's sham wedding to Andro Farman at Fair Isle in 49 AC. Later, in 54 AC, Samantha was among the women poisoned at Dragonstone by the jealous Andro, much to Rhaenyra's distress. When the Targaryen Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons, began in 129 AC, the then Lord Stokeworth was among the lords at court imprisoned for being loyal to Rhaenyra Targaryen instead of her half-brother, King Aegon II, and his Green faction. When brought before the King's Justice, however, Lord Stokeworth was one of the few lords to swear fealty to Aegon. Sir Criston Cole would later march on Castle Stokeworth, demanding the Stokeworths to add their strength to his own as proof of loyalty, before marching on to Duskendale and Rick's Rest. After the fall of King's Landing to Rhaenyra, Lord Stokeworth attempted to swear fealty to her again, but Rhaenyra had him beheaded for his disloyalty in turning cloak in the first place. Prince Daemon Targaryen suggested having Lord Stokeworth's youngest daughter inherit over his younger son, even proposing to marry her to Ulf White, a dragon seed, to reward his loyalty. Taking Lord Corlys Velaryon's counsel, Rhaenyra allowed Lord Stokeworth's son to inherit Stokeworth towards the end of the war, when Rhaenyra fled the capital after the storming of the Dragon Pit during the Moon of Madness. The Castellan of the young Lord Stokeworth granted Rhaenyra hospitality for one night, and one night only, when King Aegon II retook the Iron Throne after Rhaenyra's death on Dragonstone. He had the young Lord Stokeworth brought to him in chains and demanded obedience, only freeing him after taking hostages and a ransom. Levies from Stokeworth, Rosby and Hayford would later abandon Lord Boros Baratheon during the Battle of the King's Road, with the Stokeworths then declaring for King Aegon III soon after. In the year 133 AC, during the regency period of King Aegon III, at the age of 8, Lady Felaena Stokeworth was considered a potential match for King Aegon III following the death of Queen Jaehaera Targaryen. Before the Maiden Days cattle show, however, Felaena fell down some stairs and broke her leg. It is believed that the hand of the king and Aegon's regent, Lord Unwin Peake, was behind the accident that caused Felaena to fall, hoping his own daughter would be chosen as queen. By 149 AC, Felaena had become the first mistress of Prince Aegon Targaryen, the future King Aegon IV, known to the pages of history as Aegon the Unworthy. When she was found abed with the prince, 2 years later, she was wed to Sir Lucas Lothston, who was subsequently named as the new Lord of Harrenhal. Prince Aegon paid frequent visits to Harrenhal for the next 2 years that followed after the death of King Baelor I Targaryen in 171 AC. Lady Maya Stokeworth suggested his uncle, King Viserys II Targaryen, had poisoned Baelor the Blessed to gain the Iron Throne for himself. In 193 AC, the then Lord Stokeworth apparently was overthrown in a melee at King's Landing by Sir Arlan a Pennytree, and then in 209 AC, Sir Samwell Stokeworth participated in the tourney at Ashford Meadow. A few years later, when Lord Brendan Rivers marched on White Walls to quash the Second Blackfyre Rebellion, House Stokeworth provided men and marched with him in support. During the events of A Game of Thrones, Lord Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, the then Master of Coin for King Robert Baratheon, is often invited to dine with Lady Tanda Stokeworth and her daughters. Lord Baelish believes that Tanda hopes to marry him to Lolis Stokeworth. However, he admits that he'd rather marry a pig than Lolis, but asks Eddard Stark not to share this with Lady Tanda. In a later meeting between the two, Lord Baelish again mentions he's on his way to dine with Lady Tanda. This time he expects to be served a fatted calf, and he mocks that if the calf is half as fatted as Lolis, he would rupture and die. Lady Tanda is considered by Littlefinger as a possible ally for him and Lord Eddard to depose the Lannisters from power after King Robert Baratheon's death, but ultimately is not part of Eddard Stark's attempt to depose the new King Joffrey, who is in fact not Robert Baratheon's true-born son. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Lady Tanda Stokeworth is one of the few remaining courtiers after the beginning of the hostilities with the North in the War of Five Kings. She attends the tourney for King Joffrey Baratheon's 13th name day with her two daughters, Fleiss and Lolis. She cheers on Prince Tommen as he rides against a child-sized leather warrior stuffed with straw, and starts hounding Tyrion Lannister the minute he arrives at the Red Keep, trying to coax him during a lavish meals to marry Lolis. Tyrion repeatedly tries to dodge her invitations. As supplies are getting short in King's Landing during the War of Five Kings, Lady Tanda and Lord Giles Rosby's lands provide half of the food still arriving, as they lie close enough to the city that they are still untouched by the war. Lady Tanda and Lolis are part of the procession to see Princess Marcella off to Dorne. When the mob goes mad in the streets of King's Landing, she is saved by Sir Horace Redwine, but her daughter is not so lucky and left behind. Lady Tanda is half crazed about her fate when those who escape reach the Red Keep, and she begs the King's men to locate her daughter Lolis. It turns out that Lolis had survived, but was sexually assaulted by a group of men behind a tanner's shop in which 50 men were said to have participated. Tyrion Lannister and Varys discuss options of bringing Tyrion's lover Shae to the Red Keep without Queen Regent Cersei becoming aware of it. Varys informs Tyrion that he knows that the maidservant attending Lolis had been stealing jewels from her, pointing out that Lady Tanda would be forced to dismiss the girl if he informed her of this, opening a position for Shae. Tyrion likes the idea of Shae working for Lolis, in particular as Cersei considers Lady Tanda tedious and her daughter dim-witted, and thus is not likely to pay them any friendly calls where she could inadvertently meet with Shae, after Tyrion has Lord Giles Rosby intercepted when he, on Queen Regent Cersei's orders, tries to smuggle Prince Tommen out of the capital. Lady Tanda is apparently worried that her own request to leave to return to her castle will be rejected. She makes Cersei the gift of a pig, now a rare sight in the starving city, and Cersei believes it's meant to be a bribe. As they dine on the pig, Tyrion and Cersei discuss the idea, and Tyrion says he'd rather have Lady Tanda stay at the Red Keep, and suggests that if she wants to feel safe, she should bring her own garrison to King's Landing. Valyrian brings a small number of soldiers from Stokeworth to King's Landing the day before the battle. During the Battle of the Blackwater, Lady Tanda stays in the Red Keep with her 2 daughters, and they are invited by Cersei to seek refuge with her in the Queen's ballroom at Maegor's Holdfast. Sansa Stark runs into them on her way there and realizes that she cannot avoid them, and observing how Valyrian tries to coax a resistant Lolis onto the drawbridge leading to the Holdfast, Lady Tanda announces with a brittle voice that the battle had begun. When Sansa offers her assistance with Lolis, Lady Tanda flushes with shame and rejects the offer kindly, excusing Lolis's behaviour by pointing out that she has not been feeling well recently, while the truth is Sansa knows of the rumours that Lolis is pregnant. After a meal at the ballroom, she and her daughters, with others, ask for leave to go to the Sept, which is granted by Cersei. After the battle, together with her daughters, she attends the presentation of heroes and captives in the throne room. During the start of the events seen in A Storm of Swords, Lolis Stokeworth is now visibly pregnant, hiring a singer to try and calm her baby's kicks. Lady Tanda offers Lolis as a wife for Tyrion to Lord Tywin Lannister. However, Tywin wants Tyrion to marry Sansa Stark to assure Lannister influence in the north. Lady Tanda is a guest at the wedding of Joffrey Baratheon to Margaery Tyrell. She gives the king a pair of supple riding boots. She leaves the throne room while Joffrey is drawing his last breath, meeting Sansa Stark as she flees. After the events of the wedding and Joffrey's murder, Sir Bronn tells Tyrion he's expected at Castle Stokeworth for dinner, revealing he'd been offered to marry Lolis. Tyrion suspects a plot by Cersei to get Bronn out of the way, and points out that Lolis is pregnant from another man and that she won't even inherit Stokeworth when Lady Tanda dies. Rather, her elder sister would. Bronn is not bothered by the baby and makes the ominous suggestion that Valyrian might die before her mother. This makes Tyrion wonder whether Cersei has any notion of the kind of serpent she has given Lady Tanda to suckle, and if she would even care if she knew. During the events of A Feast for Crows, Lady Tanda remains at Stokeworth with her daughters once Lolis becomes too pregnant to travel, transmitting her excuses to Queen Regent Cersei that she cannot attend Lord Tywin's wake via her daughter Valyrian. She asks for permission to name Lolis's child after Lord Tywin, as she admired him above all other men. Cersei strongly objects to this idea, telling Valyrian that she does not want a bastard resulting from sexual assault to bear her father's name. Valyrian is shocked about the fierceness because of the rejection, but her husband, Sir Bolman Byrch, assured Cersei that he had already told Lady Tanda as much, and that they'd find a more suitable name for the child. Grand Maester Pycelle informed Cersei that Lady Tanda had sent news that Lollys had delivered a strong and healthy son and that the child's name is Tyrion. Lady Tanda insists the choice was not hers, but rather Sir Bronn's, Lollys' husband, which causes the Queen to think Bronn is a traitor. While travelling from Stokeworth to King's Landing, Valyce is refused hospitality at Rosby by the ward of Lord Giles Rosby, and is also disturbed by sparrows on the road. Once Valyce returns to the capital, Cersei plots with her and her husband, attempting to use them as a tool to rid herself of Bronn. While still at Stokeworth, Lady Tanda falls from her horse when her saddle girth bursts. She shatters a hip in the accident. A stable boy is chastised for this, as he should have seen the strap was worn. Lady Tanda is attended by Maester Franklin, who is assuring her daughter Valyce that he is doing everything he can. Cersei and Valyce's plan to kill Bronn backfires when Sir Bolman challenges Sir Bronn to single combat, and Bronn kills Bolman in an unchivalrous manner. Bronn hits Valyce and orders her gone. She returns to King's Landing, pleading with Cersei to give her men to retake her castle. Queen Regent Cersei inquires about the condition of Valyce's mother, with Valyce suggesting there's little hope, and they have started praying for her. Cersei fully expects that Tanda will be dead before the moon turns, as women as old as she do not survive a broken hip. However, she assures Valyce that she will pray for Lady Tanda. Lady Tanda's condition at the time Valyce informs Cersei that her plot to kill Bronn has failed is not known. As Bronn has thrown Valyce out of Castle Stokeworth after killing her husband and has now styled himself Lord Stokeworth, Valyce wonders what will become of her and her poor mother now. However, Cersei thinks that Lady Tanda might very well be dead already, as Bronn doesn't seem the kind of man who would put much effort into nursing an injured old woman with a broken hip. Lady Tanda does eventually die from a chill brought on by her injuries. Cersei, fearing that the failure of the plot to kill Bronn would undermine her position, gives Valyce the Qyburn instead, and tells him that Valyce should never see the light of day again. When Cersei contemplates sending her back to Castle Stokeworth to reclaim it from Bronn, Qyburn tells her that she is not even able to feed herself, much less rule. By the time of the events of Dance with Dragons, Valyce is said to be dead, screaming in the black cells, due to all of Qyburn's tortures and experiments. And until the Winds of Winter, that is all we know of House Stokeworth. House Massy of Stonedance rules from their seat of Stonedance on Massy's Hook in the Crownlands. They blazon their arms with a triple spiral, red, green and blue, on a white background, an ancient sigil for an ancient house dating back prior to the coming of the Andals into the era of the First Men and the hundreds of petty kingdoms that made up Westeros. During this turbulent era, borders shifted as the winds blew. The lords of House Massy at one stage were vassals to the Storm Kings of House Durrandon during the reign of Daron the Ravenfriend. They eventually broke away from the realm of the Storm Kings during the later reign of Durwald the Fat. Given their location, like many houses that are situated near the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, House Massy have historically claimed parts of it as their land. Eventually, House Massy returned to the dominion of the Storm's End when King Carlton II captured Stonedance after besieging the castle for over a year, slaying the self-styled petty king Joshua Massy. But within 2 years, Joshua's daughter married an Andal warlord named Targaryen Bar Emmon, who expelled the Stormlanders from Stonedance and replaced them with his new wife's brother, the late Joshua's son. After many years of fighting, the Andals and the First Men eventually found peace, with the sons and daughters of House Massy marrying into the Durrandon line several times. Prior to Aegon's conquest, House Massy was sworn to House Durrandon of Storm's End, given their historical connection. But in truth, they had closer ties with House Targaryen of nearby Dragonstone. When Aegon the Conqueror launched his invasion of Westeros, the Massy supported him instead of the Storm King, Argilac the Arrogant, meaning House Massy were among the houses rewarded greatly for their support in the conquest. In fact, when King Aegon created the first Proto-Small Council, his master of law was Tristan Massy. With the creation of the Crownlands after the conquest, the Massys became sworn to House Targaryen of Aegon's new capital, King's Landing, instead of the new House Baratheon of Storm's End, who had replaced the Durrandons. At the death of King Aegon Targaryen in 42 AC, and when his younger brother, King Maegor, usurped the throne from the rightful king, Lord Lucifer Massy was present at Visenya's Hill in King's Landing when King Maegor was challenged by Sir Daemon Morrigan, Grand Captain of the Warriors' Sons, to a trial of 7. He initially kept himself quiet when Maegor called for those who would stand beside him, but he was shamed by the example of a common man named Dick Bean, who volunteered himself, nothing but a simple man-at-arms. With the appeal of Sir Bernard Brune, he became one of the king's champions. According to several tellings of the trial by 7, Lord Lucifer hacked off an arm of Sir Harris Horp, one of the warrior's sons. However, another telling suggests that Massy was killed by Horp after Horp tossed his battle-axe into the other hand and buried it between Lord Massy's eyes. During the Targaryen Civil War, the Dance of the Dragons, House Massy supported Rhaenyra Targaryen's Black faction. During the sowing of the dragon seeds in 129 AC, Lord Gormon Massy was killed attempting to tame a dragon, Vermithor, on Dragonstone. At the death of Rhaenyra in 130 AC, at the end of the war, at the hands of her half-brother, King Aegon II, Alinda Massy, who was at the time a lady-in-waiting for Rhaenyra, reportedly gouged out her own eyes at the sight of her queen being devoured by the king's dragon Sunfire. Along with Rhaenyra's other ladies-in-waiting, she was placed in a cell in the Sea Dragon Tower to await ransom during the reign of King Aegon III Targaryen in the years 132 to 133 AC. After the death of many Kingsguard knights during the Winter Fever, the boy King Aegon III appointed Sir Robin Massy to the Kingsguard and made him the Lord Commander. However, Robin was soon dismissed afterwards by Lord Unwin Peake, one of the regents of the king, as the Council of Regents had not been consulted on the matter. Later, Robin was killed in a quarrel by the captain of Unwin Peake's personal guard, Tassario. Unwin Peake was also the cause of the rumours spread to defame Eleanor Massy, a possible marriage candidate for the king, in the hopes his own daughter would be chosen. In the year 212 AC, men from House Massy were part of the force under the command of the Hand of the King, Brendan Rivers, known better to the histories as Bloodraven, when he marched on White Walls in the Riverlands to put down the Second Blackfyre Rebellion, before it truly had a chance to begin. During Robert Baratheon's rebellion in the year 282 AC, it is unclear what House Massy's position was. However, given the historic support of House Targaryen, some have put forward they remained loyal to the Iron Throne, while others suggest the lack of historical account of House Massy's role suggests they perhaps chose to stay neutral in the conflict. House Massy seems to play a smaller role during the Baratheon era of Westeros, but we do know that during the Hands Tourney to celebrate Lord Eddard Stark becoming Hand of the King, among the knights gathered there to compete was at least one Massy knight, with the arms of House Massy spotted amongst the crowds. In the third book, A Storm of Swords, we learn that Wallace Massy, who is a steward of the Night's Watch, and is squire to Sir Dennis Mallister, the commander of the Shadow Tower. House Massy plays a much bigger role in the fifth book, A Dance with Dragons, with Sir Justin Massy, who is an advisor to Stannis Baratheon and frequently sits on his councils. After Stannis travels to the Wall, Sir Justin is sent south from Castle Black by Stannis, along with Richard Horp. Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jon Snow, deduces that Justin is acting as an envoy for Stannis. Upon his return, Justin argues with Jon about the likely length of Roose Bolton's siege of Moat Cailin, believing the Ironborn will hold out for a longer period, and thus Justin counsels Stannis to strike against the Dreadfort. Stannis believes that Justin aspires to be rewarded with the lordship of Winterfell for his service, but the king plans to give the title to Arnulf Karstark. Stannis also believes that Justin hopes to marry the wildling princess Val. When Stannis captures Asha Greyjoy and defeats her Ironborn in the fight by Deepwood Motte, Justin reluctantly follows Stannis towards Winterfell, fearing the long march and the prospect of a siege in the snow. He commands the baggage train and is concerned about the scarcity of provisions. He believes that Melisandre brings good fortune to Stannis and wishes that she was with the host instead of at the wall, but he is less devout than some of the Queen's men. He warns Asha Greyjoy when the others begin to talk of making sacrifices to R'hllor to end the snowstorms that plague the march on Winterfell. Justin's baggage train suffers heavy losses, with horses foundering and exhausted men sitting to die in the snow. He removes Asher's fetters on the 20th day of the march. When Melisandre prophesies a girl coming to the wall, Jon guesses she's Arya Stark and fears that Stannis will try to marry her to Justin. The girl in fact turns out to be Alice Karstark, and Jon arranges a marriage for her to Sigorn of the Thenns. Justin is courteous to Asher, bringing her food, wine and company. Asher thinks he wishes to marry her, claim her lands, seat her on the Seastone chair, and rule through her as her lord and master, since he has lost his own lands through supporting Stannis. Asher believes her defeat at the Kingsmoot by her uncle, Euron Greyjoy, and her defeat at Deepwood Motte by Stannis has lessened her in the eyes of the Ironborn. However, she does not deflate Justin's hopes, but does not see him as a strong prospect. Justin intervenes where Sir Clayton Sugg manhandles Asher and threatens to have her burned at the stake at the Crofters' village. When they eat together in the Long Hall, Justin argues they should remain camped instead of pressing on to Winterfell. He leaves the dinner when Richard accuses him of cowardice and questions his faith in R'hllor. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters that are currently subject to change, Stannis orders Sir Justin, the representative of the Iron Bank, Tycho Nestoris, back to Braavos. But Justin is to first escort Arya Stark safely to her brother, Jon Snow, at the Wall. He is accompanied by Alysanne Mormont and the brothers of the Night's Watch who escorted Tycho south from the Wall. Once in Braavos, he will use Stannis' newly acquired wealth from the Iron Bank of Braavos to hire at least 20,000 sellswords, plus the ships needed to bring them back across the Narrow Sea. Stannis tasks Justin to return with the sellswords, even if he falls in battle, and fight the war in the name of his daughter, Shireen Baratheon. Justin protests that his place is by Stannis' side if there is to be a battle, but Stannis says that he is better suited as an envoy than a warrior. When Justin counsels Stannis to undertake the journey himself and raise an army like Sir Aegor Rivers did at the Redgrass Field, the angry Stannis is reminded of Justin's counsel to flee the Blackwater. Before leaving, Justin appeals to Stannis for a lordship to improve his standing as an envoy. He asks Stannis to send Asher with him, still pursuing a marriage with her. Stannis too refuses to allow this, but he may be rewarded with the marriage on his return, and until we get the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of House Massy. House Hollard is a house of the Crownlands that by the time of the main book series is nearly extinct. They were once sworn to House Darklyn of Duskendale, dating back hundreds of years prior to Aegon's conquest. They blazoned their arms with barry red and pink, 3 golden crowns on blue chief. During the Age of Heroes, the Hollards were the bannermen and closest allies to House Darklyn. Back in these ancient times, 3 of House Hollard's daughters wed the Darklyn kings of Duskendale, which indicates just how closely tied to House Darklyn they were. We do not know much about their actions during the Targaryen era of Westeros. However, we can make some assumptions based on the actions of their liege lords. House Darklyn, given that Lord Darklyn was a supporter of Maegor the Cruel during his reign between the years of 42 and 48 AC, we can surmise House Hollard too followed their lord in this support. The idea can also be extended to the Dance of the Dragons, where House Darklyn supported Rhaenyra Targaryen's Black faction. House Hollard's biggest impact on the history of the Seven Kingdoms comes during the reign of King Aerys II Targaryen, more commonly known as the Mad King. Their liege lords, the Darklyns, were for the most part on good terms with the Iron Throne and House Targaryen, but all of that ended with the defiance of Duskendale. Lord Dennis Darklyn desired a charter granting Duskendale greater autonomy from King's Landing, but the request was denied by Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King. According to the small folk of Duskendale who lived through the events, Lord Dennis was convinced by his wife, Lady Sarala of Myr, to take the king captive in 277 AC. Sir Simon Hollard slew Sir Gawain Gaunt of the Kingsguard during the altercation that led to Aerys' capture. Aerys was held as a prisoner for half a year, with Tywin's army waiting outside of Duskendale. The situation remained at an impasse until Sir Barristan the Bold of the Kingsguard secretly entered the Dunfort and rescued the king. Having lost his hostage, Lord Dennis had no other option than to surrender at once. He bent the knee and begged for mercy, but the king demanded his head and all of his family's. Lady Sarala, called the Lace Serpent for her supposed poison of her words, was burned alive and had her tongue and female parts torn out. other than Sir Simon Hollard. We know that a John Hollard, who was married to Lord Dennis Darklyn's sister, was also part of the Defiance. A Robin Hollard, who was a squire at this time, was also known to have taken part. From what we can gather from the roles of these men and their close relationship between House Hollard and the Darklyns, is that House Hollard took an active role in the support of House Darklyn during the Defiance of Duskendale, and would thus face similar punishments as their liege lords. Their lands were taken, their castle torn down, and its members executed, with only young Dontos Hollard, Simon's nephew, being spared, because Barristan Selmy asked for mercy, which was granted. It has been speculated that Dontos' father, Stephen Hollard, having died before the Defiance, may have been a factor into why Dontos was given clemency. Thus, a young Dontos was taken to King's Landing and served there as a squire for many years. By the events of A Game of Thrones, in the year 298 AC, Sir Dontos is now at court in King's Landing after King Joffrey I Baratheon's ascension to the Iron Throne. When Sansa Stark, Joffrey's betrothed, comes to plead for mercy for her father, Lord Eddard Stark, who had attempted to overthrow Joffrey, stating he was not Robert Baratheon's trueborn son, a drunken Dontos starts to hail Sansa, but is warned away by Sir Balon Swan. Sansa later sees Lord Peter Baelish, Littlefinger, chatting with Dontos and Balon. By the events of A Clash of Kings during the War of Five Kings, Sir Dontos intends to ride in the tourney on King Joffrey's name day at the Red Keep, with his first match being against Lothar Brune. However, Dontos is too drunk and arrives in the lists naked except for his breastplate and helm. He gives up chasing his stallion and asks for wine. Joffrey, being a prickly person at best, takes this as a personal insult and commands that Dontos be put to death by drowning in a cask of wine. However, the pleading of Sansa saves his life by suggesting Dontos be made the king's new fool. Thus Dontos is stripped of his knighthood and from now on would act as the king's fool. Sansa later receives an anonymous note saying, "Come to the Godswood tonight if you want to go home." In the Godswood, Sansa meets with Dontos, who promises to help her escape her imprisonment, even though Sansa is not sure how he could possibly be able to do this. Drawing inspiration from the tales of Florian the Fool and Jonquil, Dontos pleads to serve Sansa and asks for her patience, for they can only escape at the right time. Dontos insists they can only meet secretly in the Godswood. During one of these visits, he tells Sansa that a friend of his will hire a ship to take them away at the right moment. As the king's fool, Dontos wears red and yellow motley and is always at the king's beckoning command. Since Dontos was unable to ride his horse at the tourney, Joffrey decrees that his new fool must always be a horse. Dontos thus uses a broomstick horse as his new steed. He wears a tin armor and carries a melon as a morning star. When Joffrey orders Sandor Clegane to hit Sansa, Joffrey intervenes and whacks the girl on the head with the melon morning star. A displeased Joffrey responds by having Sir Boros punch and humiliate Sansa. During the Battle of the Blackwater, Dontos serves as a fool in the Queen's ballroom in Maegor's Holdfast, attempting to entertain the ladies taking shelter there by chasing them on his fake horse to little effect. When the battle appears to go in the favour of Stannis Baratheon, Dontos tells Sansa to lock herself in her bedroom while the city is sacked, hoping it would be the safest place for her. But thanks to the Tyrell reinforcements arriving just in time, the defenders win the day. After the battle ends, a joyous Dontos comes to Sansa's room to tell her that the Lannisters had won. At the award ceremony after the battle, it is announced that King Joffrey will now marry Margaery Tyrell instead of Sansa Stark. Sansa is delighted by this, but Dontos meets her in the Godswood and warns her that she will still be Joffrey's hostage and perhaps his mistress, a fate possibly worse than being his wife. The fool says they will flee the night of Joffrey's wedding and gives her a silver hairnet with black amethyst from a shrine. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Sansa tells Sir Dontos about the Tyrell plot to marry her to Willis Tyrell, saying she will no longer need his help to escape. But Dontos warns her not to trust the Tyrells, stating they only want Sansa's claim to Winterfell, just like the Lannisters. Dontos goes on to inform Lord Peter Baelish of this plot. Peter then informs Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King. Tywin prevents the marriage by plotting to have Sansa marry his own son, Tyrion Lannister, instead. Dontos attends the wedding of Sansa to Tyrion, where he is used as a footstool by Tyrion, so the dwarf can place the marriage cloak around the shoulders of his much taller bride. Sansa continues to meet Dontos in the Godswood every night, where he reassures her that she will escape the night of Joffrey's wedding, what clothing she should prepare for the escape, and ensuring that she must wear to the wedding the hairnet he gave her. On the morning of Joffrey's wedding to Marjorie, Dontos gallops on his broomstick as the nobles break their fast in the Queen's ballroom. After the wedding at the feast, Joffrey chokes to death, and Queen Cersei Lannister accuses Tyrion and Sansa, who at this point has already fled the throne room in terror of the murder. Sansa meets a drunken Dontos in the Godswood, where she realizes that one of the amethysts from her hairnet is now missing. Instead of his fool's motley, Dontos has donned his old Hollard shawlcoat. After the pair discreetly leave the Red Keep, Oswell Kettleblack rows them into Blackwater Bay on a small skiff. Oswell takes the pair to the Merlin King, aboard which are Lord Peter Baelish and Sir Lothar Brune. Once Sansa and Oswell are aboard the ship, Dontos asks for his payment of 10,000 gold dragons, as promised by Littlefinger, before he rows back to the capital. Instead, Peter orders Dontos killed. 3 men then raise their crossbows and fire at Dontos. One bolt takes him in the chest, while another rips into his throat and belly. When Dontos is dead, Lothar tosses a torch on top of his corpse, burning the skiff with Dontos. Littlefinger justifies the murder to Sansa by claiming that once Dontos had spent his gold on wine, he would have sold the information he had about her to another party. He also tells Sansa he was the one behind Dontos' actions, ever since she saved his life at the tourney. The Lannisters unsuccessfully search King's Landing for Dontos and Sansa, who have seemingly now left without a trace. During Tyrion Lannister's trial for the murder of Joffrey, Grandmaster Pycelle says that Joffrey had been poisoned with the Strangler. When Varys helps Tyrion escape, the Master of Whispers reveals that Dontos and Sansa had been spotted on the Serpentine steps of the Red Keep on the night of Joffrey's death, but they have not been seen since. At the Baelish Tower in the Fingers, Littlefinger tells Sansa that Dontos was not involved in Joffrey's murder, except for making sure that she wore the hairnet to the wedding. Peter then suggests that Olenna Tyrell removed the amethyst from Sansa's hair and poisoned Joffrey. By the events of A Feast for Crows, Brienne of Tarth has sworn to find and save Sansa Stark, as no one in King's Landing knows what happened to her, but she does learn that Dontos disappeared from King's Landing at the same time Sansa did, and decided he must have helped her escape. She searches for Sansa and Dontos, asking travellers if they had seen a highborn maid of 13 with blue eyes and auburn hair, accompanied by a portly man who may be dressed as a fool or a knight. Brienne encounters Sir Shoreditch of the Mad Mouse, who perceives the identities behind her questions, and tells her that he's also seeking Sansa and Dontos for the large reward Varys is offering. While at Duskendale, Brienne speaks to the Maester of the Dunfort, who tells her of the defiance of Duskendale and the destruction of all of House Hollard except for Dontos. The Maester tells her that Dontos never returned to Duskendale, and that if he did help murder King Joffrey, he feels he would hide anywhere but Duskendale. While travelling on the road to Maidenpool, Brienne sees the ruins of Hollard Castle and thinks that Dontos may have been born there. Once Sansa Stark has reached the Vale and has assumed the identity of Elaine Stone at the Eyrie, she for now at least seems relatively safe. Despite Dontos' prime motivation being money, Sansa remembers him as her poor old drunken Florian. With the death of Sir Dontos Hollard, it means the House Hollard is now considered extinct. House Cargyll was a noble house from the Crownlands, with the location of their seat currently not known to us. According to some sources, the house blazoned its arms with a golden goose on bendy cinster, black and red. By the time of the main books, the house is considered extinct, with the circumstances around their fall not known. However, what we do know that they were still at least active during the year 209 AC, as the banner of House Cargyll, belonging to Sir Clarence Cargyll, was seen by Sir Duncan the Tall at the infamous tourney at Ashford Meadow, thus meaning their fall occurred sometime between 209 and 298 AC. While we don't know much about their early history, they did play a huge role in the history of Westeros during the build-up of the Targaryen Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons. Specifically, the actions of the twins, Sir Eric and Sir Aric Cargyll, whom were both members of the Kingsguard, King Viserys I Targaryen. The twins were said to be physically identical, to the point that even their fellow Kingsguard knights could not differentiate between them. Before the Dance of the Dragons tore the realm apart, we know that Ser Erryk and Ser Arryk were both unhorsed by Sir Criston Cole at the tourney for King Viserys I's ascension at Maidenpool in 105 AC. By the year 120 AC, King Viserys I Targaryen had made Erryk the sworn shield of Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, replacing the disgraced Harwin Strong. According to Septon Eustace, Arryk is said to have found Prince Daemon Targaryen, the Rogue Prince, and Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen in bed together a few months after the tourney to celebrate King Viserys and Queen Alicent Hightower's 5th anniversary. However, there are several conflicting accounts of the events, some that do not even mention either of the twins. Ultimately, the legacy of Erryk and Arryk, and of House Cargyll as a whole, would come during the Dance of the Dragons. The Kingsguard are sworn to protect their king and queen from all threats. If they lose their life performing this duty, it would be seen as an honourable death. What would happen when the members of the Kingsguard themselves could not agree who the monarch they are sworn to protect actually is? This was the case in 129 AC, during the outbreak of the Targaryen civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, wherein half the Kingsguard sided with Queen Rhaenyra and the other half King Aegon. Just as this was a civil war between members of House Targaryen, it was also one between the sworn and noble members of the Kingsguard. After the death of King Viserys Targaryen, the first of his name, Ser Erryk Cargyll followed the other Kingsguard knights, Sir Steffon Darkland and Sir Laurent Marband, in siding with the Blacks, joining the Queensguard of Rhaenyra Targaryen on Dragonstone, with Erryk also becoming a trusted member of Queen Rhaenyra's Black Council. However, his twin, Ser Arryk, also a member of the Kingsguard, supported King Aegon II Targaryen and the Green faction in King's Landing, remaining there with the rest of the Kingsguard and their commander, Sir Criston Cole. Before the war between the two factions turned bloody, when negotiations still seemed a possibility, Ser Arryk travelled in the retinue of the Grand Maester Orwyle, when he travelled from King's Landing to Dragonstone in an unsuccessful attempt to reconcile the rival Targaryen claims to the throne. A song composed long after the fact claims that before Ser Arryk left Dragonstone to return home, each brother tried to convince the other to switch sides. According to this song, when this attempt failed, they exchanged declarations of love and parted, knowing that when they next meet, it would be as enemies. While it was possible that such a farewell did indeed take place, and in all likelihood probably did, there is no historical record of it. Two events transpired that turned the war from one of words to one of blood. Lucerys Velaryon, the son of Rhaenyra, was killed in an incident involving Aemon Targaryen in the skies above Shipbreaker Bay. As retaliation for Lucerys' death, Prince Daemon Targaryen ordered the murder of one of King Aegon's children in the infamous Blood and Cheese incident. King Aegon desired to avenge the murder of his heir by means of an attack on Dragonstone, descending on the island citadel on Dragonback to seize or slay his half-sister and her bastard sons. It took all of the Green Council to dissuade him. Sir Criston Cole urged an entirely different course. The Pretender Queen had made use of stealth and treachery to kill Prince Jaehaerys, Cole said. Cole suggested that they do the same. "We will pay the princess back in her own blood," he told the king. The instrument the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard chose for this task, the task of the king's vengeance, was his own sworn brother, Ser Arryk Cargyll. Ser Arryk was said to be intimately familiar with the ancient seat of House Targaryen, having visited there many times during the reign of King Viserys. Many fishermen still piled the waters of Blackwater Bay, for Dragonstone depended on the sea for sustenance. It would be a simple thing to deliver Cargyll to the fishing village under the castle. From there he can make his own way to the Queen, and Ser Arryk and his brother Ser Erryk were twins, identical in all respects, with not even their fellow Kingsguard being able to tell the two apart. Once clad in white, Ser Arryk should be able to move freely about the castle without any questions being asked of him. Sir Criston suggested that any guard who chanced to encounter him would surely mistake him for his twin brother. Ser Arryk did not undertake this mission happily. In fact, Septon Eustace suggests the troubled knight visited the Red Keep Sept on the night he was meant to set sail, to pray for forgiveness from the mother. Yet as the Kingsguard swore to obey the king and their commander, he had no choice in honour but to make his way to Dragonstone, clad in the salt-stained garb of a simple fisherman. The actual true purpose of Sir Eric's mission remains a matter of some contention. Grand Maester Munkin suggests to us that Cargyll had been commanded to slay Rhaenyra, putting an end to the rebellion at a stroke, while the Full Mushroom insists her sons were actually Cargill's prey, that Aegon II wished to wash out the blood of his own murdered son with that of his bastard nephews, Jacaerys and Joffrey. Sir Eric came ashore without hindrance, donning his armour and white cloak, and had no trouble gaining entrance to the castle in the guise of his twin, just as Criston Cole had planned. Deep in the heart of Dragonstone, as he was making his way to the royal apartments, the gods brought him face to face with Sir Eric Cargyll himself, who knew at once what his brother's presence meant. The singers tell us that Sir Eric said, "I love you, brother," as he unsheathed his blade, and Sir Eric replied, "And I you, brother," as he drew his own. It is said that the twins battled for the best part of an hour. Grand Maester Munkin says the clash of steel on steel woke half of the Queen's court, but the onlookers could only stand by helplessly and watch, for no man could tell which brother was which. In the end, Sir Eric and Sir Eric dealt each other mortal wounds, and died in one another's arms, with tears upon their cheeks. The Full Mushroom's account of the events is shorter, saltier, and altogether a whole lot nastier. Mushroom claims the fight lasted only moments. There was no declarations of brotherly love. Each Cargyll, in fact, denounced the other as a traitor, and they clashed. Sir Eric, standing above his twin on the spiral steps, struck the first mortal blow, a savage downward cut that nigh took off his brother's sword arm. But as he collapsed, Sir Eric grasped his slayer's white cloak and pulled him close enough to drive his dagger deep into his belly. Sir Eric was dead before the first guards arrived, but Sir Eric took 4 days to die of a gut wound, screaming in horrible pain and cursing his traitor brother all the while. For obvious reasons, singers and storytellers have shown a marked preference for the tale as told by Munkin. Maesters and other scholars alike must make their own determination as to which version is more likely. All that Septon Eustace says on the matter is that the Cargyll twins slew each other, and there we must leave it. But the lesson to be taken away from this story is civil war between members of House Targaryen not only divides the house, the High Lords, the small folk, and the members of the Kingsguard, but 2 brothers who lost their lives defending the rights of the claimants they believed were the rightful rulers of Westeros. The legacy and song of the twins reaches even into the timeline of the main book series during the Baratheon era of Westeros, meaning some part of their house still lingers in memory. During A Game of Thrones, Bran Stark recalls the stories of several legendary members of the Kingsguard, including that of Sir Eric and Sir Eric, and how they killed each other during the Dance of the Dragons. And later in the events as seen in A Clash of Kings, when Joffrey Baratheon chides his brother Prince Tommen for crying, Sansa Stark says that the twins Sir Eric and Sir Eric died with tears on their cheeks after each had mortally wounded the other. During a storm of swords, Sansa Stark encounters Lady Olenna Tyrell, whose personal guards are twins named Eric and Eric, who are evidently named after the legendary Kingsguard Knights. And finally, during the events of A Feast for Crows, Queen Cersei Lannister thinks to herself that if Sir Loras Tyrell returns from the siege of Dragonstone, she will send him to deal with Bronn at Stokeworth. She hopes that each of them will kill the other, like Sir Eric and Eric. While there is still much we have to learn about House Cargyll, the impact they left behind on the Seven Kingdoms via the twin knights of the Kingsguard cannot be understated. House Thorne is one of the larger houses of the Crownlands. However, we currently do not know the location of their seat or their house words. What we do know what their banner looks like, a silver flail on red with a black border. While much of their history has not been documented, they have played an important role in the history of Westeros via their 2 most famous members, Sir Rickard Thorne, the legendary knight of the Kingsguard during the reign of King Viserys I Targaryen, playing a vital role during the Dance of the Dragons. And also we have Sir Alliser Thorne, who played a role during Robert's Rebellion and later became a key member of the Night's Watch during the timeline of the main books. After the death of King Viserys I Targaryen in 129 AC, and thus the onset of the Dance of the Dragons, Sir Rickard Thorne chose the side of King Aegon II Targaryen and the Green faction in King's Landing, remaining with the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Criston Cole. In the the ensuing civil war, known as the Dance of the Dragons, after it had turned from a war of words into a war of fire and blood by the year 130 AC, during the fall of King's Landing, when Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen's dragons first appeared in the skies above the capital, Lord Larys Strong, known to the pages of history as the Clubfoot, the master of whisperers for King Aegon, smuggled the king and his daughter Princess Jaehaera and young son and heir Maelor Targaryen safely through the secret passages known only to Larys within Maegor's Holdfast in the Red Keep. The small party was accompanied by 2 members of the Kingsguard, Sir Rickard Thorne and Sir Willis Fell. Sir Willis was charged to bring Jaehaera to Storm's End and the protection of Boros Baratheon. Maelor was likewise put into the charge of Sir Rickard Thorne, who swore to bring the 3-year-old heir to the Iron Throne to the safety of Old Town and House Hightower. Their escape was successful, and after Queen Rhaenyra posted a huge reward for information leading to the capture of Aegon, Jaehaera and Maelor, as well as the false knight Willis and Rickard, when that failed to produce anything, Rhaenyra sent out hunting parties of Knights Inquisitors to seek out the escapees and punish anyone who'd helped them. Rickard Thorne travelled incognito, claiming Maelor as his son. The road to Old Town passed through the town of Bitterbridge, that by this time was held by the Blacks, with the Hightower host from Old Town on the other side of the river. When reaching Bitterbridge, Rickard attempted to stay at an inn called the Hog's Head, but there were no rooms available, with hundreds of men and women fleeing from the forces of the Greens. Rickard is said to have showed a silver stag to the innkeep, with the innkeep allowing them to stay in his stable if he cleaned them out first. Once Rickard did so, the innkeep offered him a drink as a pretext for his stable boy to search for more money in Rickard's belongings. They did not find any coin, but they did find Maelor's dragon egg, wrapped in Rickard's white cloak of the Kingsguard. When the boy informed the innkeep in the common room of his discovery, Rickard fled the inn with Maelor, slaying the innkeeper on his way out and stealing a fresh horse from the stables. All the while a mob of people followed behind him, charging for the bridge and for the safety of the Hightower host. Rickard was surrounded by the mob on the bridge, where he was killed by a crossbowman, though it is said that the Kingsguard knight clung to his charge until the very end and did everything he could to save the boy. It is believed a washerwoman, known as Willow Poundstone, had to tear a crying Maelor from the dead knight's arms. But once the mob had killed Rickard and seized Maelor, they did not know what to do with the boy. They debated whether to bring him to the faraway King's Landing for Rhaenyra's reward, or rather take him to the nearby Long Table and the camp of the Greens, who might pay more for Maelor. A fight then broke out between the mob and the crossbowmen who had killed Rickard. Willow Poundstone is believed to have said that no one was going to hurt her new son. It is disputed what exactly happened next. The court for Mushroom's account claims that Willow Poundstone accidentally crushed Maelor to death in her arms, while Septon Eustace claims he was chopped up into 6 pieces by a butcher so everyone might have a piece of the prince. Grand Maester Munkin writes that Maelor was torn apart by the mob. All that we know for sure is that by the time that Lady Caswell and her knights arrived, Maelor was dead. Lady Caswell hanged those responsible for the prince's death, had Sir Rickard's corpse and Maelor's head sent to Queen Rhaenyra at King's Landing. Sir Rickard, whether you supported Rhaenyra or Aegon, is remembered as a true knight of the Kingsguard, giving his life and doing his duty to protect his charge. Sir Alistair Thorne is a knight from House Thorne, who by the time of the main book series serves as the Master of Arms at the Night's Watch's Castle Black. He is described as a capable man, but he is bitter and humorless, and is particularly hated by many of the recruits of the Watch who have been trained by him. Born around the year 247 AC, Alistair is said to be a man in his 50s, with sharp black eyes and black hair with streaks of grey. He wears crisp black leather with a fur-trimmed cloak and polished boots, and is often seen wielding a longsword. Before he joined the Night's Watch, Alistair was a knight of House Thorne who fought on the side of House Targaryen during Robert's Rebellion, suggesting that House Thorne too supported King Aerys II. He was part of the defence of King's Landing, and after its sack and the downfall of House Targaryen, Alistair was given a choice by Lord Tywin Lannister between losing his head and taking the black. Thorne decided to join the Night's Watch, like many of the others who had fought on the losing side of Robert's Rebellion. By the time of the start of the main book series in 298 AC, Alistair is now the Master at Arms at Castle Black and responsible for the training of new recruits, a job he seems to dislike. When Jon Snow arrives at the Wall, Sir Alistair gives Jon the mocking nickname
Lord Snow, mocking his status as a bastard. His disdain turns to hatred when Jon replies to one of his mockeries, causing an outbreak of laughter in the whole common room of Castle Black to the embarrassment and anger of Alliser. Alliser is generally regarded as a humorless man, and again takes the mockeries of Tyrion Lannister poorly. When Tyrion is invited to the table of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, during his visit to the Wall, Sir Alliser also shows a deep disdain for the cowardly Samwell Tarly when he arrives at the Wall as a new recruit. When Sam refuses to defend himself during a sparring session, much to the anger of Alliser, Jon Snow and a group of other Night's Watch recruits befriend Sam and convince other recruits not to beat the cowardly boy despite Alliser's orders. When Jon Snow is later appointed to the stewards instead of the rangers as he wanted and expected, Alliser appeared pleased at Jon's anger and disappointment, so much so that Jon believed that Alliser was behind it. Samwell Tarly, however, explains to Jon that the appointment indicates that he will be trained by Jeor Mormont in command. Even after Jon officially becomes a member of the Watch after taking the oath, Alliser never misses an opportunity or occasion to provoke him, especially about his bastard status. The evening Jon learns of the imprisonment of his father, Lord Eddard Stark, for treason, Alliser's jeers anger Jon, who tries to attack him with a knife, before being stopped and put under arrest and confined to his room. The hostility between Alliser and Jon needed to be addressed. We learn Alliser still has some old friends who are well placed at court in King's Landing, so Lord Commander Mormont sends him to visit the new king, Joffrey Baratheon, to ask for more men and resources. He is to show the severed hand of Jaffa Flowers, who had turned into a wight, to the court. Sir Endrew Tarth takes Alliser's place as Master-at-Arms of Castle Black while he's on his mission south. During the events of A Clash of Kings, we learn that Sir Alliser sails from Eastwatch by the Sea to King's Landing, where he asks for an audience with the king. Tyrion Lannister is now the acting hand of the king. Remembering his dislike for Alliser from his time spent at the Wall, he delays the meeting several times, and has Bronn find poor quarters in the Red Keep for Alliser. When he eventually does appear before the Small Council in the throne room, Jaffa's hand has rotted away to bones, given how much time has passed, and thus Alliser's story of Whites and White Walkers is mocked by Tyrion, which angers Alliser. Tyrion allows a word to be put out in King's Landing that the Night's Watch is in need of men, and allows Alliser to take men from the dungeons. When Tyrion dismisses Alliser from court, he asks the knight to give his regards to Lord Commander Mormont and Jon Snow. During the events of A Storm of Swords, we learn that Alliser sails back to the Wall and serves as the new Master-at-Arms at Eastwatch by the Sea, rather than returning to Castle Black. It is there he falls in with Janos Slynt, who had also come from King's Landing with Alliser and had been exiled to the Watch by Tyrion. Alliser, Janos, and Sir Gledon Hewitt and other members of Eastwatch travelled to Castle Black during the battle beneath the Wall, as the number of men at Castle Black remaining after the Great Ranging was dangerously low. They accused Jon, who had been leading the defence against the wildlings of Mance Rayder, of being a turncloak and an oathbreaker, and the captive Rattleshirt verifies that Jon had killed Corin Halfhand beyond the Wall. To prove that he is not a traitor, Jon is sent by Alliser to assassinate Mance in a meeting north of the Wall, but this meeting is interrupted by the arrival of Stannis Baratheon's host. During the choosing for the new Lord Commander, after Jeor Mormont's death at the mutiny at Craster's Keep, Alliser comes in sixth in the voting on the first day, and loses votes on the second day. As many Black brothers resented having been trained by him and his harsh treatment of them, he withdraws his name and decides to support Janos, who did not have such a negative history with the men of the Watch. Alliser expects Othel Yarwick, the first builder, to support Janos as well, but the reluctant Othel shocks Alliser by instead mentioning Jon Snow, who is soon elected as the commander of the Watch, much to the disgust of Alliser. During the events of A Dance with Dragons, Alliser complains that Jon's election was overseen by a blind Maester Aemon, who was fond of Jon, with Jon's friend Samwell Tarly by his side, and suggests there may have been a foul play involved in Jon's election win, but has no proof of it. To separate Janos Slynt and Alliser, Jon appoints Janos to command the garrison of Greyguard, one of the abandoned castles of the Watch. Jon planned on repairing and garrisoning. When Janos refuses to obey the order, Jon personally beheads him. Alliser is present when the sentence is given, but does not interfere, much to Jon's disappointment.
Alistair later is one of the senior members of the Watch to oppose Jon's decision to let the wildlings pass south of the wall, although Jon thinks the Master-at-Arms has become more circumspect after Janos' execution. Jon later orders Alistair to accompany Dwyn and other seasoned rangers in scouting beyond the wall. Alistair is angry, but accepts the mission, not wanting to give Jon a cause to execute him as well. He then states that he will return from the ranging, one way or another, and until the Winds of Winter is hopefully released. That is all we currently know of Sir Alistair Thorne and House Thorne. House Longwaters, in terms of their size and importance in the history of the Crownlands, is very minor, with them being mostly forgotten and hardly considered by most of the other houses and lords of the Crownlands. They are currently sworn to House Baratheon of King's Landing, and as of yet we don't even know where their seat is, or what their banner looks like. However, there are some fan theories about what it could be, the leading one suggesting it could be the reversed colours of House Velaryon. But despite House Longwaters' size and lack of deep history going back generations, their origin is among the most fascinating of the newer houses formed in the years after Aegon's conquest. Also, strictly speaking, House Longwaters does in fact have a long and storied history, that of Old Valyria, House Targaryen, and House Velaryon, even if most would not claim it to be theirs. But why could House Longwaters claim such prestigious and noble heritage if the house is so minor their banner is not even documented? Well, House Longwaters descends from bastardy of the ancient and powerful houses with the blood of Old Valyria, House Targaryen, and House Velaryon. During the Targaryen Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons, the base-born dragon seeds, Adam and Alan of Hull, were legitimized as members of House Velaryon by Rhaenyra Targaryen, as they were in desperate need of dragon riders. It was claimed by the mother of the boys, Merilda of Hull, that they had been fathered by Rhaenyra's first husband, Sir Laenor Velaryon. However, the court fool Mushroom claims they were in fact the children of Laenor's father, Lord Corlys Velaryon. The story goes that Lord Corlys had dared not to recognize the boys while his wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, was still alive, and even after her death, he did not wish to sully her memory. However, by claiming the boys as his grandchildren, he was choosing to recognize them after a fashion in this way. What version of events is true is unclear, and we will likely never have the answer to it. But regardless, the eldest of these two boys, Adam, was designated the true heir of Driftmark, being descended via Laenor or Corlys. Adam fell in the Civil War at the Second Battle of Tumbleton, but his death proved the loyalty of himself and his brother to Rhaenyra, whom had lost trust in the dragon seeds after the betrayal of Hardhugh Hammer and Ulf the White, who went over to the Greens during the First Battle of Tumbleton. Thus, with Adam dead, his younger brother Alan became the new heir to Driftmark, and will go on to succeed Corlys as Lord of the Tides in 139 AC, when Corlys died aged 79. Alan therefore became the head of House Velaryon, and would play a key role during the regency and reign of King Aegon III Targaryen, being dubbed the Oaken Fist for his daring and heroic deeds, among them fighting in the Stepstones and dealing with Dalton Greyjoy and his Ironborn raiders. Arguably, his most important contribution to the history of Westeros was the return of Prince Viserys, future King Viserys, from captivity in Lys after he was taken during the Dance of the Dragons and believed to be dead for many years. He would serve as master of ships under King Daeron I Targaryen, and contributed greatly during his conquest of Dorne. He also spent much time fighting pirate lords, all before disappearing at sea later in life. Alan had married Lady Baela Targaryen, the daughter of Daemon Targaryen and Laena Velaryon, in the year 132 AC. The relationship was said to be loving, but with initially much opposition to the match. They had two children, a girl named Laena and a boy whose name is not yet known to us. While we do not know the details as to how Alan and Baela's relationship so severely broke down, it appears it did. Sometime before the year 171 AC, it is said that Alan fell in love with Princess Aelena Targaryen, the youngest daughter of King Aegon III Targaryen and Queen Daenerys Velaryon, meaning she was Baela's own half-niece. Much of the details of their relationship are not known to us, but it did result in two children being born to them that Aelena named John and Jane Waters, Waters being the name for noble bastards from the Crownlands. Given the vague nature of the source material, it is not known whether Alan ever actually knew about his bastards, or whether the children were born after he left on his final voyage, from which he never returned. We also don't know much about the reaction of Baelor Targaryen, or even Elena's father, King Aegon III. Aelena Targaryen would later go on to marry Lord Ossifer Plum, Lord Ronald Penrose, and Sir Michael Manwoody, giving Ossifer a son, and Ronald one son and 2 daughters. But despite the marriage of their mother and the birth of trueborn children to her, her bastard children with Alan were not forgotten, as after all they were royal bastards with the blood of both House Targaryen and House Velaryon. It must also be recalled this was all before the time of Aegon the Unworthy and his numerous great bastards, some of whom would forever sully the idea of royal bastards. Despite his bastardy, John Waters went on to become a great and famous knight in his own right, and was generally well liked and respected. We know very little about his sister Jane and what became of her, but it is likely she was offered the same respect as John, and perhaps was married off to a landed knight or minor lord, because to a minor house, a royal bastard is still, well, a royal bastard, and a valuable asset to have. John's son, whose name is yet unknown to us, went on to become a well-respected knight like his father. As the son born to John was in fact the legitimate child of John and his as of yet unknown wife, he left the tainted bastardy behind him and added Long to his name to show this. While they would remain a very minor house, with little power, with their ties to House Targaryen and Velaryon being forgotten over time, they do still exist post-Robert's Rebellion, as one of their descendants, Rennifer Longwaters, would later serve his distant Baratheon kin as chief underjailer at the dungeons below the Red Keep in King's Landing by the time of the main book series. The way in which Rennifer acts around Jaime Lannister suggests that Jaime is not aware of the Longwaters' dragon blood. While we don't have any official description of the members of House Longwaters, it is speculated that given that both Jon and Jane's parents have Valyrian features, that they were likely to have been passed down to their children, and possibly throughout the generations, depending on how their descendants married. Which means walking around the halls of the Red Keep during the main books, there could be this small vestige of the lost era of House Targaryen and Velaryon. House Blackfyre can be counted as one of the most interesting and unique houses to call the Crownlands home, not just because of how they were formed and their close ties to House Targaryen, but the wider impact they would have on the history of Westeros, from the sands of Dawn to the icy winds of the Wall. The house was founded in 184 AC and was a cadet branch of House Targaryen, founded by Daemon I Blackfyre, the bastard son of King Aegon IV Targaryen, known as Aegon the Unworthy, and his cousin, Princess Dana. But more importantly, despite both his parents being members of House Targaryen, Daemon was a bastard, the first of the many bastard children of King Aegon IV, known as the Great Bastards. When King Aegon IV died in the year 184 AC, his last will and testament decree that all his bastard children be legitimized, and thus Daemon Waters formed this new cadet branch of House Targaryen and took the name Blackfyre after the ancestral Valyrian steel blade of House Targaryen, the Sword of Kings, Blackfyre. Their sigil was the reverse of House Targaryen's 3-headed red dragon on black, with Daemon adopting a black 3-headed dragon breathing black fire on red. Their motto is unknown, or at least not officially recorded in the history books, but some have speculated it too could have been the reverse of House Targaryen's motto, Fire and Blood, Blood and Fire. Being a cadet branch from 2 members of House Targaryen, members of House Blackfyre possess traditional Valyrian traits, such as platinum blonde hair, violet eyes, and premonition-like dragon dream abilities, presented by some members of House Targaryen over the centuries. Daemon Waters, later Blackfyre, was the bastard son King Aegon IV Targaryen and his cousin, Princess Dana Targaryen, born in the year 170 AC, causing much scandal during the reign of the Septon King Baelor the Blessed. At the time of his birth, Dana refused to name the father, but it would later come to light that the then Prince Aegon was indeed Daemon's father. Daemon was said to be a tall and powerful man, with broad shoulders, muscular arms, and a flat stomach. He had strong Targaryen features, with deep purple eyes and the silver gold hair which he wore long, flowing down to his shoulders in a silvery gold mane, and was described as almost inhumanly beautiful. Daemon looked every inch the warrior, and many thought he strongly resembled the portraits of Aegon the Conqueror. When Daemon won a squire's tourney at the age of 12, Aegon granted him knighthood, and surprisingly gave him Blackfyre, one of the ancestral Valyrian steel swords of House Targaryen, and additionally, the Sword of Kings, wielded by every Targaryen king of Westeros since the conquest. Even at the time, this caused much division, as while Daemon was Aegon's eldest son, he was of course a bastard, meaning Aegon's only legitimate son, Prince Daeron, was the heir apparent to the Iron Throne. Many speculated Aegon giving Daemon Blackfyre was him acknowledging his bastard son as his heir over Daeron. After all, Blackfyre was the Sword of Kings. This speculation would be part of the fuel for the events that followed after the formation of House Blackfyre. When Aegon IV was on his deathbed, the king legitimized all of his bastard children, including Daemon, despite warning against honouring King Aegon IV's decree, given the political ramifications of doing so. The now King Daeron II Targaryen allowed his father's will to pass, as it was, after all, the word of a king. The young Daemon married Rowan of Tyrosh when he was 14 years old, and was granted a tract of land along the Blackwater Rush and the right to be able to keep there by his half-brother, King Daeron II. However, we have no record of where this land was, or if work even began on House Blackfyre's keep after the marriage of King Daeron to the sister of the Prince of Dawn, and likewise Princess Daenerys marrying that same Prince of Dawn in 187 AC. Dawn officially joined the realm of House Targaryen, but this in itself would fuel the coming Blackfyre Rebellion. The growing influence of the Dornish at court, the Dornish appearance of Daeron II's heir, Baelor Breakspear, the sudden change of Dornish enemies to Dornish allies despite the historical hatred between the likes of the Stormlanders and the Dornish, King Daeron's rumoured illegitimacy, a tale started by King Aegon IV during his reign, and Aegon IV's previously public gift of Blackfyre, Sword of Kings, all came to one inevitable outcome. It caused several nobles and knights to start mistrusting Daeron II and his son Baelor Breakspear. While seeing the promise in Daemon, men from across the realm began to approach Daemon, but it took them many years to convince him to declare for the Iron Throne. Maester Yandel considers it likely to have been Aegon Rivers, Daemon's younger half-brother, who had managed to finally convince Daemon in the end. According to King Maekar I Targaryen, it had both been Aegon Rivers and Sir Quentyn Ball had played the largest role in convincing the prince. Aegon pressed him to make his claim for the Iron Throne, and after Daemon agreed to a betrothal between his eldest daughter Calla and Aegon, his efforts increased. Many lords and knights joined in. Besides the influence of his counsellors, Daemon had come to resent having the status of a bastard and what it represented. In the year 196 AC, after years of pressure from the likes of Aegon Rivers and disgruntled lords up and down Westeros, unhappy with the rule of King Daeron II, in particular those who felt the Dornish had been given too much power in the wake of them joining the Seven Kingdoms, Daemon Blackfyre had made his decision. He would challenge his half-brother, the king, for the Iron Throne, but Daemon, or some who supported him, must have acted too rashly, for word soon reached King Daeron that Daemon Blackfyre meant to declare himself king within the turn of the moon. Ultimately, we do not know how word came to Daeron, though the unfinished tome, The Red Dragon and the Black, suggests that another of the great bastards, Brynden Rivers, was involved in some way. If he was in fact the source of the information, or simply told of it via a third party, we cannot say. King Daeron sent the Kingsguard to arrest Daemon before he could take his plans for treason any further than that plans. We do not know how, but Daemon was forewarned of his coming arrest and made plans to make his escape. However, given the now perilous position he found himself in, with his plans now known, he could not do it alone. But those loyal to Daemon were more than ready to assist their chosen king, with the help of the famously hot-tempered knight and his former master-at-arms, Sir Quentyn Ball. Known to the pages of history as Fireball, Daemon was able to escape the Red Keep safely via secret means that remain unknown to us even to this day. As knowledge of Daemon's plan to overthrow the king was not yet known widely among the lords and small folk alike, gave the rebels a chance to dictate the narrative of events somewhat in their favour. Or so that was the intent. Thus Daemon Blackfyre's allies used this attempted arrest as a cause for war,
claiming that King Daeron had acted against Daemon out of no more than baseless fear and unverified rumours from untrustworthy sources. And thus, like with many conflicts before and after, the war of words and politics had begun, with supporters on both sides trying to justify their positions to make themselves seem the wrong and attacked party, whilst trying to rally undecided allies to their cause. When you take a look back through history, wars will follow the same pattern. From Aegon's conquest to the Dance of the Dragons, and now the Blackfyre Rebellion, they all followed the same pattern before the conflict inevitably turned bloody. It was now the long-standing rumours surrounding the parentage of King Daeron began to resurface in earnest. The supporters of Daemon Blackfyre gave the king the mocking title of Daeron Falseborn, thus repeating the claims that Aegon the Unworthy himself was said to have circulated in the later years of his reign, that he had been sired not by the king, but by his brother, Aemon the Dragon Knight. Was there truth to these rumours? We can never know. There is no real proof that favours them, nor proof that disproves them. But even so, those on both sides of the argument firmly became entrenched in their position, and in this manner did the first Blackfyre Rebellion begin. In the year 196 AC, Daemon reversed the colours of the traditional Targaryen arms to show a black dragon on a red field. The rebels declared for Princess Daena's bastard son, Daemon Blackfyre, first of his name, proclaiming him the eldest true son of King Aegon IV, and that his half-brother, Daeron, the bastard. Subsequently, many battles were fought between the Black and the Red Dragons in the Vale, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and further afield. Before fighting began, however, clear sides in this conflict formed and grew larger by the day. It has later been said that half the realm declared for Daemon Blackfyre, the other half for King Daeron, though the truth is this may be an exaggeration on both parts, as none of the great houses did pledge their support to House Blackfyre, and even among the houses who did pledge their support, not necessarily the full houses did, and even when they did, they passively backed aside. Conversely, King Daeron did also have the backing of many minor houses, but also several of the great houses, such as House Arryn, Tyrell, Tully and Martell. Most notably of the other houses, records show that House Hightower, Butterwell, Oakhart and Tarback gave support to both Daemon and Daeron, while others, such as House Manfred and Lothston, were willing to betray Daemon for Daeron. For Daemon and House Blackfyre, most of their core supporters were concentrated in the Reach and in the Stormlands, with some further afield, but those two kingdoms made up most of Daemon's strength. They were primarily made up of houses among the border lords, with strong anti-Martell sentiment, who resented the new peace deal with Dawn, thus their support was going to be strongly in favour of Daemon. At some point during the conflict, Daemon did manage to openly control enough territory that at some point he began minting his own coinage. However, many scholars have noted such coinage in truth held little value, and at this point it was more of an act of propaganda, as for many lords and small folk, seeing the likeness of Daemon Blackfyre on coinage gave him more of a sense of legitimacy. We also know that at some point a thief attempted to steal dragon eggs for Daemon, another symbol of Targaryen legitimacy. No matter if Daemon could go on to hatch the egg or not, the possession of them added to Daemon's cause, but ultimately the thief was caught and the plan fell apart. The war, much like the countless before it, would be a bloody one for both sides. Over its course, battles were fought between the rebels and loyalists, amongst other places. The Vale, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Reach. Sir Quentyn Ball attacked the Westerlands, killing Lord Lefford at the gates of Lannisport, and then defeating Daemon Lannister in turn. At the crossing of the Mander, Sir Quentyn slew all of Lady Penrose's sons, except for the youngest, who he spared as a favour to the lady. Lord Leo Tyrell participated in the first Blackfyre Rebellion as well, fighting on behalf of House Targaryen and Daeron. He won notable victories in the Reach against Daemon's supporters. During a period where it seemed as if Daemon Blackfyre was prevailing, King Daeron II came to consider his hand of the king, Lord Ambrose Butterwell, to be ineffectual, and in the end, Butterwell's loyalty was questioned, with him being suspected of being a secret supporter of Daemon. Shortly after, Butterwell was replaced by Lord Hayford, a noted loyalist. On the eve of the Battle of the Redgrass Field, the key and final battle in the rebellion, the key Blackfyre general Quentyn Ball was slain in a chance encounter picked off by a random archer when he stopped for a drink of water. Meanwhile, Lord Bracken had gone across the narrow sea to hire sellswords to reinforce the Blackfyres. but storms delayed his return and the merest crossbowmen he had hired. Going into the final battle of the war, there was much at stake for both sides. Either could walk away with victory. The Battle of the Redgrass Field would change the fate of Westeros, House Blackfyre, and Targaryen forever. While the first Blackfyre Rebellion was of course a bloody affair, filled with battles big and small, the balance of power shifting after each. But in the end, it would all come down to a single battle, and one that would shape the future of Westeros, and define not just House Targaryen and Blackfyre, but houses great and small for the next century. The first Blackfyre Rebellion ended at the Redgrass Field, nigh on 1 year after the onset of the war. Some scholars have written of the boldness and bravery of the men who fought alongside Daemon Blackfyre, while others of their treason against their true king, Daeron II. But the truth of the matter is, for all the valour in the field of battle and their enmity against King Daeron, their cause was lost. The two armies collided on an unnamed field. For the Black Dragons, Lord Costane was on the left of Daemon's host, while Lord Shawnee was on the right, with Aegon Rivers, who was known as Bitterstill. Lord Leo Tyrell, one of Daeron's most powerful and influential supporters, did not arrive in time for this decisive battle. Historical records and tales of the many present at the battle state that Daemon was unstoppable that day, first cutting Lord Donald Arryn's vanguard to pieces, slaying Will Waynwood and the Knight of Ninestar, before coming upon Sir Gawain Corbray of the Kingsguard. A famous fight took place between the two, with Valyrian steel swords, with Daemon wielding Blackfyre, the Sword of Kings, and Gawain using the famous Lady Forlorn. Daemon managed to severely injure his opponent, leaving him blind and bleeding, but Daemon paused to make sure no more injury came to Sir Gawain, ordering Red Tusk to carry Gawain back to the Maester in the rear. By that time, Daemon's half-brother, Brynden Rivers, known as Bloodraven, and his private guard, the Raven's Teeth, crested the Weeping Ridge, gaining the high ground from where he showered Daemon's position with arrows. Bloodraven had spotted Daemon's banner and slew the elder of Daemon's twin sons, Aegon. Knowing that Daemon would never leave his son on the field, he then pierced Daemon with 7 arrows, the last killing him. The younger twin, Aemon, picked up the Sword of Kings, Blackfyre, when his father fell. Despite the boy's bravery trying to fight on, he too was slain by Brynden Rivers. In many battles, the death of your general, your chosen king, would cause your ranks to rout. But this was not the case with the devout supporters of Daemon Blackfyre. His death was followed by Aegon Rivers, Bitterstill, his half-brother, and his mad charge, with the Sword of Kings Blackfyre firm in hand, as he attempted to rally Daemon's forces. Bitterstill met with Bloodraven, his long-term rival, in the midst of the charge, and a mighty duel of legend ensued. Men who witnessed it spoke of the ferocity of the duel. It ultimately left Bloodraven blinded in one eye and sent Aegon Rivers fleeing, still with Blackfyre in hand. But the battle came to an end when Prince Baelor Breakspear appeared with a host of Stormlanders and Dornishmen, men from 2 regions of Westeros who for the last 1,000 years had been on opposite sides of the battlefield, now on the same. Allied with each other, they fell on the rebels from the rear, causing massive damage, while the young Prince Maekar Targaryen rallied what remained of Lord Arryn's vanguard and made an impassable anvil against which the rebels were hammered and destroyed. A Lord Shawnee died from his wounds, while Lord Ambrose Butterwell lost 2 sons who fought on opposite sides of the rebellion. Sir Buford Bulwer allegedly killed 40 men during the battle. Only some of the numerous tales and legends from the Battle of the Redgrass Field to mark the pages of history books and in the songs of singers. It is suggested that the Redgrass Field was actually quite a close affair, and if Daemon had not stopped to ensure Sir Gawain was sent to a maester, he might have broken Maekar's left before Bloodraven had managed to gain the ridge, and before Baelor Breakspear arrived. Then, with Bloodraven slain and the road to King's Landing open, Daemon would have had little opposition, and we may very well now have a Blackfyre king. With that, the Battle of the Redgrass Field and the first Blackfyre Rebellion came to its bloody end. Depending on your point of view, and if you supported the Black Dragons or the Red, an estimated 10,000 men had died in Daemon Blackfyre's attempt to overthrow his brother and claim the Iron Throne.
But while 10,000 died, many more were wounded and maimed, and that does not include the countless small folk who also lost their lives, caught in the middle of the conflict. King Daeron, at the start of his reign, had worked to keep the peace Baelor the Blessed had forged. It had been shattered, though arguably through no fault of his own, save perhaps too much mercy for his half-brother, with some critics of the king believing Daeron could have done more sooner to prevent Daemon from rebelling, as warning signs were present for many years. In the aftermath, King Daeron showed a sternness that few expected, with many even close to him who felt it was beyond his personality. Many lords and knights who had supported the Black Dragons of Daemon Blackfyre had lands and seats and their privileges stripped from them, and were forced to give over hostages. Daeron felt that he had trusted them, and that trust was now broken and could never return. He had done all he could to rule justly, and still they turned against him. Daemon Blackfyre's surviving sons, Daemon, Aegon and Aenys, fled Westeros to Tyrosh, their mother's homeland, and with them went Daemon Blackfyre's most loyal and fierce supporter, Aegon Rivers, Bittersteel, who would go on to form the famous Salsor Company, the Golden Company. But Bittersteel would remain a thorn in the side of House Targaryen for years to come, as the realm would continue to be troubled by the claims of Blackfyre claimants to the Iron Throne for more than 4 generations. When you look at the long history of men who have served as Hand of the King since the very first Orys Baratheon, Brynden Rivers, known commonly as Bloodraven, over his term as Hand, proved to be both capable and effective at the role, and despite his critics, he can be accounted as among the best to take the position. While the realm had suffered through the Great Spring sickness, and then the droughts caused more suffering, with it the growing murmurs among the lords of Westeros for support at the Second Blackfyre Rebellion, and despite Bloodraven's sour reputation among the lords and small folk alike, his network of spies and knowledge of events up and down Westeros, from the Sands of Dawn to the Wall in the north, would be a key factor in how history played out. As the truth is, the Black Dragon was lingering across the Narrow Sea, in the Free Cities, waiting for the right moment to come and take its place, and bring blood and fire to Westeros once more. It was Lord Gormon Peake at the centre of the attempt to bring about a second, new uprising in support of House Blackfyre. For Gormon's and House Peake's role in the first Blackfyre Rebellion, House Peake had been stripped of 2 of their 3 castles the house had held for centuries, and began the swift decline of House Peake, from which they would never truly recover from. Gormon was believed to have been a close friend to Daemon II Blackfyre, and said to be a sour-mouthed man with a well-trimmed beard, coloured grey, black and white. An influential lord, even after the loss of so much of House Peake's power. Gormon was considered a great knight, and one of the best warriors of his age, and a key supporter to Daemon I Blackfyre. After he bent the knee and was punished for his role in the first Blackfyre Rebellion, it is said that Gormon became blind to reason in his thirst for revenge in the recovery of his seats that were stripped from House Peake. As the droughts that plagued the realm ended and the Great Spring sickness a fading memory, Lord Gormon, who had for years been talking in secret with the Black Dragons in Essos, managed to convince Daemon Blackfyre's eldest surviving son, Daemon the Younger, to cross the Narrow Sea and make a play for the Iron Throne. Feeling the damaged and recovering realm made it the perfect time to strike, while there was still discontent towards Aerys and Bloodraven among the small folk and some of the lords. The man who would become Daemon II Blackfyre and be at the heart of this second Blackfyre Rebellion was known as Daemon the Younger, and was the 3rd son of Daemon I Blackfyre. He would later go by the alias of John the Fiddler during the coming attempted uprising. Daemon was described as a young, lean man with a comely, clean-shaven face and fine features. He had the traditional silver hair of old Valyria, like his father and his Targaryen ancestors, among other Valyrian features. However, Daemon would dye his hair black to hide his identity, with his hair being the Targaryen silver, marking him out, drawing unwanted attention to him. Daemon was born in Westeros in the year 189 AC, and was the 3rd son of Daemon I Blackfyre and Rowan Tyrosh. He was named after his father, and known as Daemon the Younger to differentiate between the two. As a child, Daemon became close friends with a boy called Alan Cockshaw. Alan was a member of House Cockshaw from the Reach, and would in time become the lord and head of House Cockshaw during the reign of King Aerys I Targaryen. While history does not record Alan's exact age, we can assume he was close in age to Daemon, given the deep friendship formed in their youth. He was described as having a pudgy face with dark blonde hair. There was much speculation as to the exact nature of Alan and Daemon's relationship and how deep this friendship really went, with it being suggested they were in fact lovers rather than just friends, as Alan would become very jealous when Daemon paid attention to other men. When murmurs of Daemon returning to Westeros began, Alan was said to be ecstatic at the news. However, despite their supposed close relationship, according to Daemon, Alan grew tiresome when he became drunk. It is also believed that both Daemon and Alan were bullied by Daemon's elder twin brothers, Aegon and Aemon. In 196 AC, when Daemon was 7 years old, his father began the First Blackfyre Rebellion. After the death of his father and older brothers at the Battle of the Red Grass Field, Daemon, with the rest of House Blackfyre, went into exile in Tyrosh with his surviving family and with his uncle, Aegon Rivers, known as Bitterstill. Daemon, being the blood of old Valyria, and like many of his Targaryen kin, was believed to have had prophetic dreams throughout his life, and it may have been these very same dreams that led him down the path to the Second Blackfyre Rebellion. It is said that Daemon had correctly dreamed that his elder twin brothers, Aegon and Aemon, would die at the Red Grass Field during the First Blackfyre Rebellion, and later that Sir Duncan the Tall would become a knight of the Kingsguard, which, as we know from later events, did too come to pass, all in which gives some validity to the claims Daemon's dreams were in fact prophetic. But some still argue that these dreams could have been open to interpretation. Before the Second Blackfyre Rebellion, Daemon supposedly dreamed that a dragon would hatch from eggs at Whitewalls, and thus plans were put in motion and conspiracies begun as the Black Dragon rose again. The Second Blackfyre Rebellion had come. The Second Blackfyre Rebellion took place in the year 212 AC. Daemon II Blackfyre had finally been convinced by Lord Gorman Peake, among other conspirators, to launch a second attempt to take the Iron Throne. While not an all-out bloody war on the scale of the First Blackfyre Rebellion, the second is much more interesting from a political point of view, with much being behind closed doors, with scheming and planning that would all come to a head at the White Walls tourney. If events at the tourney had occurred differently, as they very well easily could have, then there is a possibility that Daemon II Blackfyre could have rallied enough support to take the Iron Throne for House Blackfyre. Across the narrow sea in Tyrosh, Daemon II Blackfyre, the eldest living son of Daemon I Blackfyre, is said to have dreamed that a dragon would be born at White Walls. Lord Gorman Peake, a Blackfyre supporter, somehow heard of Daemon's dream and convinced him to cross the narrow sea and make a play for the Iron Throne. The famous White Walls tourney was to celebrate the marriage of Lord Ambrose Butterwell to a daughter of Lord Frey. The tourney was used by some of those who had sided with House Blackfyre during the First Blackfyre Rebellion, and those who felt resentment towards the rule of King Aerys I and his hand, Brendan Rivers, as a way to join their forces and plan in secret without suspicion. Most of the houses and lords who had fought for the Black Dragon in the original rebellion had their children taken as hostages. In many of these cases, those hostages had died during the Great Spring Sickness, which allowed for their families to plot once again. There were even some cases where the lord who had fought in the first rebellion had died in the years since, and the titles and lands had passed to a son who perhaps did not value the lives of their kin taken as hostages, or maybe saw this as the only way to gain their freedom. However, one important aspect to consider when talking about the Second Blackfyre Rebellion is that Aegon Rivers, the half-brother of Daemon I Blackfyre, and one of the great bastards who played such an important role in the First Blackfyre Rebellion, did not think much of Lord Peake's plan and mistrusted Daemon's supposed dreams, thus did not give him his support, nor the Sword Blackfyre, the Sword of Kings. The key organisers of the tourney, namely Sir Tormund Heddle and Lord Gorman Peake, convinced Lord Butterwell to name his prized possession, a dragon egg, given by King Aegon IV as a prize for the winner of the tourney. During the wedding tourney, Daemon was under the guise of a hedge knight, going by the name of Sir John the Fiddler. He was given a place of honour on the dais, uncommon for someone of his supposed position of hedge knight, which may have risen some suspicions. After the bedding had taken place, the history books tell us that Daemon, still under the guise of Jon, approached a fellow hedge knight, Sir Duncan the Tall, and told him about dreams he was having, involving Duncan wearing a white cloak in the future. In retrospect, yet another dream of Daemon's that would in time prove to be true, as Sir Duncan would later join the Kingsguard. It is also believed that Daemon tried to win Duncan over to his cause, but Duncan remained unsure. They were then interrupted by Lord Gormanpeak. Alan Cockshaw, a close friend of Daemon and speculated lover who had been ecstatic up until this point of Daemon's return to Westeros, deeply resented Duncan for the loss of Daemon's attention and became his secret enemy. Peake and Heddle attempted to rig the tourney so Daemon would win by bribing his opponents, who would be competing in his disguise as Jon the Fiddler. However, the plot was foiled by the intervention of Sir Duncan the Tall and the prowess of Sir Gledon Flowers, who had refused the bribe of Lord Peake. The dragon egg prize for the winner of the tourney had been stolen, and Sir Gledon was framed for the deed, due to his refusal to lose to Daemon in the lists. The missing egg was found to be in his possession, and he was arrested and thrown into a cell. However, Duncan slew Tormund in single combat, and revealed the egg had been found in Glendon's saddlebags, was in fact just painted stone. The real dragon egg was still missing. In truth, it is believed that Daemon himself had been unaware of the plot and the wider plan of Lord Peake and what it entailed, which left him unsure who to believe or trust. He opted for a different course altogether, and revealed his true identity as Daemon II Blackfyre, and ordered a trial by battle be given to Gledon, giving him a chance to defend himself, during which Gledon unhorsed Daemon on the first pass. However, by this time, news quickly spread throughout the castle and tourney that Lord Brendan Rivers, known as Bloodraven, the feared hand of the king, was marching on the castle with 3 members of the Kingsguard of Aerys I, his own personal guard of 300 Raven's Teeth and 500 knights, and 5,000 infantrymen from the Crownlands and Riverlands, with more likely to follow. These men were drawn from House Darklyn, Hayford, Massy, Rosby, Stokeworth, Moudon, and House Blackwood, the house of Brendan's mother, Melissa. Daemon called for those within the castle to fight to the death, but was laughed off by most of the fighting men. Seeing the gravity of the situation and the size of his uncle's host, Daemon then marched out of the castle and offered single combat. Daemon II Blackfyre promptly taken prisoner by Bloodraven, thus ending the Second Blackfyre Rebellion before it truly even began, preventing bloodshed at White Walls, in which many would have died, and stopping the risk of a Second Blackfyre Rebellion from turning into a long and drawn-out war that would engulf the whole of Westeros, from the Wall to the Sands of Dawn. In the aftermath, Lord Ambrose Butterwell kept only 1/10 of his vast fortune, and the castle of White Walls was forfeit to the Iron Throne for his role in the conspiracy, with it later being razed to the ground as punishment. Sir Tormund Heddle had died at the hands of Sir Duncan the Tall, and Lord Gormanpeak was executed for his part in the rebellion, alongside many others who were too executed for their parts as well. Oddly, Aegon Rivers not being part of this Second Blackfyre Rebellion stands out as a key part of the history. Aegon, known as Bitterstill, did not take part in the rebellion, and as we know, refused to give Daemon Blackfyre, the Sword of Kings, something that many historians speculated did damage Daemon's attempt to take the crown. Daemon II Blackfyre was taken prisoner by Bloodraven and taken to King's Landing, where he would be held prisoner and hostage, to prevent any attempt by Aegon Rivers to crown Daemon's younger brother Aegon, as by the Blackfyre's own logic, Aegon could not be considered the rightful claimant to the throne while Daemon still lived, albeit a prisoner. But Daemon II Blackfyre died a few years later, between the years 212 and 219 AC, while a hostage in the Red Keep. Thus Aegon and Bitterstill were free to launch the Third Blackfyre Rebellion. While the First Blackfyre Rebellion failed, it did come close to succeeding if the Battle of the Red Grass Field had gone the other way, in the favour of the Black Dragons. In comparison, the Second Blackfyre Rebellion can be considered nothing but an unmitigated disaster, with the conspirators' plans crumbling to nothing before the rebellion could even begin in earnest. Perhaps Aegon Rivers, Bitterstill, was right to keep away from Daemon II Blackfyre and his attempt to take the Iron Throne, while many saw Bittersteel refusing to give Blackfyre the Sword of Kings to Daemon as a petty gesture. Maybe Aegon saw what others could not, that Daemon II Blackfyre was not the man to lead them. For a time, with Daemon in captivity in the Red Keep, many started to believe the Blackfyre issue was dealt with once and for all. But Daemon's death only a few years into his captivity left an open door for his remaining Blackfyre kin to relight the flame of rebellion once again. In 219 AC, Aegon Blackfyre, born between the years 190 and 193 AC, the fourth son of Daemon I Blackfyre. Given Aegon was so young at his father's death at the end of the first Blackfyre Rebellion, meant he spent much of his life away from Westeros. We therefore know very little about his life and the kind of person he was, so it makes it hard to judge what kind of king Aegon could potentially have been. Late into the reign of King Aerys I Targaryen, it was clear to those far and wide that Aerys took very little interest in the ruling of his kingdom, or in fact being king at all. Thus, maybe this was the reason Bittersteel believed in 219 AC that it was the right time to launch the third Blackfyre Rebellion. But unfortunately, despite the uninterested king, the task at hand was not going to be as smooth sailing as Bittersteel and Aegon may have hoped during their planning, as despite the king's disinterest, he was surrounded by those made for leadership, warriors skilled at war, and a hand of the king who saw and heard all. 1,000 eyes and one. Many would forgive Prince Maekar Targaryen for not swiftly jumping to his elder brother's defence after Bloodraven, Brendan Rivers, was chosen as hand of the king over himself. But Maekar Targaryen was not that kind of man, and the reality is Maekar, despite his dispute with Aerys over the handship, was always going to be one of the first to answer the call to his brother's defence, and that of House Targaryen. Maekar was first and foremost a warrior, and the kind of leader that House Targaryen needed at this time. Leadership that proved to be vital in crushing Aegon and Bittersteel's plans. Maekar's sons also fought in the war, playing key roles alongside their father. Most notably, it is said that Prince Aegon Targaryen, known as Aegon Brightflame, performed several well-known heroic acts that fueled the songs of singers and bards for decades to come. Highlighted in the histories is also the courage of Maekar's youngest son, the then 19-year-old Prince Aegon, the future King Aegon V. During the final battle of the war, the legendary and lifelong feud between Brendan Rivers, Bloodraven, and Aegon Rivers, Bittersteel, added yet another chapter with a second duel between the two half-brothers, much like the one that occurred during the Battle of the Red Grass Field during the first Blackfyre Rebellion. Ultimately, Aegon I Blackfyre died in the aftermath of the battle, but not without some controversy that has stained the pages of history when all was clearly lost for the Black Dragons. Aegon surrendered and gave up his sword, but he was dishonourably and treacherously killed. As for Aegon Rivers, he too was captured alive and returned to the Red Keep in chains, and there the Blackfyre issue could have perhaps ended once and for all, if not for King Aerys I. Many historians since have put forward that if Bittersteel had been put to the sword as all had expected, including the man himself, and urged by the likes of Prince Aegon and Bloodraven, then the puppet master who pulled the strings behind 2 of the 3 Blackfyre Rebellions would never be able to orchestrate a fourth attempt, effectively ending any remaining Blackfyre ambitions for the time being. But that was not to be. Aegon Rivers, Bittersteel, was tried and found guilty of high treason, as all had expected, but to the shock of onlookers, King Aerys I, who never enjoyed having to make decisions himself, this time decided to spare his life rather than sending for the headsman, commanding that he be sent to the wall to live out his days as a man of the Night's Watch. Like many had feared at the time, this proved to be a foolish and misguided mercy, for the Blackfyres still had many friends at court and up and down Westeros, some of them only too willing to play the informer. The ship carrying Bittersteel and a dozen other captives who had joined the Black Dragons was taken in the narrow sea on the way to Eastwatch by the Sea at the Wall, and Aegon Rivers was freed and returned to the Golden Company in Essos. Before the year was out, he he crowned Aegon's eldest son, King Daemon III Blackfyre in Tyrosh, and resumed his plotting against the king who had spared him. After the death of King Maekar Targaryen in 233 AC, a great council was called by Brynden Rivers, Bloodraven, the Hand of the King, to decide the succession. Out of the shadows came a claimant who appeared in King's Landing with no warning for most of the lords present, none other than Aenys Blackfyre, the fifth son of Daemon I Blackfyre's 7 sons. Aenys was born sometime between the years 191 and 193 AC, making him no older than 42 years of age. It later came to light that when Bloodraven announced there was to be a great council to decide the succession, Aenys had written to him from exile in Tyrosh, putting forward his case in the hopes that his word might win him the Iron Throne that his forebears had thrice failed to win with their swords. Some have rightly pointed out this was a naive move on Aenys' part, especially given the animosity between the Hand, Bloodraven, and House Blackfyre, but given there were few claimants, and none with an outright firm claim, some historians have suggested now may have been the time for House Blackfyre to attempt a more peaceful claim to the throne. Nevertheless, Bloodraven responded to the letter by offering Aenys a safe conduct, promising no harm would come to him, so that Aenys might come to King's Landing and present his claim in person. Unwisely, Aenys Blackfyre accepted Bloodraven's olive branch. Yet hardly had he entered through the gates of King's Landing had a contingent of goldcloaks and ravens' teeth seized hold of him and dragged him in fetters to the Red Keep, where his head was promptly struck off and presented to the lords of the Great Council as a warning to any of those who might still have Blackfyre sympathies. While of course, most of the lords present resented House Blackfyre, with many losing sons, brothers and fathers fighting the Black Dragon, there was a sense of unease at the underhandedness and dishonourable way in which Bloodraven went about the killing. House Blackfyre would remain in exile in Tyrosh until the year 236 AC, during the reign of King Aegon V. The eldest son of Aegon I Blackfyre, Daemon III Blackfyre, had been crowned by Aegon Rivers, known as Bitterstill, following Aegon's death during the end of the Third Blackfyre Rebellion. In 233 AC, after Aenys Blackfyre was killed, as he tried to make his claim to the Great Council in King's Landing by Brynden Rivers, it only served to fuel the enmity of the exiles in Essos and make it harden instead of lessen. As a 6-year cruel winter ended, Daemon III decided to make the crossing. He led his forces across the narrow sea with Aegon Rivers and the Golden Company at his back and landed at Massy's Hook. Daemon III's hope was that winning a small few victories would encourage more lords to rally to his side. In truth, the Blackfyre cause was already starting to fade. To most Westerosi lords, the Blackfyre host seemed an army of foreigners holding tattered old banners of a failed usurper who had died 40 years ago. The hoped-for swell of support never happened, and the invasion never spread far beyond the initial landing point in the Stormlands. King Aegon V and his 3 sons, Prince Duncan, Jaehaerys and Daeron, rode out themselves to face the rebels. The rebellion soon ended at the Battle of the Wentwater Bridge, where the Blackfyre army was defeated, and Sir Duncan the Tall of the King's Guard slew Daemon III. Aegon Rivers escaped once more, fleeing back to Essos to once again try and breathe life back into the Blackfyre cause. Almost more importantly for the future of Westeros, Sir Tywin Lannister, the second son and heir of Lord Gerald Lannister, died at Wentwater Bridge, making his younger brother Tytos Lannister, the father of the legendary Tywin Lannister, the new heir to Casterly Rock. Aegon Rivers eventually emerged in the disputed lands a few years after the rebellion, fighting with his sellswords in a skirmish between Tyrosh and Myr. Despite Aegon's death a few years after the Fourth Blackfyre Rebellion, the Blackfyre cause would still linger and persist. Despite not being named the Fifth Blackfyre Rebellion, the War of the Ninepenny Kings was the last attempt by House Blackfyre to take the Iron Throne, late during the reign of King Aegon V Targaryen in the year 258 AC. News reached King's Landing that a so-called Band of Nine, a group of ambitious power seekers in Essos, had come together under the Tree of Crowns, where they had vowed to aid one another in carving out kingdoms for each individual member, and among them was Meleys the First Blackfyre, better known as Meleys the Monstrous, the last of the Blackfyre pretenders who had won the command of the Golden Company by killing his cousin Daemon a few years before. His desired kingdom, as Daemon I Blackfyre's last descendant, was the 7 Kingdoms of Westeros. When he was told of the events, Prince Duncan Targaryen famously quipped that crowns were being sold 9 a penny, and afterwards the Band of 9 became known to the 7 kingdoms as the 9-penny kings. Most men, including King Aegon V and later King Jaehaerys II Targaryen, thought that the threat posed by these pretenders would be countered by the might of the Free Cities, or otherwise founder in Essos. Nonetheless, preparations were made to make sure the Blackfyres could not land on Westerosi soil. The Band of Nine's goals met with initial success, conquering the disputed lands and securing the free city of Tyrosh, setting up one of the 9-penny kings as ruler. Second, they conquered the Stepstones, and from there they stood ready to threaten the 7 kingdoms. King Jaehaerys II Targaryen, who succeeded his father upon the Iron Throne in 259 AC, recognized the threat the Band of 9 posed and sent a large force to the Stepstones, bringing the war to the Band of 9 rather than waiting for an attack. The king wished to personally take command of his forces, but was persuaded otherwise by his hand, Lord Ormond Baratheon. Lord Ormond took command of the Targaryen army instead. The task force included a fleet of 100 longships sent by Quillian Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, and a force of 1,000 knights and 10,000 men-at-arms sent by Lord Titus Lannister from the Westerlands, under the leadership of his brother Sir Jason. House Martell too sent spears from Dorne, and lords from every kingdom from the icy north to the sands of Dorne joined the Targaryens on the march to the Stepstones. This bringing together of lords from across the realm has been attributed as the start of the forging of the bonds between houses that would later spill over into Robert's Rebellion. When the Targaryen host landed upon the Stepstones in 260 AC, the fighting began in earnest on land and at sea, and lasted for the better part of a year. Lord Ormond was one of the first casualties of the war, dying in the arms of his young son Sir Stephen Baratheon. Command then passed to Gerald Hightower, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. After Sir Jason Lannister was killed on Bloodstone, Lord Roger Rayne led the remaining Westermen to several victories. Many young knights and lords distinguished themselves in the battle, including Stephen Baratheon, Brendan Tully, Tywin Lannister, and his brother Kevin, and of course Aerys Targaryen, the heir to the Iron Throne. The great uncle of Lord William Dustin also participated in the war, as did the Merrybrand brothers. Goodwin's friend, a promising young champion, was also slain in the war. In the end, it was the young Barristan Selmy who cut a bloody path through the Golden Company's ranks to slay Maelys the Monstrous in single combat, thereby ending the threat to the 7 kingdoms once and for all. The Blackfyres were extinguished, at least in the male line, thanks to Sir Barristan Selmy. When the next opening presented itself, Barristan was named in the Kingsguard, an opening he accepted despite being heir to Harvest Hall and being betrothed. Thus ended House Blackfyre in 260 AC, as the Blackfyre pretenders were now consigned to the pages of history. But that may not be the case. It is possible members of the house still exist through the female line or via illegitimate children, and while we cannot say for sure or with any sense of certainty, it is possible that maybe one day another of the line of Daemon I Blackfyre might try and make a claim on the Iron Throne. House Slynt are a recently formed house who for a very brief time were Lords of Harrenhal, before being stripped of that title and given new lands. It is debatable if they should be considered members of the Riverlands or the Crownlands, as their first seat of Harrenhal, which they only held for a short time, is located in the Riverlands, with their new lands seemingly located in the Crownlands. But there is an argument that can be made that as the house originated from King's Landing, the Crownlands should be given more prominence in their history. Their blazon is a bloody spear, gold on a field of night black, with a border of checkered gold and black, with their motto currently not known to us. The house was created when King Joffrey I Baratheon ennobled Janos Slynt, the commander of the City Watch at King's Landing, and named him the Lord of Harrenhal for services rendered to the kingdom, namely for betraying Eddard Stark during his attempt to take Joffrey into custody after the death of King Robert Baratheon. The lands and incomes of Harrenhal are supposed to pass to Janos' descendants when he dies. Janos was born the son of a butcher in King's Landing. While the captain of the Iron Gate, he was raised to the Lord Commander of the City Watch, the so-called Goldcloaks. After the death of the previous Lord Commander, during his rule as commander of the Goldcloaks, Janos was known for taking bribes and selling positions and promotions. By the end of his tenure, over half the officers were paying him part of their salaries. Lord Jon Arryn, at the hand of the king for Robert I Baratheon, discovered this and had 2 men who were willing to come forward to testify against Slynt, but both of these men were found dead a short time later. King Robert acknowledged Janos's corruption, but allowed him to remain in position, arguing that his successor could be worse. The king's brother, Lord Stannis Baratheon, felt Lord Peter Baelish had convinced Robert to retain Janos. After he is raised to the lordship of Harrenhal, Janos laughs when Sir Barristan Selmy is dismissed and replaced as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. After Barristan records his own dismissal in the White Book and gathers his possessions in the White Sword Tower, he is confronted by Janos and 3 Goldcloaks in the stables of the Red Keep. The seasoned knight, only armed with a knife, escapes them, killing 1 Goldcloak and riding through Janos and the other 2. The commander sends men in his pursuit, but Barristan the Bold overcomes the guards at the Mud Gate and kills one of his pursuers before managing to flee King's Landing. Later, at the Great Sept of Baelor, Janos and Sir Ilyn Payne follow King Joffrey's orders to execute Lord Eddard Stark, with Janos displaying Eddard's head to the crowd. Lord Tywin Lannister is angered when he learns of the granting of Harrenhal to Janos, the son of a butcher. He orders his son, Tyrion, to go to King's Landing and act as hand of the king in his absence, with the task to solve this problem. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Janos' son, Maurice Slynt, rides in the tourney on King Joffrey's name day, where he is unhorsed by Sir Balon Swam. With the War of 5 Kings in full swing, Janos is as of yet unable to go to his seat of Harrenhal, given its position in the Riverlands. He sits on the small council when Tyrion Lannister arrives in King's Landing, when sent by his father to act as hand of the king in his place. After learning of the kind of man Janos was, and how easily brought he could be, he strips Harrenhal from Janos and forcibly sends him to join the Night's Watch, along with the men he had suggested as replacements for his own position as commander of the City Watch. He is replaced as Lord Commander of the Watch by Sir Jacelyn Bywater, though Tyrion believes that in getting rid of Slynt for Bywater, he has merely replaced a man loyal to Peter Baelish with one loyal to Varys. But it did rid Tyrion of Janos. Janos' eldest son, Maurice Slynt, is now the Lord of House Slynt, but it is unclear where their new lands would be situated. Tyrion's actions against Janos displease his sister, Queen Cersei Lannister. Peter Baelish, Littlefinger, cites Janos' fate when Tyrion offers him Harrenhal as a gift for his services to the crown, pointing out that Janos had received Harrenhal for the very same reason, and yet wound up being forced to join the Night's Watch. Tyrion simply replies that he had no use for Slynt, and that's not true for Baelish. During the events of A Storm of Swords, not knowing that Renly Baratheon was now dead, Bowyn Marsh of the Night's Watch sends an appeal to the kings of Westeros fighting the War of 5 Kings, in which he asks for them to send men to help defend the wall from the coming wildling army and expected attack by Mance Rayder. He also tells them about the possible death of Lord Commander Mormont during the Great Ranging, given that by this time it would not be clear to Marsh the fate of those who had gone north with Mormont. Lord Tywin Lannister, annoyed about the neutrality of the Watch, suggests Janos Slynt become the new Lord Commander as a Lannister ally, which Tyrion objects to. Tywin orders Grand Maester Pycelle to write to Bowyn in the name of King Joffrey, in which his demands for men are rejected for the time being, but instructs Pycelle to include his fondest regards to his faithful friend and servant, Lord Janos Slynt. Tyrion regrets that he did not leave orders for Slynt to be disposed of. Janos arrives at Eastwatch by the Sea, and while there, becomes friends with Sir Alliser Thorne. When Janos arrives at Castle Black after the battle beneath the wall, he hauls Jon Snow before him on charges of treason and oath-breaking. He allies with Sir Alliser Thorne and Sir Glendon Hewitt, and has the wildling Rattleshirt confirm that Jon killed Corin Halfhand while ranging beyond the wall. Janos has Jon arrested and placed in an ice cell. After being prevented by Maester Aemon from hanging Jon, Janos sends Jon to assassinate Mance, hoping Jon would be killed in the process. However, Stannis Baratheon's army arrives and captures Mance before Jon can do this. Janos puts himself forth as a candidate to succeed Jeor Mormont as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch with the support of Sir Alistair Thorne and then later Bowen Marsh, despite the fact that Slynt had only been a member of the Watch a matter of weeks at most. Janos also tries to persuade Stannis to support him, but Stannis' personal dislike for Janos over his corruption and his distaste for his flattery puts an end to it. Due to the rivalry between Cotter Pike and Sir Dennis Mallister, Slynt's chances improve, and his allies it seems like he could actually win the vote. However, in the end, Janos is defeated by the efforts of Samwell Tarly, who persuade Cotter and Dennis to support Jon Snow as a compromise candidate. During the events of A Feast for Crows, we learn that Janos is acting as an informant for the Lannisters. He informs the Lannister court in King's Landing of the events at the Wall, sending a letter to Grand Maester Pycelle telling of Stannis trying to make common cause with the wildlings. Jon Snow, now Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, decides to give Janos command of an abandoned way castle, Greyguard, in order to avoid Janos undermining his authority with his scheming and to separate him from his ally, Sir Alistair Thorne. However, Janos refuses to follow Jon's orders, first in private, and then the next morning, refusing him publicly. Jon, tired of Janos' insubordination and knowing either imprisoning him or forcing him to go would only cause further problems, orders that Janos be taken to the top of the wall and hanged. The arrogant Janos threatens Tywin Lannister's retribution, unaware that by this time Tywin had died. As Janos protests, Jon changes his mind and orders his men fetch a chopping block so he can carry out the beheading himself under the laws of the first men his father had followed. Janos begs for mercy with his head on the block, but Jon quickly beheads him with Longclaw. A watching Stannis Baratheon approves of Jon's actions. Janos' accusations towards Jon before his death are remembered by some of the men of Castle Black, hampering the new Lord Commander's support somewhat for a time, until we see the Winds of Winter. That is all we currently know of House Slynt. House Bar Emmon of Sharp Point is a noble house from Sharp Point in the Crownlands, and are counted among the oldest houses of Westeros, being some of the first Andals to reach the Crownlands. Currently, they are sworn directly to Dragonstone, thus formerly of House Targaryen, currently of House Baratheon of Dragonstone. But before Aegon's conquest, there were periods where they were sworn to the Storm Kings of House Durrandon. Their banner is a leaping blue swordfish on fretty silver on white. The house was founded by Targaryen Bar Emmon, an Andal warlord who founded a small kingdom north of the Blackwater Rush during the Andal invasion. He was opposed by the more powerful kings of House Darklyn of Duskendale to the north and to the Storm Kings to his south. However, sensing weakness to the south, Targaryen married the daughter of King Joshua Massy of Stonedance, himself a rival of the Storm King, Carlton II Durrandon, and the Bar Emmons abandoned the Blackwater for Massy's Hook. Although Carlton defeated Joshua, Targaryen drove the Stormlanders from Stonedance and built a Sharp Point as the new seat for House Bar Emmon, establishing a kingdom on Massy's Hook with the son of Joshua as a puppet. The region was eventually recovered by the Stormlands some years later, with House Bar Emmon swearing fealty to the Storm Kings. Prior to the Wars of Conquest and the landing of Aegon the Conqueror in Westeros, House Bar Emmon was sworn to House Durrandon, the Storm Kings of Storm's End. However, they have historically had closer ties to House Targaryen and the nearby Dragonstone. When Aegon the Conqueror launched his invasion of Westeros, the Bar Emmons supported him instead of the Storm King, Argilac the Arrogant, much to the anger of Argilac, who assumed their support. When the conquest was done, and with the creation of the Crownlands as Aegon and House Targaryen's personal holdings, the Bar Emmons became sworn directly to Dragonstone instead of House Baratheon of Storm's End, who had replaced the Durrandons. Given the key role they played during the conquest, when drawing the borders of this new Crownlands, it made sense to all that House Bar Emmon should be part of this new kingdom. Additionally, with House Durrandon extinct and replaced by House Baratheon, with the exception of Argilac Durrandon's daughter Argella, who had married Orys Baratheon, the new Lord of Storm's End, the ties between Storm's End and the Bar Emmons were now severed. During the reign of King Maegor the Cruel between the years 42 and 48 AC, specifically when the realm began to turn against King Maegor in favour of his nephew and technically rightful king, Prince Jaehaerys, Lord Bar Emmon was among the score of lesser lords who gathered at his command in King's Landing. However, when Maegor mysteriously died upon the Iron Throne, Lord Bar Emmon fled back to Sharp Point, like most whom had supported Maegor during his final days. Some speculate as to why, as Maegor's rule was crumbling, the few lords who did rally to his banner did so, But it must be recalled, despite his grip on power lessening, many feared the wrath of Maegor and questioned the support the young Prince Jaehaerys could muster. After the rise of King Jaehaerys, while he was still residing at Dragonstone waiting to come of age, Lord Bar Emmon was one of the first lords who travelled to the island to speak with the king, fearing repercussions for his support of Maegor till the bitter end. Later, when the Shivers struck Westeros in the year 59 AC, this same Lord Bar Emmon was one of those many nobles that succumbed to the illness. For the next 40 years, House Bar Emmon would play a minor role in Westerosi politics. After the death of Prince Aegon Targaryen in the year 101 AC, and the question of whom the rightful heir of King Jaehaerys was came to prominence yet again. Despite Princess Rhaenys Targaryen being passed over in favour of Baelon in 92 AC, House Bar Emmon supported Princess Rhaenys Targaryen and the claim of her son, Laenor Velaryon, in the Great Council of 101 AC. In the end, the claim of Baelon's eldest son Viserys was chosen over that of Laenor, but this support of the rights of Princess Rhaenys' bloodline would continue as they supported the black faction of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen during the Dance of the Dragons in 129 AC. In fact, Lord Bar Emmon was a member of Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen's Black Council on Dragonstone and played a huge role in the politics of the war before it turned into one of blood and a peaceful solution still seemed possible. However, after the Greens' victory at the Battle of the Honeywine, Lord Bar Emmon suggested that Rhaenyra bend the knee to King Aegon II, but the Queen dismissed his advice. By the events of the main book series, during the events of A Clash of Kings and the War of Five Kings, House Bar Emmon are now vassals of Dragonstone and Lord Stannis Baratheon. Thus, Lord Durham Bar Emmon supports Stannis Baratheon's claim to the Iron Throne after the death of King Robert Baratheon. Stannis complains that the lords sworn to him, including Bar Emmon, are a poor crop with little to offer in terms of resources or manpower. Davos Seaworth later sees Lord Durham turning a splotchy grey during the burning of the Sept of Dragonstone by the Red Priestess of R'hllor, Melisandre. House Bar Emmon contributes to Stannis' fleet of ships, specifically with a ship called Swordfish, which is destroyed by wildfire during the Battle of Blackwater Bay. During the events of A Storm of Swords, after Stannis' defeat at the Blackwater, House Bar Emmon is one of the few houses that remain loyal to him, travelling with Stannis north to the Wall, taking part in his attack on the wildling forces of Mance Rayder. However, Lord Durham's support is disparaged by both Stannis and Lord Alistair Florent, for the Lord of Sharp Point is seen as a feeble, fat boy of 15. The Bar Emmon's banner is seen at Castle Black after Stannis' arrival, as Lord Durham sent men with Stannis on his journey to the Wall. It is thus speculated that the men of House Bar Emmon are currently part of Stannis' army, marching on Winterfell through the snows. And unless we see the Winds of Winter one day, that is all we currently know of House Bar Emmon. House Blount is a noble house from the Crownlands, who are currently sworn to House Baratheon of King's Landing, and prior to Robert's Rebellion, House Targaryen. It is unclear how old the house is, but it is assumed that they come from a mix of First Men and Andal descent, like many houses in the Crownlands, but we cannot say for sure if they in fact predate Aegon's conquest. They blazon their arms with a red Benzinster between two black porcupines on green. We currently do not know the location of their seat, nor their house words. Regardless of their lack of documented history, they do still play an interesting role in the history of Westeros, both directly and more subtly. At the infamous Tourney of Harrenhal in 281 AC, House Blount was in attendance. The squire to a member of House Blount took part in the beating of young Howland Reed, with the attack only stopping when Lyanna Stark, the young daughter of Lord Rickard Stark of Winterfell, intervened. The Blount knight whose squire took part in the beating was later defeated in the tourney by the Knight of the Laughing Tree, who unhorsed him and told him to teach his squire honour. While we cannot know for sure who this Knight of the Laughing Tree was, there is much speculation that Lyanna Stark could in fact be the Mystery Knight. The most famous member of House Blount is Sir Boros Blount, who appears to have joined the Kingsguard in the aftermath of Robert's Rebellion, when the White Swords had several vacancies. Born sometime between 250 and 260 AC, Boros is described as an ugly man with a broad chest and relatively short. He has a flat nose and big jowls. Bran Stark considers him bald. Conversely, Sansa Stark notices brittle grey hairs on his head. Boros is shorter and heavier than his fellow Kingsguard knights, and quite notably short for a knight in general. Boros is said by many to be short-tempered and quick to take offence and anger, so Jaime Lannister thinks him to be an adequate fighter, but never more than an ordinary knight, and questions whether his skill is worthy of a place among the Kingsguard. Lord Varys, the Master of Whisperers, considers Boros to be loyal to Queen Cersei Lannister, who is suspected is the reason for this seemingly ill-suited knight's position on the Kingsguard. Due to being a member of the Kingsguard, Boros usually wears a long white cloak and white steel, and sometimes white velvet, with a snowy cloak fastened with a golden lion brooch with tiny red eyes. During the events of Game of Thrones, alongside his sworn brothers of the Kingsguard, Sir Meryn Trant and Sir Jaime Lannister, Boros escorts King Robert Baratheon to Winterfell, so he can name Lord Eddard Stark the new Hand of the King after the death of Jon Arryn. Later, after the death of King Robert after an accident while hunting, and the arrest of Lord Eddard Stark for treason, Boros escorts Ned Stark's daughter, Sansa, from Maegor's Holdfast to the small council chambers to meet with Cersei Lannister. The Queen then tasks Boros with delivering Jane Paul, Sansa's friend and companion, to Lord Peter Baelish. Boros is later present in the throne room of the Red Keep when his Lord Commander Sir Barristan Selmy, Barristan the Bold, is dismissed by the Kingsguard by Cersei and laughs at his former Lord Commander and sworn brother's shame. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Sir Boros is one of the Kingsguard knights who does not hesitate to beat Sansa Stark on the orders of King Joffrey, especially after learning that Robb Stark had been declared king in the north. Out of all the members of the Kingsguard, Sansa considers him the worst, even more so than the likes of Sir Meryn and the Hound. Later, Tyrion Lannister intervenes when Joffrey orders Boros to strip Sansa naked and beat her bloody after hearing of the Battle of Oxcross and the Starks' mounting victories. Boros is present at the riots in King's Landing when the royal procession is attacked on its return to the Red Keep after seeing Princess Marcella Baratheon off to Dorne. Boros is reluctant to follow Cersei's command to find Sansa, who had gone missing in King's Landing during the riots, but Sandor Clegane ends up returning the girl to the castle. Concerned for the safety of her younger son, Prince Tommen Baratheon, during the War of Five Kings, Cersei tasks Boros and Lord Giles Rosby with secretly bringing Tommen from the now unsafe King's Landing to the safety of Rosby. Sir Lancel Lannister informs Tyrion, however, and the acting Hand of the King orders Sir Jacelyn Bywater, commander of the City Watch of King's Landing, to take Tommen into custody before the boy reaches Rosby. When Jacelyn's gold cloaks stop Giles's retinue on the road, Boros surrenders Tommen without a fight. Tommen is watched over at Rosby by men loyal to Tyrion, with Boros imprisoned in the castle dungeons. Livid about Boros' cowardice, Cersei has King Joffrey strip him of his white cloak. Sir Osmond Kettleblack replaces Boros on the Kingsguard. After Sir Jacelyn Bywater dies in the Battle of the Blackwater, Cersei sends the Kettleblacks to recover Tommen from Rosby. Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King, reinstates Boros to the Kingsguard upon his return to fill the vacancy left by Sandor Clegane when the Hound deserted during the Battle of the Blackwater. During the trial of Tyrion for the poisoning of King Joffrey, Boros recounts the tale of Tyrion beating Joffrey after the riots of King's Landing, and Tyrion's constant threats against King Joffrey's life. Sir Jaime Lannister, now one-handed after his return from captivity by the Starks, is now the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, and makes Boros the official food taster for the new king, Tommen, during a meeting in the White Sword Tower. Boros is enraged at this, and states that Jaime should be the food taster instead, since he's lost his sword hand. When Jaime states that he can still duel Boros if he's unhappy, Boros spits at Jaime's feet and leaves the room in anger. Later, Boros and the other Kingsguard stand guard to keep the crowd away when Sir Gregor Clegane duels Prince Oberyn Martell in Tyrion Lannister's trial by combat. Boros becomes distracted by the duel, however, and Gregor kills a stable boy who stands too close to the fighting. During the events of A Feast for Crows, Boros and Sir Osmond Kettleblack bring the news of Lord Tywin Lannister's death to Cersei Lannister, the regent for King Tommen. Boros learns from the jailers that Tyrion Lannister disappeared from the Black Cells. Boros and Osmond are ordered by Cersei to murder the two men who fell asleep during Tyrion's escape, but they are later reprimanded by their Lord Commander, Sir Jaime Lannister, for mindlessly killing the only two leads to the mystery of Tyrion's escape. Meanwhile, in Dorne, Sir Aris Oakheart, another of Borros's Kingsguard brothers, acting as a sworn shield to Princess Marcella Baratheon, thinks of Borros and his familiarity with the Street of Silk and prostitutes in King's Landing. When Tommen objects to his mother, Cersei, speaking ill of his new bride, Queen Marjorie Tyrell, Cersei tasks Borros with having Tommen bloody his whipping boy, Pate. She also goes on to frame Marjorie for treason, and plans on Borros being the only Kingsguard available if Marjorie asks for a trial by combat, as Cersei believes Borros would be no match for any of the champions named by the Faith. When Cersei inquires Osmond Kettleblack about Borros's fighting skills, he assures her that Borros is inept as a fighter. Borros and 10 House Lannister guards escort Cersei to the Great Scepter Baelor while they wait outside, unaware that Cersei is arrested by the Faith. During the events of A Dance with Dragons, Borros stands guard at the Red Keep during Cersei's Walk of Atonement. He later guards Tommen when Sir Kevan Lannister, the Lord Regent, has dinner with Cersei and the young king. By this time, Borros appears to noticeably be heavier and in poor health. He now has a difficult time standing for the duration of the meal, and he has to lean on a wall for support. Borros then escorts Tommen and his new kitten to the royal bedchamber. Until further books are published, that is all we currently know of Borros and House Blount.
House Staunton of Rook's Rest is a noble house from Rook's Rest in the Crownlands, just north of King's Landing. Neither their arms nor their motto have appeared in the books, but according to some canon sources, they blazon their arms with 2 black wings upon a white fess on a checkered black and grey. While we do know very little of their early history, there is some speculation that if they do in fact predate Aegon's conquest, given Rook's Rest's proximity to Duskendale, they may have possibly at some point in their history have been sworn to the kings of House Darklyn of Duskendale when they held their own small petty kingdom during the era of 1,000 kingdoms. The seat of Rook's Rest itself is located on the northern shore of the Blackwater Bay, just west of Cracklaw Point, northeast of Duskendale, and southeast of Maidenpool. The castle of Rook's Rest itself is surrounded by fields to the west, piney woods and mist-shrouded hills to the north, and the narrow sea to its east. The first account of House Staunton we have comes late in the reign of the usurper king Maegor the Cruel, around the year 48 AC. The realm had begun to turn against King Maegor in favour of his nephew, and for many the rightful king, Prince Jaehaerys Targaryen. Lord Staunton was among a score of lesser lords who were gathered at Maegor's command, along with the lords Lord Towers and Lord Darklyn. Lord Staunton yielded the Red Keep to Jaehaerys after Maegor was found dead upon the Iron Throne. The 3 lords were sent to the Black Cells, as while they did yield the Red Keep, they did support Maegor to the bitter end, only yielding the castle after his death. But they were eventually pardoned by King Jaehaerys after surrendering some of their land as punishment. But most scholars agree this was more of a token gesture of submission than a meaningful removal of any substantial land. When the young Jaehaerys resided at Dragonstone during his brief regency period, Lord Staunton was one of several lords who travelled to the island to speak with the king, where he was impressed at the young man's manner. Later, during the early reign of King Jaehaerys in 54 AC, the 14-year-old Cassella Staunton became a close friend and companion to the king's sister, Rhaena Targaryen. She died at the end of that year. At first, it was thought she had died of a sudden illness, but later it was revealed that she had been poisoned by Andro Farman using the Tears of Lys. Andro, whose marriage to Rhaena had always been one of convenience, had grown jealous of his wife's relationship with her ladies and weary of their mockery towards him and his sham marriage. Andro would later die while trying to escape Dragonstone after his actions came to light. 5 years later, the then Lord Staunton and his wife and children all died of the shivers in 59 AC, as it wreaked havoc up and down Westeros, even claiming the life of King Jaehaerys' daughter, Princess Daenerys. A few years later, Simon Staunton was one of the squires who kept company with Princess Daela Targaryen, but the princess fell out with Simon after he tried to make her drink wine. During the Targaryen civil war for the Iron Throne, known as the Dance of the Dragons, in the year 129 AC, the Staunton supported the Black faction and Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen's claim to the Iron Throne against her half-brother Aegon and his Green faction. Lord Staunton was killed by the Greens during the initial battle at Rook's Rest before the Dragon Battle itself, and his head was taken to King's Landing and paraded around the streets, along with the corpse of the dragon, Meleys. Lady Staunton joined the host of Sir Corwin Corbray and Clement Celtigar during the hour of the wolf at the climax of the Dance of the Dragons, during the brief handship of Lord Cregan Stark of Winterfell as he dished out his form of justice for the crimes committed by both the Blacks and the Greens towards the end of the Civil War. In 133 AC, when a bride was sought for the widowed King Aegon III Targaryen, his hand, Lord Unwin Peake, spread gossip that Jezebel Staunton was too fond of wine in hopes of his own daughter winning the favour of the young king. Ultimately, Peake's plans failed. Sir Joffrey Staunton served in the Kingsguard during the reign of King Aegon III, while riding with Prince Aegon, later King Aegon IV, near Fairmarket in 155 AC. The prince's horse threw a shoe. When they sought the local smith, the prince liked his buxom young wife, Megette. The prince absconded with the blacksmith's wife, buying her for 7 gold dragons, along with the threat of Sir Joffrey. Megette would be one of the many mothers of the countless bastard children of King Aegon IV. Between the years 209 and 210 AC, during the Great Spring Sickness, a septon of House Staunton, Septon Stephen, served at the Great Scepter Baelor under the High Septon. After the sickness had ended, he came to serve at Coldmoat in the Reach, when his brother Sir Simon Staunton married Lady Roanne Webber. Simon was Lady Roanne's third husband, and died choking on a chicken bone soon after the wedding. Septon Stephen would remain at Coldmoat even after his brother's death, and was present when Sir Duncan the Tall arrived at Coldmoat to discuss terms with Lady Webber regarding her dispute over the water rights of the Chequy Water with House Osgrey. He took part in the discussions of the terms and dispensed gossip, informing Duncan of who the courtiers were. After Duncan's dismissal, he accompanied Roanne to the Chequy Water to try and calm the situation down, to no avail. Lord Simon Staunton served as Master of Laws for King Aerys II Targaryen, the Mad King, when the tourney of Harrenhal was announced in the year 281 AC, based on the notion that Prince Rhaegar Targaryen was secretly funding the tourney as a way to call a great council to discuss the rule of King Aerys II. Simon unsuccessfully suggested to prohibit tourneys. When Rhaegar won the final joust, Simon and Lord Carlton Chesteld inflamed the king's suspicions by declaring that Rhaegar had taken part only to win the favour of the small folk and remind the lords present that he was the true heir to the Iron Throne. Because Rhaegar crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty, Simon considered it an attempt to win the support of House Stark of Winterfell. During the main book series, House Staunton plays no real role of importance or note. However, during a Feast for Crows, the Maester of the Dunfort in Duskendale tells Brianna Tarth that the small folk believed the defiance of Duskendale could have been avoided. Dennis Darklyn had married a Staunton or a Stokeworth instead of Sorella of Mere, who is to blame for steering Lord Dennis into the uprising. Unless we one day see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of House Staunton. House Faring is a noble house of the Crownlands. We know very little about their early history. However, by the time of the main book series in 298 AC, they are sworn to House Baratheon of Dragonstone, and thus King Stannis Baratheon. While the house is located in the Crownlands, it has been speculated their seat, which we do not know the precise location of, is located in the vicinity of Blackwater Bay, given their support of Stannis during the War of Five Kings. It is equally as likely that before Robert's Rebellion in 282 AC, they were sworn directly to House Targaryen in King's Landing. Thus why it is believed their proximity to Dragonstone might indicate why their house ended up sworn to House Baratheon of Dragonstone post-rebellion. Given we have very few direct sources outside of the main book series, we do not know their house words, but according to some sources, we do know House Faring blazoned their arms with pale purple and white, 2 knights combatant with swords countercharged. There are 4 prominent members of House Faring we know about to varying degrees. The first is Nara Faring, who was born sometime between 240 and 273 AC. She was the 7th wife of the infamous Walder Frey, Lord of the Twins in the Riverlands, in the time before the start of the main book series in 298 AC. In total, Anara and Walder had 6 children: Arwen, Wendell, Colmar, Walter, Elmar, and Cherie. While they were Anara's first children, Arwen, her eldest, was in fact her husband's 23rd true-born child.
We know via Catelyn Stark in A Game of Thrones that her father, Lord Hoster Tully, was invited to the wedding of Inara and Walder, however chose not to attend it, much to the scorn of Lord Walder and House Frey, an insult they would never forget. While the seat of House Frey, the twins, is full of scandal and rumour, given the sheer number of direct descendants of Walder Frey that lived there is a particular rumour that Inara may have been having an affair with Lord Walder's great-grandson, Blackwater Frey, causing doubt in regard to the parentage of her children. Inara died before the start of the main books in 298 AC. However, we don't know the exact date of her death. It is likely that it was not long before 298, given that Lord Walder married his 8th wife on his 90th name day, which would have been around the year 298. In the book, it is implied that Walder had married his new wife relatively recently. There are 3 members of House Targaryen that take an active role in the War of Five Kings, fighting for Stannis Baratheon:
Brian Farring,
Gilbert Farring, and Godry Farring. During the events of A Clash of Kings,
Brian Farring
is present during Melisandre's burning of the Dragonstone Sept statues of the Seven. He is the one who equips King Stannis Baratheon with a leather cape to keep off the flames while he draws the sword Lightbringer from the mother's breast. After the ceremony,
Brian and his fellow
squire, Devon Seaworth, collect Lightbringer. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Gilbert Farring is said by Stannis to be one of the very few men remaining loyal to him after his loss at the Battle of Blackwater Bay. He tasks Gilbert to hold Storm's End, giving him a garrison of 200 men to do so. When Stannis heads north to the Wall, his squire
Brian Farring,
as well as Godry Farring, travel with him. So Godry earns the nickname Giant Slayer after the battle beneath the wall, during which he chased after a fleeing giant, putting a lance in his back and then hacking off his small head. During the events of A Feast for Crows, Gilbert Farring continues to hold Storm's End for Stannis as his Castellan, with Lord Elwood Meadows as his second in command, and Maester Duran as his counsellor and healer. When Stannis is in the north fighting the Boltons, an army from the Reach under the command of Lord Mace Tyrell and Lord Mathis Rowan besiege Storm's End. However, when Mace receives news that his daughter, Marjorie, has been arrested by the Faith of the Seven, accused of adultery, he leaves the siege and marches his army back to King's Landing, leaving Lord Rowan to continue the siege with fewer men, but still more than enough to prevent Gilbert trying to break the siege. During the events of A Dance with Dragons, in the practice yard of Castle Black, Godry attempts to goad Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, into a fight, but the knight is ignored by him. He's also among the Queen's men in the common room, who witnesses Jon's confrontation with Janos Slynt, and he laughs when Janos refuses to obey the Lord Commander's orders. During the supposed execution of Mance Rayder, Godry rides the horse Mance is tied to and drags him into a cage in which he is supposedly burned by Melisandre. Jon Snow worries that Stannis will marry Val, the wilding princess, to Godry, as a reward for his loyalty and service. Godry is among those who march on Deepwood Motte, after which he leads the vanguard of Stannis' army during the march on Winterfell. They are passed by the swift Northmen wearing bear paws on their feet. While Stannis' other squire, Devon Seaworth, stays at Castle Black with Melisandre, Brian travels with King Stannis on the march south to face the Boltons. At the Crofters' village, in the Wolfswood near Winterfell, Brian dies when he succumbs to the cold and hunger. His body is burned on a funeral pyre. Sir Godry leads the prayers to R'hllor at the night fires, and he urges Stannis to sacrifice unbelievers to stop the blizzard, slowing the march of his army further. He gets his wish when 4 Peasbury men are caught in the act of cannibalism and are subsequently staked and burnt at the Crofters' village. During the Winds of Winter sample chapters, we learn that Godry has been urging Stannis to sacrifice the captive Theon Greyjoy to R'hllor, given that he has king's blood. Along with Sir Clayton Sugg, Sir Richard Horpe, Godry brings Maester Tybalt in for questioning by the king. Stannis has Godry confine the Maester to a hut. Meanwhile, in the Stormlands, we learn via Halden Halfmaester, who informs Arianne Martell that the Golden Company has taken the Storm's End, and that Lord Mace Tyrell's army is descending on the castle from King's Landing. The fate of Gilbert Farring is currently not known.
House Brune, or Brown Hollow, are a house of landed knights from Brown Hollow in the Crownlands. Brown Hollow is supposedly located on Crackclaw Point. However, we are not certain of its exact location. According to some sources, House Brune blazon their arms with bear paw, brown on white, with double treasure brown, with their house words currently not known. The Brunes of Brown Hollow are distant cousins to the Brunes of the Drayden, west of Maidenpool on the shores of the Bay of Crabs. Interestingly, we know more about the cadet branch, House Brune of Brown Hollow, than the original House Brune of Dryden. How the Brown Hollows and the Drayden Brunes are related is not known to us. However, it is assumed that the Brown Hollows became a cadet branch sometime before Aegon's conquest and the formation of the Crownlands, given they are already known to have existed during the conquest. Given that pre-conquest, Massy's Hook was part of the domain of the Storm Kings of House Durrandon sporadically over the years, it is speculated that House Brune of Brown Hollow may have been sworn to them at one point in history. The first member of House Brune of note is Bernard Brune, who was a squire to Lord Alan Stokeworth, who acted as hand of the king to King Aegon I during the final years of his reign, and then for his son, King Aenys I. When Lord Alan was slain by the rebel Harren the Red, Bernard avenged him by killing Harren. Bernard was rewarded with a knighthood by the grateful King Aenys. In 42 AC, after the death of Aenys, when his brother Maegor usurped the throne and crowned himself king, Bernard was present at Visenya's Hill when the new King Maegor was challenged by Sir Daemon Morrigan, Grand Captain of the Warrior's Sons, to a trial of 7 to settle the legitimacy to the Iron Throne. Bernard kept quiet when Maegor called upon those who would stand beside him, but was shamed into action by the volunteering of Dick Bean, a simple man-at-arms. Bernard spoke out, offering to stand beside the king, and noting that all present were no true knights. Bernard's appeal succeeded, and many offered their swords. He would die a few years later, fighting the Warrior's Sons on behalf of Maegor. During the Targaryen Civil War of Succession, known as the Dance of the Dragons, between the years 129 and 131 AC, the Brunes declared for Rhaenyra Targaryen and her Black faction. Late in the war, Brune forces joined Lord Wallace Mouton to liberate Rook's Rest from the control of King Aegon II's Greens. Later, during Robert's rebellion in 283 AC, men of House Brune were with Rhaegar Targaryen during the Targaryen loss at the Battle of the Trident, in which Robert Baratheon famously killed the prince with his famed warhammer at the Ruby Ford. In the years after the rebellion, during the reign of King Robert I Baratheon, 2 members of House Brune play a role in the main book series. The most important of these, a man named Lothar Brune. He once travelled to Brown Hollow after the death of his father, being distant kin of House Brune. He wished to form a familiar bond with his cousins, but they said he was no kin of theirs and rejected his attempt. It is not known whom was present at Brown Hollow during the visit, but it is likely Sir Bernard Brune, whom is the head of House Brune. Luther himself is described as a small man with a stocky build and a square jaw. He has a squashed nose and a mat of woolly grey hair. Luther has a rough voice but speaks very little. Sansa Stark thinks that Luther is not a handsome man, but also not ugly and generally very average. She thinks he is stronger than he appears. She considers Lothar to be honest, and Peter Baelish deems him loyal. Lothar wears patched brown breeches and scuffed boots with cracked water-stained leather jerkin. He has a drab armour and dented plate without a device. Lothar wields a sword in one hand and a knife in the other. During the events of A Game of Thrones, Lothar takes part in the Hand's tourney to celebrate Lord Eddard Stark becoming the new Hand of the King. He takes part in the tourney in King's Landing as a freerider. He defeats Jory Cassel, whom is in the retinue of Lord Stark, on the judgment to King Robert I Baratheon, and then ties with Sir Aaron Santigar and finally loses to Sir Robar Royce. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Lothar is in the lists for the tourney on King Joffrey's name day. However, as his opponent Sir Dontos Hollard is too drunk to ride his horse, their tilt is called off. Lothar later fights on behalf of Joffrey during the Battle of the Blackwater, cutting his way through House Fossaway man-at-arms to capture Sir John Fossaway and kill Sir Brian and Sir Edwin Fossaway, earning him the nickname Lothar Apple Eater, as the Fossaway sigil is an apple. For his efforts in the battle, Lothar is awarded his knighthood and is to be granted lands and a keep in the Riverlands at the end of the War of Five Kings. Technically, this would mean Lothar would be forming a new 3rd cadet branch of House Brune. Lothar reassumes the House Brune arms, differentiated by the addition of his own achievements battling the Fossaways. How he does this, however, has currently not been described. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Sir Lothar enters the service of Lord Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin. Taking orders from Peter, Lothar commands the crossbowmen on the Merlin King, who killed Sir Dontos Hollard, to keep secret of Sansa Stark's departure from the Red Keep amid the events of the Purple Wedding. Lothar and Oswald Kettleblack then rode Peter and Sansa to shore when the Merlin King arrives at the Fingers. Following the marriage of Lysa Arryn to Peter at the Baelish Keep, Lothar protects Sansa, now under the alias of Elaine Stone, from the unwanted advances of the singer Marillion. Upon his arrival at the Eyrie, Lord Baelish dismisses the captain of House Arryn's guard, Sir Marwyn Belmore, and names Lothar his replacement, much to the anger of Marwyn. During the events of A Feast for Crows, to prevent Lord Robert Arryn from climbing into her bed, Sansa asks Lothar to lock the boy in his room. When Robert later has a shaking fit and slips from the Eyrie's weirwood throne, Lothar catches the young lord before he hits the floor. The spasming Robert accidentally kicks Lothar in the face while being restrained. During the parley with the Lords Declarant, Sir Lothar stands at the door of Peter's Solar. When Sir Lyn Corbray draws a famed Valyrian steel sword, Lady Forlorn, Lothar goes for his own sword. Before anything can happen, however, Lyn is convinced by the other Lords Declarant to put his famed blade away. Lord Robert Arryn is reluctant to leave the Eyrie when it is time to descend to the Gate of the Moon for winter, as winter has approached. After the boy tosses his chamber pot at Maester Coleman, Lothar seeks out Sansa's help in coaxing the boy from his bed. Lothar helps Maud load the supplies in the winch room, and Ozzy helps the knight descend the giant's lance. Sansa thinks Lothar is taking a liking to Maya Stone, the bastard daughter of the late King Robert Baratheon. Noticing that Lothar always smiles when he speaks of Maya, Miranda Royce is skeptical of Lothar's prospects with Maya, and until we see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of Lothar and House Brune. House Bywater is a noble house from the Crownlands. We currently don't know much about their early history, but given their involvement during the reign of Maegor the Cruel, in all likelihood they did predate Aegon's conquest of Westeros. While we do not know their house words, some sources have suggested that they blazon their arms with fretty blue on white, 3 silver fish on a blue chief. Some have also speculated their seat is located near the shores of Blackwater Bay or the Blackwater Rush, given the name of their house indicates some connection to water. Another school of thought entirely is House Bywater is a house raised up from bastardy, given the bastards of the Crownlands have traditionally been given the name Waters. Thus, it's not beyond reason to speculate that the Bywaters were risen up, adding by to the start of their former baseborn name. In 48 AC, when King Maegor the Cruel began to lose his grip on power as the realm began to turn against him, with many former loyal lords now courting his nephew, and in the eyes of many rightful King Jaehaerys. House Bywater were one of the very few lords who gathered in King's Landing at Maegor's command, but when Maegor then mysteriously died upon the Iron Throne, the Bywaters fled to the capital, fearing recompense from the new King Jaehaerys and his supporters for remaining loyal to Maegor till the bitter end. The most notable member of House Bywaters was Sir Jacelyn Bywater, who often went by the nickname Ironhand. At the start of the main book series, in 298 AC, Jacelyn is a serving officer at the City Watch of King's Landing and the captain of the Mud Gate. Jacelyn is described as a tall man, with a lantern jaw and deep-set eyes with a prominent brow and salt and pepper hair, suggesting he is perhaps of middle age. He has an iron hand strapped to his right wrist where he lost his own hand, hence the nickname Ironhand. He is considered brave and honourable by Lord Varys, but seen as rigid by the corrupt Janos Slynt, the commander of the City Watch, in 298 AC. We do not know much about Jacelyn's early history, other than that he received his knighthood from King Robert I Baratheon personally for his valour at the Siege of Pike during the Greyjoy Rebellion in 289 AC. It is believed it was during the Siege of Pike that Jacelyn lost his right hand. During the events of A Clash of Kings, Sir Jacelyn has been captain of the Mudgate in King's Landing for 3 years, when Tyrion Lannister arrives to take up the position of Hand of the King in place of his father Tywin, whom was busy fighting the War of Five Kings in the Riverlands in 299 AC. He is named commander of the City Watch after Tyrion dismisses Sir Janos Slynt When discussing the matter with Lord Varys, the spider tells Tyrion that Sir Jacelyn is courageous, honourable, obedient, and most of all, grateful for his new position. Tyrion instructs Jacelyn to make sure that Al-Ardim is thrown overboard when Summer's Dream sails to Eastwatch by the sea to take him and Slynt to join the Night's Watch. It is Jacelyn who receives Sir Cleos Frey when the latter arrives to give terms from King in the North Robb Stark to Joffrey, or more practically, Tyrion and the Small Council. After Grand Maester Pycelle is imprisoned by Tyrion, Jacelyn defies Queen Cersei Lannister's attempts to free the Grand Maester. During the riots of King's Landing, Jacelyn leads a wedge of mounted lancers during the riots after Princess Marcella Baratheon's departure to Dorne. He later tells Tyrion about the spread of the bloody flux at Pisswater Bend and the growing revolt amongst the smallfolk, and how Tyrion is personally blamed for the hard times. Later, Tyrion orders Jacelyn to find the missing Tyreek Lannister. Jacelyn obeys Tyrion's orders to seize Prince Tommen Baratheon on the road to Rosby, imprisoning Lord Giles Rosby and Sir Boros Blount in the process, and keeping Tommen safe and out of reach of his mother, much to the Queen's anger. For this, Ironhand earns the Queen's enmity, as well as a lordship from Tyrion, speculated by some to potentially be the seat of Rosby itself. During the Battle of the Blackwater, Jacelyn provides runners to Tyrion during the battle. He also gives Tyrion the following warning: no man likes to look craven in the sight of his fellows, so they fight brave enough at the start, when it's all war horns and blowing banners, but if the battle looks to be going sour, they break, and they break bad. The first men to throw down his spear and run will have 1,000 more trotting on his heels. During the events of A Storm of Swords, Bronn informs Tyrion that when King Joffrey I Baratheon retreated to the Red Keep during the Battle of the Blackwater, half of the Goldcloaks tried to retreat as well. Jacelyn tried to rally them, but was struck in the throat by an arrow. The Goldcloaks then dragged Ironhand from his horse and killed him. During a meeting of the Small Council, Tyrion suggests that Jacelyn's killers should have their knees broken. There is some speculation, given the attempt on Tyrion's life during the battle, that the murder of Jacelyn was part of the same plot. With Jacelyn dead, Cersei sends the Kettleblacks to free Tommen from Rosby. Later, having lost his sword hand, Sir Jaime Lannister considers wearing a golden hand, similar to the iron hand once worn by Jacelyn. And as of the publication of A Dance with Dragons, that is all we currently know of House Bywater. House Byrch is a noble house from the Crownlands. Much of their early history has not been documented, with their first mention coming in the year 48 AC. But there is some speculation they do in fact predate the conquest of Aegon. Like many of the smaller houses of the Crownlands, it is likely that before the kingdom's creation, that at various times throughout House Byrch's history, they may have possibly been sworn to the Storm Kings of House Durrandon, potentially Harren the Black, and depending on their proximity, the petty kings of House Darklyn of Duskendale. All this very much depends on the location of their seat. However, much like most of their early history, we currently do not know its location. According to some documented sources, they blazon their arms with quarterly grunny white and black, a silver axe on green. In 48 AC, during the final days of the rule of King Maegor the Cruel, as he began to lose his grip on power as more and more of his lords saw his nephew as a viable banner to rally behind, he called his remaining loyal lords to King's Landing, with House Byrch among them. However, with Maegor's mysterious death upon the Iron Throne, and Lord Rhaegar Baratheon marching for King's Landing with the new King Jaehaerys, fearing reprisals for their support of Maegor, they fled the capital. Once Jaehaerys was firmly established as king, and turned his attention to lords loyal to Maegor to the bitter end, he ultimately forgave them, with only minor punishments. While we do not know the exact extent of this, we do know that other houses loyal to Maegor were stripped of small parts of their land as a token gesture of loyalty. It is likely, in keeping with the punishments of the other houses, House Byrch faced the same or similar punishment. During the final days of the Targaryen Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons in 130 AC, Sir Balon Byrch, a knight of House Byrch, was a member of the Kingsguard, having been a captain throughout the reign of King Viserys I Targaryen. For most of the war, he was commander of the Old Gate. During the Mood of Madness and the riots of King's Landing, Sir Balon led his men against the rioters and managed to restore some order to the streets to the north and east of Rhaenys' Hill. After the death of Sir Luther Largent, the commander of the Goldcloaks, Balon was made the new commander of his valor and service during the riots. When King's Landing became too unsafe for Queen Rhaenyra to remain after the destruction of the Dragon Pit, he accompanied the guard that escorted her out of the city to try and find safe haven in the Crownlands. When the escort was attacked as they neared Duskendale by broken men, he was killed by an arrow. The other notable member of House Byrch is Sir Balmon Byrch, who is a knight who appears in the main book series. He is the husband of Lady Felice Stokeworth, who herself is heir to her mother's seat of Stokeworth. Balmon is said to have a thick blonde moustache, his hair wavy blonde, which is slowly receding. For a knight, he is not considered very fit, with him having a noticeably large pot belly. He enjoys food and drink, including Hippocrates, with it all starting to take its toll on him. Only after her limited interaction with Balmon during the events of A Feast for Crows, Cersei Lannister thinks that Balmon is a fool and dim-witted. In his youth, Sir Balmon was once a renowned tourney jouster, and at one point was considered one of the most handsome knights in the realm. He is known to have jousted at the tourney in Lannisport in 289 AC after the Greyjoy Rebellion, as well as the tourney at Duskendale in 294 AC. It is assumed he did not fare well in the lists, given we have no record of his performance. By the time of A Feast for Crows in the year 300 AC, Balmon has been married to Felice for 10 years, and they have no children. It is rumoured that Balmon shuns his wife's bed, preferring that of maidens instead. Balmon and his wife, Felice Stokeworth, attended the funeral of Lord Tywin Lannister in King's Landing after he is killed by his son Tyrion during his escape from King's Landing after his trial for supposedly murdering King Joffrey. Queen Regent Cersei Lannister is offended when they inform her that Lady Tanda Stokeworth, mother of Felice and the pregnant Lolis Stokeworth, would like to name Lolis's bastard child after Cersei's late father, if born a boy. When Lolis gives birth to her son, her husband, Sir Bronn of the Blackwater, names the child Tyrion instead. Cersei is offended that Bronn named the child after her despised younger brother, Tyrion Lannister. Felice and Balmon return to the capital from Castle Stokeworth, and during the journey they are turned away from Rosby and are disgusted by the sparrows they encounter, claiming she fears that Tyrion Lannister will have Bronn assassinate her son, King Tommen I Baratheon. Cersei manipulates Balmon into a conspiracy to kill Bronn. Although Cersei expects that Bronn will suffer a mortal hunting mishap, the ever so chivalrous Balmon instead challenges Bronn to a duel at Castle Stokeworth, believing the former sellsword, lack of experience on horse, will ensure his own victory. However, Bronn drives his lance through the chest of Balmon's horse, causing the animal to fall and crush his legs. In return for Bronn's promise of mercy, Balmon confesses Cersei's involvement in the plot to kill him. Balmon cries out for help from Maester Frenken, but Bronn kills him with a knife to the eye. Felice orders Bronn to be seized, but Bronn's supporters at Castle Stokeworth instead force Felice herself to flee Stokeworth. A despondent Felice begs Cersei in aid in recovering Stokeworth, but the Queen instead allows Maester Qyburn to experiment on the widow, preventing Felice from telling tales of her involvement in the plot to kill Bronn. And unless we ever see the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of House Byrch. House Chelsted is a noble house from the Crownlands. They blazon their arms with pear-bend green and white, with crossed spiked maces and silver daggers. We know very little about their early history, but given they were sworn to House Targaryen by 283 AC, it is likely they were sworn to them long before that. It is believed, like most houses of the Crownlands, they are now sworn directly to House Baratheon of King's Landing, post-Robert's Rebellion. However, not much is known about the state of the house post-283. The lack of any record, to some, suggests that perhaps they became extinct for their support of House Targaryen during the rebellion, and then their actions towards the end of it, when they fell out of favour with the Mad King. The only member of House Chelsted we have record of is Lord Carlton Chelsted, who was active late into the Targaryen era and a key part of King Aerys II's court for many years, serving in various roles within the small council. Lord Carlton was the master of coin late in the reign of King Aerys II Targaryen, around the year 281 AC. In fact, Carlton could be accounted as one of the most firm supporters of Aerys over the king's eldest son and heir, Prince Rhaegar, even when many at court began to turn on Aerys for his declining mental faculties. When the tourney at Harrenhal was announced, there was a strong belief within the supporters of Aerys that Rhaegar was secretly funding the tourney out of his own pocket as a stealthy method to call a great council of the likes of 101 and 233 to discuss Aerys' rule and ability to act as king, perhaps even going as far as deposing his father in favour of himself. While there is no firm record this is what Rhaegar's intentions were, circumstantial evidence and the testimony of some of Rhaegar's supporters suggest this may have in fact been the case, and not just a figment of King Aerys' paranoia, more specifically involving Prince Rhaegar, who had become well liked by the lords, and more broadly by the small folk alike. While as the years passed, Aerys found his supporters fading as reflected by the number of comings and goings within the likes of the small council. Being a supporter of Aerys, Lord Carlton suggested a way to stop this tourney, and possibly Great Council, would be for the king to outright ban tourneys, meaning the gathering could not legitimately take place for any other reason than to be a Great Council. In doing this, the attendees could be argued as have committed treason by plotting to have Aerys removed from power. However, when he argued this to Aerys to forbid the tournament, he was unsuccessful in convincing the ever more erratic king, who instead chose to stop the proposed Great Council by attending Harrenhal himself. Surely Rhaegar and the lords whom supported him would not be as brazen to plot while the king himself was present. Carlton would attend the tourney alongside Aerys. For the most part, the tourney of Harrenhal was just that, a tourney, albeit the largest in a generation. But when Prince Rhaegar won the final joust, Lord Carlton, alongside Lord Simon Staunton, inflamed the king's ever-growing suspicion by declaring that Rhaegar had only taken part in the tourney to win over the favour of the small folk and remind the lords present he was the true heir to King Aerys, despite the fact Aerys had disinherited him in favour of his second son, Prince Viserys. While there is no true way to know if this was Rhaegar's intent, in his victories at Harrenhal, he only deepened the love of the small folk to the prince, and to many lords, showed them he could be the ideal Targaryen prince, rather than his erratic and ill-tempered father. When Rhaegar later crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty at the end of the tourney, Carlton took this as further proof of Rhaegar's ambitions. Little did anyone know, including Carlton himself at the time, that this event, even if it was part of Rhaegar's plot against Aerys, all it did was begin to wake the rage of the Lord of Storm's End, Robert Baratheon. During Robert's rebellion, Carlton succeeded to the position of Hand of the King after his predecessor, Lord Jon Connington, had been sent into exile in Essos by Aerys following defeat in the Battle of the Bells. Carlton was present during the king's systematic build-up and placement of wildfire throughout King's Landing, and the suspicious Hand noticed the comings and goings of Bellis, Garadis, and Rosart of the Guild of Alchemists. After Carlton discovered Aerys' wildfire plot to burn King's Landing to ashes should the rebels try and take the city, he attempted to prevent its execution. Lord Chelsted protested, pleaded with Aerys not to do this, and eventually resigned the position of Hand of the King when the king refused. Aerys had him dipped in wildfire and burned alive. According to historic accounts written by Maester Yandel, Carlton was burned alive for bad counsel during the war. Carlton was succeeded as Hand of the King by the pyromancer Rosart during the events of A Storm of Swords in Harrenhal's bathhouse. Sir Jaime Lannister tells Brianna Tarth about King Aerys II's court during Robert's Rebellion, including how Carlton had been executed after he resigned his office of Hand. He then had the following to say of Carlton: I thought the man craven, but the day he confronted Aerys, he found some courage somewhere. He did all he could to dissuade him. He reasoned, he jested, he threatened, and he finally begged. When that failed, he took off his chain of office and flung it down on the floor. Aerys burnt him alive for that, and hung his chain around the neck of Rosart, his favourite pyromancer. During the events of A Feast for Crows, when watching the Tower of the Hand burning, Cersei Lannister enjoys thinking of the deaths of the hands of the kings she has known over the years, Carlton included. She thinks to herself of Owen Merryweather, Jon Connington, Carlton, Jon Arryn, Eddard Stark, her brother Tyrion, and her father, Lord Tywin Lannister, most of all. All of them are burning now, she told herself, savouring the thought. They are dead and burning, every one,
with all their plots and schemes and betrayals. Unless more information comes to light after the hopeful publication of The Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of House Chelsted.
While the Crownlands is full of large houses with long and storied histories, there are just as many that either play a much more minor role in the history of the Crownlands, or perhaps have not had their history as deeply documented as others. But that does not mean they are not important in their own way, with some of these more smaller houses playing some key roles during the history of Westeros, in particular that of House Targaryen. House Buckwell of the Antlers is a noble house from the Antlers in the Crownlands. They are sworn directly to the Iron Throne, meaning theoretically they were sworn to House Targaryen till 283 AC, then House Baratheon at King's Landing ever since. According to some sources, they blazon their arms with a rack of golden antlers on there. Their words are pride and purpose. The first mention we have of them comes during the downfall of Maegor the Cruel in 48 AC, as the Lords of the Realm began to lose support for Maegor, turning towards his nephew, Jaehaerys Targaryen. The then Lord Buckwell was one of the few lords to rally to Maegor's call. But after Maegor mysteriously died upon the Iron Throne, Lord Buckwell, among others whom had supported Maegor till the bitter end, sailed across the narrow sea to Pentos to flee the wrath of the new king. However, in the end, King Jaehaerys was merciful, letting the lords loyal to Maegor off with only a minor punishment, allowing Lord Buckwell to return to Westeros. During the main book series in 298 AC, Sir Jarman Buckwell commands the scouts during the great ranging of the Night's Watch from Castle Black. Jarman leads the scouting mission to climb the giant stair in search of the wildlings. By the time they return, the disastrous fight at the Fist of the First Men had already happened, and Lord Commander Jeor Mormont's party evacuated for Craster's Keep. Jarman's team remained in the wilderness, tracking Mance Raider's host, where they spot Jon Snow walking freely amongst the wildlings. Jarman's team is able to return to Castle Black after the main party arrives, but before Jon Snow does. Jarman reports to Maester Aemon and Donal Noy that Jon may have turned cloak. In a dance with dragons, Jon thinks to himself that the Night's Watch has lost too many of its best men, including Jarman, indicating the scout is now most likely deceased. House Chitering is a noble house of the Crownlands, sworn to House Baratheon of King's Landing directly. According to some sources we have access to, their arms depict 3 golden bendlets enhanced on white. Very little is known about their history prior to 298 AC. We do know that a Lord Chitering died at the Battle of the Blackwater fighting for Stannis Baratheon, and that young Lucas Chitering is regarded by Stannis as one of the few good men that remain loyal to him after the defeat of the Blackwater. House Cressy is a noble house from the Crownlands. According to some sources, they blazon their arms with 7 silver coins upon a red bend cinster between 2 helmets, silver on blue. They were active during the regency period of King Aegon III Targaryen in the year 133 AC, which implies they played some part in the Dance of the Dragons in some capacity. The then Lord Cressy was part of Lord Manfred Mooton's diplomatic mission to Braavos in 133 AC after Lord Alan Velaryon attacked a Braavosi ship. While Manfred treated with the Sea Lord of Braavos, Lord Cressy and Hollard spread bribes among the Braavosi keyholders, magisters and other nobles. House Egerton is a noble house from the Crownlands, which according to some sources blazon their arms with quarter black and white, half usually a wheel of flame on indigo. We know practically nothing of their history or any members of their house. However, it is known they are sworn to House Baratheon at King's Landing. Thus it is likely if they predate Robert's rebellion, they would have been sworn to House Targaryen during this time frame. House Hart is a noble house of the Crownlands. The Harts are sworn directly to House Baratheon at King's Landing, and according to some sources, they blazon their arms with 3 red harts' heads on a white bend on there. When the realm began to turn against King Maegor I Targaryen in favour of Prince Jaehaerys in 48 AC, Lord Hart was among the score of lesser lords who gathered in King's Landing at the command of Maegor. However, when Maegor died upon the Iron Throne overnight, Lord Hart fled back to his seat. When the young King Jaehaerys I resided at Dragonstone during his brief regency period, Lord Hart was one of the several lords who travelled to the island to speak with the king, and was ultimately pardoned for his role during the final days of Maegor's reign. At the beginning of the Dance of the Dragons in 129 AC, Lord Hart was among the nobles at court loyal to Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, and was imprisoned for his loyalty by the Green Council. Lord Hart was brought before the King's Justice and beheaded for refusing to bend the knee to King Aegon II Targaryen. By 133 AC, during the regency of King Aegon III Targaryen, Sir Dennis Hart accompanied Lord Manfred Booton to Braavos. During this time in the city, Dennis allegedly engaged the services of the Faceless Men to kill a rival back in King's Landing. Around the same time, back in Westeros, Lady Hazel Hart, wife of Daeron Velaryon, succumbed to the winter fever. House Langward is a noble house from the Crownlands, who blazon their arms with per feci undi, a crown of white stars on burgundy above black. From the little information we have, House Langward appears to have been active during the period before Aegon's conquest. Sir Harold Langward served in the Kingsguard during King Maegor the Cruel's reign from 42 to 48 AC. After Maegor's mysterious and suspicious death upon the Iron Throne, the new king, Jaehaerys I Targaryen, offered Maegor's surviving Kingsguard a choice between execution or taking the black, as the young king deemed them all traitors, loyal to Maegor till the end. Sir Harold asked for trial by combat, which he was granted. He fought and was subsequently slain by Sir Giles Morrigan. House Mallory is a noble house from the Crownlands, who blazon their arms with 6 white mullets on violet. Before the sudden and mysterious death of King Maegor the Cruel in 48 AC, the then Lord Mallory remained loyal to Maegor, even as scores of other lords rallied to the banner of his nephew, Prince Jaehaerys. At Maegor's death, he fled back to his seat, fearing the wrath of the new king. Sir Raymond Mallory had served in the Kingsguard of Maegor, and alongside Sir Oliver Bracken, turned cloak and joined Jaehaerys. But the new king sent them to join the Night's Watch instead of keeping them on the Kingsguard. Later in 50 AC, Mallory and Bracken rebelled against the Watch, seeking to make themselves lords of their castles at the Wall. However, Sir Raymond was killed by wildlings when he attempted to flee beyond the Wall. During the events of A Game of Thrones, Lord Lothar Mallory is chosen by Lord Eddard Stark to accompany Lord Beric Dondarrion in his mission to detain Sir Gregor Clegane. However, he drowns at the Mummers Ford. House Manning is a noble house from the Crownlands, who blazon their arms with a red sea lion between 2 black pallets on white. The aquatic nature of their sigil suggests the house may control territory along the shores of Blackwater Bay, or perhaps an island in the bay itself. If this is the case, then it might be likely they may have supported Stannis Baratheon during the War of 5 Kings, like the other houses within the bay itself. House Ramberton is a noble house from the Crownlands, who blazon their arms with a white ram's head with golden horns on red. During the events of A Game of Thrones, the arms of House Ramberton are spotted by Lord Eddard Stark during the Hands Tourney. Later, during the events of A Clash of Kings, Sir Hubbard Ramberton leads his 3 sons to defend the Sept at Dragonstone when the Queen's men come to burn it. A brawl ensues where he and his sons kill 4 of the Queen's men, but Hubbard and one of his sons are slain as well. Lord Gunsa Sunglass refuses to support Stannis Baratheon after the fight. During a storm of swords, Hubbard's 2 remaining sons and Lord Sunglass are burnt alive by Stannis' wife, Queen Selyse Florent. House Rollingford is a noble house from the Crownlands, who according to some sources blazon their arms with 6 roundels fountain on grey. House Rollingford supported Maegor the Cruel until the bitter end, as lords began to favour his nephew, King Jaehaerys. After Maegor's death upon the Iron Throne in 48 AC, Lord Rollingford fled to Pentos, fearing the wrath of the new king. He was later one of the lords to visit Jaehaerys on Dragonstone, and was ultimately pardoned for his role in Maegor's reign. During Lord Mooton's peace mission to Braavos in 133 AC, during the reign of King Aegon III, Sir Herman Rollingford was slain by a bravo. House Sunglass of Sweetport Sound is a noble house sworn to Dragonstone in the Crownlands. The location of Sweetport Sound has not yet been stated in text. Their blazon is composed of 7 gold, 7-pointed stars in a ring of white. During the War of 5 Kings, Lord Gunsa Sunglass answers the summons of Stannis Baratheon when he calls his banners against King Joffrey I Baratheon. Gunsa is seen wearing moonstones at the throat and wrist, and fingers by Maester Crescent at Dragonstone after Melisandre's profaning of the Sept of Dragonstone and the deaths and imprisonment of its defenders from House Ramberton. The pious Lord Sunglass declares to Stannis that he no longer supports his claim, which leads to his imprisonment. The 3 galleys belonging to House Sunglass, Piety, Prayer and Devotion, are seized by Stannis for his royal fleet. They take part in the Battle of the Blackwater. During a storm of swords, we find out that Melisandre and Queen Selyse Florent burnt the prisoners in Dragonstone's dungeons, including Lord Gunser, as a sacrifice to R'hllor. After Gunser is burned, his brother, the new Lord of Sweetport Sound, flees to Volantis. The jailer of Dragonstone, Lamprey, wears a soiled white doublet with 7 golden stars of House Sunglass embroidered on it. It is unknown whether he took it from Lord Gunser or was formerly in service of the house. One of the conspirators who helped Lord Davos Seaworth smuggle away Edric Storm, Sir Tristan of Tally Hall, had been in the service to Lord Gunser. As of the publication of A Dance with Dragons, that is all we currently know of House Sunglass and the houses of the Crownlands.